Verse for opening a sutra. The unsurpassed, profound, and wonderful Dharma is difficult to encounter in hundreds of millions of aeons. I now see and hear it, receive and uphold it, and I vow to fathom the Tathagata's true meaning. Sutra of the Past Vows of Earth Store Bodhisattva. The division bodies gather. Chapter 2. Sutra. At that time, the division bodies of Earth Store Bodhisattva began gathering in the palace of the Trayastrimsha Heaven from billions of inexpressible, inconceivable, immeasurable, ineffable, limitless asakayas of ones. They came from wherever houses are found. Due to the spiritual powers of the first come one, each came from his own direction and was joined by thousands of billions of nayutas of those who had obtained liberation from the path of karma. All brought incense and flowers as offerings to the Buddha. Those groups who came were irreversible from Anuttara Samyak Sambuddhi, because they had been taught and transformed by Earth Store Bodhisattva. For long eons they had wandered in birth and death, undergoing suffering within the six paths without even temporary respite. Now they had reached various levels of sagehood due to the great compassion and deep vows of Earth Store Bodhisattva. They felt joyful as they arrived at the Trayastrimsha Heaven and gazed at the first come one, their eyes not leaving him for a moment. Commentary. Chapter 2. The division bodies gather. The Earth Store Sutra consists of 3 rows and a total of 13 chapters. This is the second chapter. Division bodies. How does a body divide up? Division bodies can be said to be divided spirits. It can also be said to be divided natures or divided minds. Why are they called divided spirits? It is because Bodhisattvas have a kind of spiritual sense or intuition. When they connect with that spiritual sense, all prayers are answered. This kind of spiritual sense resembles 1,000 reflections of the moon in 1,000 ponds of water, 10,000 miles of clear sky across 10,000 cloudless miles. With 1,000 ponds, there are 1,000 reflections of the moon in these bodies of water. The moonlight on these ponds is the spirit, as well as the nature, or it can be said to be the body or the mind. Because they are bodies of water, they are reflections of the moonlight. Without bodies of water, the moon remains essentially undivided. Where there is a body of water, there is moonlight. Does that mean a portion of the moon is there in the water? No. Nevertheless, water allows moonlight to show. Therefore, it is said 1,000 reflections of the moon in 1,000 ponds of water. 10,000 miles of clear sky across 10,000 cloudless miles. If 10,000 miles of land have no clouds overhead, then 10,000 miles of land is bright and sunny. Earth Store Bodhisattva's division bodies originally do not exist. Why do we say they are division bodies? Because of living beings' conditions, they are division bodies. What are these division bodies like? Let me give you another example, another simple analogy. Division bodies resemble photographs. It starts with one person. After taking a picture comes out. So the image of the picture has no ability, no spiritual sense, and no life. However, the division bodies of Earth Store Bodhisattva are divisions of his body, which are the same as his original body. There are billions of division bodies. Earth Store Bodhisattva's division bodies are such that when he sees a place with house, he sends a body to that hell to teach and transform living beings, where everywhere throughout the 3,000 great thousand worlds, to every place and every corner with hells, he sends division bodies there to teach and transform living beings. Because Earth Store Bodhisattva has made vows to teach and transform living beings in the hells, his division bodies are everywhere there are hells. This is what it means by division bodies. Gathering is returning, which means the divided bodies have all coming back together, gathering together. At that time, from billions of inconceivable is this state to be imagined. Inexpressible is the number with language. Immeasurable, ineffable, limitless are some years of worlds. From everywhere, from wherever hells are found, division bodies of Earth Store Bodhisattva began gathering in the palace of the Trayastrimsha Heaven. Because wherever there are hells, there is a division body of Earth Store Bodhisattva. There are countless Earth Store Bodhisattvas. Therefore, there are that many Earth Store Bodhisattvas gathered together at the heaven of 33. Due to the spiritual powers of the first come one, because of Shakyamuni Buddha's awesome spiritual power, each division body of Earth Store Bodhisattva came from his own direction and was joined by thousands of billions of najutas of those who had obtained liberation from the path of karma. Division bodies of Earth Store Bodhisattva and these living beings all brought incense and flowers as offerings to the Buddha. Those groups who came with Earth Store Bodhisattva were irreversible from Anuttara Samyak Sambuddhi, because they had been taught and transformed by Earth Store Bodhisattva. Because of the Bodhisattva's teaching and transformation, they forever attained irreversibility from the state of unsurpassed, proper, and equal right enlightenment. They, for long ends, had wandered in the current of birth and death, floating up and sinking down, resembling waves, dying after being born and being born after dying. Birth and death in cycles like tides, they underwent immeasurable suffering within the six paths without even temporary respite. Because of the great compassion and deep vows of Earth Store Bodhisattva, I will not become a Buddha until the hells are emptied. I will only attain Bodhi after all beings have been saved. Those individuals had reached various levels of sagehood, such as first stage, second stage, third stage, fourth stage Arhat, and other stages of sagehood. Now they felt great joy as they arrived at the Trayastrimsha Heaven and gazed at the first come one, their eyes not leaving him for a moment. They gazed at Shakyamuni Buddha with one heart and mind, without closing their eyes for a moment. This is an act of supremely earnest respect. Sutra. At that time, the world-honored one stretched forth his golden-colored arm and rubbed the crowns of all the division bodies of Earth Store Bodhisattva Mahasattva, gathered from billions of inexpressible, inconceivable, immeasurable, ineffable, limitless asankhya worlds, and said, I teach and transform obstinate beings, such as these, within the evil worlds of the five turbidities, causing their minds to be regulated and subdued, so that they renounce the deviant and return to the proper. But 1 or 2 out of 10 still cling to their bad habits. For them, I again divide into thousands of billions of bodies and use numerous additional expedient means. Those with keen rules will listen and immediately believe. Those with good rewards will respond to exhortation and strive to succeed. Those who are dim and dull will only return after being taught for a long time. Those whose karma is heavy will fail to show any respect. My division bodies take across and liberate all those different kinds of beings. I may appear in a male body. I may appear in a female body. I may appear in the body of a god or dragon. I may appear in the body of a spirit or ghost. I may appear as a mountain, a forest, a stream, a spring, a river, a lake, a fountain, or a well in order to benefit people. I use all these ways to save beings. I may appear in the body of God Shakra. I may appear in the body of Lord Brahma. I may appear in the body of a wheel-turning king. I may appear in the body of a lay person. I may appear in the body of a national leader. I may appear in the body of a prime minister. I may appear in the body of an official. I may appear in the body of a bhikshu, a bhikshuni, an upasika, an upasika, and so forth, up to the body of a hero, an arhat, a practical Buddha, or a Bodhisattva, in order to teach and rescue beings. It is not that I appear to them only in the body of a Buddha. Commentary. At that time, Shakyamuni, the world-honored one, stretched forth his golden-colored arm and rubbed the crowds of all the division bodies of Earth Store Bodhisattva Mahasattva, gathered from billions of inexpressible, inconceivable, immeasurable, ineffable, limitless asamkhyajas of worlds. Using one arm to rub the crowds of all these division bodies of Earth Store Bodhisattva Mahasattva is the Buddha, using the as you wish body, a spiritual penetration that makes wishes come true. Although there is only one arm, it can transform into hundreds and thousands of arms. The Buddha used it to rub the crowds of hundreds of thousands of millions of billions of Earth Store Bodhisattvas at the same time, and said, I teach and transform obstinate beings such as these within the evil wounds of the five turbidities. The five turbidities are the turbidity of kampa, the turbidity of views, the turbidity of afflictions, the turbidity of beings, and the turbidity of lifespan. Who are the obstinate beings? Perhaps it is you, perhaps him or her. It is anyone who is obstinate, anyone who does not listen to the teachings, and anyone who is always naughty and does not follow the rules. The obstinate beings are those who do not observe the rules, in fact, who prefer no rules. For example, someone's stride once asked me, why are there rules? You can tell that even this stride would rather be free of any rules, which is a result of others' rejections of rules. Thus, the ones not willing to follow rules are the obstinate beings. They are so obstinate that they do as they please. It is not easy to get these obstinate beings to voluntarily obey, causing their minds to be regulated and subdued. What does it mean by regulated? For example, American cooking places no emphasis on seasoning, disregarding the flavors. However, Chinese cooking especially focuses on regulating the flavors, using saltiness, sweetness, bitterness, spiciness to modify the flavors until the food becomes very delicious. This is the meaning of regulated. For example, at the time of the city-states, Yi Ya was an expert at creating delicious dishes by mixing sour flavors, sweet flavors, bitter flavors, and spicy flavors. Therefore, Mencius said, Yi Ya understands what my mouth wants. Yi Ya was a famous emperor chef for the emperor in ancient China. Subdued means submission, voluntary obedience without objections. No matter what Dharma you speak of, they listen and accept all Buddhist teachings without a bit of doubt or objection. This is being subdued. It is not that there are no new arhats, that no one is enlightened during the 500 years after the Buddha's nirvana. Actually, someone can become enlightened at any place and any time. An arhat can be anywhere and at any time. However, an enlightened arhat should avoid displaying spiritual powers or interfere with others' business. For example, India Dharma masters Mo Teng and Chu Fa Lan in China had spiritual powers. Even Bodhidharma, the patriarch, who was born thousands of years after the Buddha's nirvana, or Elder Master Hsuan MC Cloud, who is a contemporary and preeminent Chinese monk, are all arhats, bodhisattvas. Not only are they arhats, they are at the state of bodhisattvas. The same with Vinaya Master Hong Yi and Elder Dharma Master Yin Kuang of recent times. Elder Dharma Master Yin Kuang is commonly recognized as the manifestation of great strength bodhisattva in China. After the Buddha entered Nirvana, China has had many individuals with great virtue. Even 500 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years after the Buddha entered Nirvana, anyone who truly cultivates according to the Buddha's teachings will reach sagehood, will become enlightened. So that they renounce the Devan view and Devan knowledge and return to the proper view and proper knowledge. But 1 or 2 out of 10 still cling to their bad habits. They have not completely removed them yet. For them, I, Shakyamuni Buddha, again divide into thousands of billions of bodies and use numerous additional expedient means, setting up many, many Dharma doors. Those with keen rules, meaning people with deep and profuse good rules, will listen and immediately believe. They are brilliant and sharp and have much wisdom. Once they hear the Dharma spoken, they believe it. Those with good rewards will respond to exhortation and strive to succeed. Maybe they have done good deeds in their past lives, planted causes that lead to favorable consequences. They will respond to the ego pleading to succeed. Ego pleading is not like persuading someone just once. It is like when we have the intention to deliver someone to salvation, we do not just try once and give up. If it does not work on one try, we try again. If it does not work the second time, we keep trying. For example, for people living far away, you need to write more letters telling them about the Buddha Dharma. For people living close by, you should interact with them more often and explain the Buddha's teachings to them. Volunteer to convert people instead of being converted. For instance, originally you wanted to convert someone to believe in the Buddha, but then he pulls you into Christianity. Originally, you were going to convert people to Buddhism, but you end up being turned by others and start believing in Catholicism. This is about being converted. If you can convert others, you have some power of concentration. If you are converted by others, you have no power of concentration. So ego bleeding means not being lazy. For example, we can think about friends who are good to us and which relatives are very kind, and then encourage them to study the Buddha Dharma. So, ego bleeding is not about persuading once only, but persuading multiple times. If this time I did not encourage enough so that you understand, I will do it again and again. In other words, volunteer to convert others into believing in Buddhism and continue to do so until they become Buddhas. Vows are fulfilled that way. Those who are dim and dull, lacking in wisdom, will only return after being taught for a long time. A long time means a long period of time, not merely once, twice, 3 times, or 5 times. Ego bleeding is about the number of times, whereas a long time can mean 2 days, 3 days, 5 days, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 5 months, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, or 5 years time to convert you. I will remain committed to a long-term goal to teach you, persisting until you believe in the Buddha. This is about teaching someone a long time until he or she returns, such as taking refuge with the Triple Jewel. Those whose karma is heavy will fail to show any respect. They fundamentally do not respect Buddhism. All those different kinds of beings are unique. Every person has his or her own causes and effects, karmic responses, and various differences, to take a cross and liberate all these living beings. I, Shakyamuni Buddha, also divide into many division bodies. I may appear in a male body to cross over these living beings. I may appear in a female body. I may appear as a handsome man to save all women, or I may appear as a beautiful woman to save all men. Because Buddhas also understand living beings' desires, i.e., living beings take pleasure in the subject of men and women, the Buddhas manifest and teach living beings according to their potential. I may appear in the body of a god or dragon to save gods and dragons. I may appear in the body of a spirit or ghost. Shakyamuni Buddha may appear in the body of a god with great awesome virtue or a great ghost king. I may appear as a mountain, a forest, a stream, a spring, a river, a lake, a fountain, or a well in order to benefit people. You see, Earth Store Sutra says a mountain or a forest, a stream, or a meadow are all transformations of Tathagata's Dharma body. Perhaps we are sitting on Shakyamuni Buddha's Dharma body right now, but we do not realize it. For example, the Buddhas made San Francisco appear a long time ago to benefit living beings, so that people may live here. Although the sutra only mentions how the Buddhas make mountains, forests, streams, and meadows appear, do not presume that the plains are not the Buddha's Dharma body. The plains are too. Perhaps we are sitting on top of the Buddha's Dharma body now. Why do we not see the Buddha's Dharma body? It is because we are like ants on the ground or ants on a human body that do not see the whole body of a person. Since we are like a tiny box on the Buddha's Dharma body, we do not know where his Dharma body is. In reality, we are on his Dharma body but do not know it. Shakyamuni Buddha may make a river, a pond, a spring, or a well appear. In general, why do Buddhas manifest such things? It is to benefit people. I use all these ways to save beings. The Buddhas make a mountain appear so as you take a walk in the mountains and absorb some of the energy there, your body reserve comes forth. Or you may breathe some fresh air in the forest without realizing that this is the air of the Buddha's Dharma body. All air in the space is the Buddha's chi. Breathe in the Buddha's chi and you will definitely become enlightened. Do not be attached to the idea that no one will become enlightened 500 years after the Buddha's Nirvana. Even 5,000 years after the Buddha's Nirvana, people will become enlightened. The only worry is that you do not truly cultivate. If you truly cultivate, I can guarantee you will definitely become enlightened. Or you can buy some insurance first. When you get enlightened, I will pay you a certain amount of money. Even though you bought insurance earlier, once you became enlightened, you would not want that money. So I would still end up with the profits. The Buddhas may manifest as a river so that you feel comfortable bathing in the river and then become enlightened. Shakyamuni Buddha may manifest as a pond or a well. Drink the water from the well and your commitment to this path grows day after day. These are all inconceivable states. In summary, every action and every move of the Buddha is to benefit people so that they are liberated. Shakyamuni Buddha may appear in the body of God Shakra. While meditating, God Shakra comes to bow to you and say he is Shakra from the heavens. Why does he bow to you? He wants you to develop solid commitment to this path and courageous vigor. He may appear in the body of Lord Brahma or the body of wheel-turning king. A wheel-turning king has various treasures. He has a flying vehicle. Traveling in rockets to the moon takes a long time now, but a wheel-turning king's flying vehicle can travel through the 3,000 great thousand ones within an hour. Actually, not only to the moon and different planets, but he can reach any place just as fast. He also has a treasure of jewels, no matter where he is. When the wheel-turning king says, "I need money," the ground will break open with as much gold as he wants, as many jewels as you want. Why do these things occur? Because of his blessings. He owns everything in the world, including all the jewels which are in place for him. He also owns a treasure that is a horse that travels faster than rockets. He owns a treasure that produces women spontaneously. A wheel-turning sage king likes women. He has such terrific blessings that he gets whatever he wants. Anything he wishes, he gets. He never experiences the suffering not getting what he wants. The Buddha makes an awesome body of a wheel-turning sage king appear so that all beings see the way he looks and bring forth their resolve for Bodhi. The Buddha may appear in the body of a lay person. Perhaps one of you lay people is a manifestation of Shakyamuni Buddha, but we do not know. Don't think it is impossible. Laity can be part of this too. He may appear in the body of a national leader, such as an emperor, or in the body of a prime minister, the highest official. He may appear in the body of an official. He may appear in the body of a member of the fourfold assembly, a bhikshu, a bhikshuni, an upasaka, an upasika, and so forth, up to the body of a hero, an arhat, a pratika Buddha, or a Bodhisattva in order to teach and rescue beings. Sutra. Reflect on how I have toiled to repeated aeons and endured acute suffering to take across and free stubborn beings who resist being taught and continue to suffer for their offenses. Those not yet subdued undergo retributions according to their karma. If they fall into the evil destinies and are enduring tremendous suffering, then you should remember the gravity of this entrustment I am now making to you here in the palace of the Trayastrimsha Heaven. 5 ways to liberate all beings in the Saha world from now until the time when my Traya comes into the world. Help them escape suffering forever, encounter Buddhas and receive predictions. Commentary. Reflect on how I have toiled to repeated ends an unknowable long period of time and endured acute suffering. You see, Shakyamuni Buddha does not have time to be lazy. This is toil. Suffering means the absence of joy. Toiling and suffering means not being lazy and not seeking happiness. Why? To take a cross and free stubborn beings who resist being tortured and continue to suffer for their offenses. Do not think that these stubborn beings who resist lessons do not include us. Actually, you and I are among these stubborn beings. Do you realize how much thought and energy Shakyamuni Buddha has spent to teach and transform us, to liberate us? Yet we ourselves do not know shame and proudly think it is no big deal. Me is okay, it's fine for Shakyamuni Buddha to work a little bit harder. I don't want to learn Buddhism now. I don't want to cultivate. I want to be a little lazy, sleep a little bit more. We reason and argue for ourselves, being our own defense attorney. Those not yet subdued, not yet liberated, undergo retributions according to their karma. When they fall into the evil destinies, which are the hells, the realm of hungry ghosts, and the realm of animals, and enduring tremendous suffering, then you should remember and think about the gravity of this entrustment I am now earnestly making to you here in the palace of the Trayastrimsha Heaven. 5 ways to liberate all beings in the Saha world, from now until the time when my Acharya comes into the world. Help them escape all suffering forever, encounter Buddhas and receive predictions of themselves becoming Buddhas. Now let's talk about Elder Master Yin Huang. He is a native of Shanxi province in China. After he received the precepts, he went to Potala Mountain for a secluded retreat. His retreat consisted of reading sutras all day. He read the sutras with utmost respect, sitting perfectly upright. He would change into a different set of clothing and shoes from the restroom. After he is done in the restroom and finishes cleaning himself, he puts on his clothes and reading the sutras. Even if the restroom is very clean, he nevertheless changes clothes. He never dresses in the attire worn while reading sutras to the restrooms, and he never wears the restroom clothes into the sutra room. He read the sutras respectfully every day. He lived at the Potala Mountain, Kuan Bodhisattva's workplace, for 18 years, reading the sutras every day and never taking one day's break. After reading the sutras for 18 years, he went to Nanjing to lecture on the Amitabha Sutra. Imagine the scene of the Amitabha Sutra lecture. A greatly virtuous and preeminent monk lectures to an empty house. He was pleased that someone was so attentive and asked, "Do you understand what I explain?" He asked in his Shanxi accent. This person said, "Oh, Dharma Master, I don't understand." "You don't understand? What are you doing here?" he said. This person said, "I am waiting for you to finish speaking the sutra so I can put the benches away. I am the bench keeper, not an audience member for the sutra lectures." The elder Dharma Master was very sad to hear this, and he swore to never lecture on the sutras in Nanjing again. See, no one listened to the sutra lectures except for one person who waited because he was the bench keeper. Later, Shanghai's forester of Leti invited him to speak on the Amitabha Sutra. He went to Shanghai to speak the sutra. This time, the audience was larger instead of non-existent. Since Buddhism was not thriving in Nanjing, no one will know about or attend the sutra lectures without advertisement, even if it was by a greatly virtuous and preeminent monk such as Dharma Master Yin Huang. In Shanghai, however, some disciples who took refuge with him advertised their Master Sutra lectures. "Come and listen, come and listen." They got all the Buddhists together to listen to the Dharma. There was one 18, 19, or 20-year-old student among them. She was not a Buddhist, but she dreamed one night about someone telling her, "Go to the forest of Leti to listen to sutra lectures. Great strength Bodhisattva is there, propagating the Buddha Dharma, explaining the Amitabha Sutra." The next morning, she read the newspapers and read that Elder Master Yin Huang was going to lecture on the Amitabha Sutra at the forest of Leti. How strange! How come I dreamt that it was Great Strength Bodhisattva speaking the Amitabha Sutra there? She thought. She went to listen to the sutra lectures, bringing many classmates with her too. She told the students that she dreamt that this Dharma Master was Great Strength Bodhisattva. She did not know who Great Strength Bodhisattva was, so she asked the Buddhists, "What is Great Strength Bodhisattva?" They asked her why she wanted to know. She explained that she heard someone tell her in a dream that Great Strength Bodhisattva is at Shanghai's forest of Leti, speaking on the Amitabha Sutra. These lay people think, "Oh, this elder master is probably Great Strength Bodhisattva come again." They told Elder Master Yin Huang. A female student had a dream where she was told that you are Great Strength Bodhisattva and here speaking on the Amitabha Sutra. The Elder Master said, "Nonsense. He scolded these people and no one dared to say any more. Thereafter, this female student took refuge with the elder Master Yin Guang. That female student was also told in her dream that great strength Bodhisattva will stay for 3 more years. He will then disappear. Indeed, 3 years later, this great strength Bodhisattva, Elder Master Yin Guang, entered Nirvana in 1944. It was only after his Nirvana that people realized that he was great strength Bodhisattva come again. Elder Master Yin Guang enjoyed copying out the text in the Shuragama Sutra's great strength Bodhisattva's perfect penetration through mindfulness of the Buddha chapter the most. Many lay people own the Master's calligraphy on this chapter. Elder Dharma Master Yin Guang is a contemporary enlightened master with great virtue and preeminence. No one can presume that there would be no arhats 500 years after the Buddha's Nirvana, because here we have someone who was not only an arhat but surpassed his arhat. When Elder Master Yin Guang entered Nirvana, many shariras appeared after this cremation. Someone who has not attained the fruit of arhatship or enlightenment will not leave any sharira behind. People with shariras are not ordinary people. Sutra. At that time, all the division bodies of Earth Store Bodhisattva that came from all those worlds merged into a single form. Then he wept and said to the Buddha, "Throughout long ends I have been receiving the Buddha's guidance and from that have developed inconceivable spiritual power and great wisdom. My division bodies fill worlds as many as grains of sand in millions of billions of Ganges River. In each of those worlds, I transform myself into millions of billions of bodies. Each body rescues millions of billions of people, helping them to return respectfully to the Triple Jewel, escape birth and death forever, and reach the bliss of Nirvana. Even if their good deeds within the Buddha Dharma amount to as little as a strand of hair, a drop of water, a grain of sand, a mote of dust, or a tip of a hair, I will gradually take them across, liberate them, and have them again great benefit. I only hope that the world honored one will not be worried about beings in the future who have bad karma." In that way, he addressed the Buddha's 3 images. I only hope that the world honored one will not be worried about beings of the future who have bad karma. At that time, the Buddha praised Earth Store Bodhisattva and said, "Excellent, excellent. I will help you in this work you so willingly undertake. When the vast vows that you keep making throughout so many aeons are fulfilled, and all those beings have been saved, then you will be certified as having attained Bodhi." Commentary. At that time, all the division bodies of Earth Store Bodhisattva that came from all those worlds merged into a single form. Earth Store Bodhisattva's numerous division bodies originate from a single body. These multitude bodies merged back into one body, hence the path, merged into a single room. Multiple bodies are one body. Our one body is multiple bodies. One body can become multiple bodies, therefore, one body is multiple bodies. Multiple bodies can merge into a body. Therefore, multiple bodies are one body. In more depth, there are neither multiple bodies nor one body. Earth Store Bodhisattva fundamentally has no body. How can you say there is not a body? He has no mark of self. If he has a body, then there is mark of self. Because he has no mark of self, many is not many. Although there are many bodies, many are not many. Although he has one body, one is not one. Therefore, one is many and many are one. Earth Store Bodhisattva divides into immeasurable bodies and the immeasurable combined into one. Thus, from one body comes immeasurable bodies, and immeasurable bodies can become one body. As such, would you say he has a body? If he has a body, which of his many bodies would say he is Earth Store Bodhisattva? Which body is not Earth Store Bodhisattva? Therefore, we could say every body is that of Earth Store Bodhisattva and is not Earth Store Bodhisattva. How can you say that they all are Earth Store Bodhisattva? The bodies he manifested are that of Earth Store Bodhisattva. His markless body has no outer trace at all, so they can be said to be not Earth Store Bodhisattva. Furthermore, no matter who it is that wishes to emulate Earth Store Bodhisattva, that person is a division body of Earth Store Bodhisattva and is no different than Earth Store Bodhisattva. Why would you wish to emulate Earth Store Bodhisattva? Do you admire Earth Store Bodhisattva's actions, his wisdom, and the proper of his vows? Why do you admire him? What is the reason? Actually, you don't know the reasons without my explanation. Actually, although you know the reasons, you do not dare to admit it. Let me verify that you are a division body of Earth Store Bodhisattva. That's why you admire Earth Store Bodhisattva, emulate his aspirations and vows. Then you are a division body of Earth Store Bodhisattva, although only a division body, if you can further cultivate according to Buddha Dharma, completely restore your self-nature to perfection. Understand your mind and see your nature, you will enjoy spiritual powers and can return to become one with the Earth Store Bodhisattva. Merged into a single body, merged into a single form, that is what is meant by returning into the source, returning to the source and origin. After the division bodies of Earth Store Bodhisattva merged into a single form, he sat well swept and said to the Buddha, "Why would Earth Store Bodhisattva be sad?" There are four meanings. One, he said, before beings in the six destinies, for creating karma and not reforming. All devas, humans, asuras, beings in the hells, hungry ghosts, and animals reincarnate in the six destinies, creating karma without remorse or repentance. This is the first meaning. 2. He is said that all beings are obstinate and difficult to teach. Living beings are the most obstinate. Tell them about Buddha Dharma and they refuse to listen. Talk to them about subjects other than the Buddha Dharma. They are very happy. Suppose you mention to someone, so-and-so is the best, he has an excellent education and character, everything about him is good. This person will not pay much attention listening. If you speak to this person about how bad the other person is, how clever is his ways of trickery, and how no one knows his bad deeds though he committed them, say things like this and people will pay attention to how to be mean. They pay no heed to ways to be good, such as study the Buddha Dharma well. They would not want to learn. If you say, take this drug and you will experience some amazing discoveries, they would take the hallucinogen and become dazed and confused as if they were drifting to the land of ultimate bliss. Recreational drugs are most awful, but they will take it once, then once more, until they take it numerous times. Everything changes for him when he takes drugs. He feels bigger than the universe. Afterwards, though, he experiences fatigue and problems such as headaches and aches in his body. Some do not want to work at all, lying there like a dead person. He still does not wake up though, and wonders, why am I like this? He thinks if he will just take a bit more drugs, and he will become enlightened. This route was too weak. He thinks the drug is not powerful enough. If I take more, I will probably become enlightened immediately next time, succeed instantaneously. It is not the utmost stupidity. You tell them to study the Buddha Dharma. They refuse and secretly break the law and take this kind of stuff. Obstinate beings willingly and happily commit this kind of act. Difficult to teach. You teach him to study Buddhism. He is not happy. You make up some fraudulent tricks. He digs right in despite the harm he brings himself. You see, this is the human mind. Thus, the second kind of sadness that grows out of compassion for obstinate beings who are difficult to teach, being too obstinate. 3. What is Earth Store Bodhisattva's third kind of sadness? It is due to the setting sun of the Tathagata's wisdom. The Buddha is equivalent to a sun. He will enter Nirvana soon, where therefore Earth Store Bodhisattva is sad that the sun of wisdom is setting. 4. What is the fourth kind of sadness? It is due to major issues that Shakyamuni Buddha entrusted Earth Store Bodhisattva with in the palace of the Trayastrimsha Heavens. Earth Store Bodhisattva will teach and transform all beings until Maitreya comes to the world, delivering them to the shore of Buddhahood and receive predictions of Buddhahood for the future. This is a very important responsibility. Shakyamuni Buddha gave such an important duty to Earth Store Bodhisattva, so this is the fourth kind of sadness. The division bodies of Earth Store Bodhisattva merged into a single form. He sadly wept and said to the Buddha, throughout long as till now, I have been receiving the Buddha's guidance and from that have developed inconceivable spiritual power, impossible to fathom and impossible to discuss, and great completed perfected wisdom. Spiritual means magnificent beyond gauge. You have no way to know this kind of power which is magnificent beyond gauge. To rescue beings requires spiritual power, but if you only have spiritual powers and no wisdom, it does not work either. You must be replete with great wisdom to command such spiritual powers. At the same time, such spiritual powers enhance your wisdom. You may rescue beings only if your wisdom and spiritual powers cooperate. My division bodies feel appearing everywhere in worlds as many as grains of sand in millions of billions of Ganges River. In each of those worlds, I, Earth Store Bodhisattva, transform myself into millions of billions of bodies, incalculable and immeasurable. Each body rescues millions of billions of people, having them to return respectfully to the Triple Jewel. Why pay respect to the Triple Jewel? Because all beings before taking refuge with the Triple Jewel are on the outside. Outside of what? Outside of the Buddha Dharma. After taking refuge with the Triple Jewel, they desert the Devon and return to the proper and abandon darkness and enter into light. Therefore, you must return respectfully to the Triple Jewel and take refuge with the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. Escape birth and death forever and reach the bliss of Nirvana, which is a happiness with the four qualities: permanence, joy, true self, and purity. Even if their good deeds within the Buddha Dharma amount to as little as a strand of hair, a drop of water, a grain of sand, a mote of dust, which are the lightest, tiniest, smallest, and the most minute unit of good. During the Shuragama Sutra lectures, I spoke of the mote of dust bordering upon emptiness. It is a mote of dust we can see divided into 7, which becomes a mote of dust bordering upon emptiness. It is the smallest unit, and let us say this, or but the tip of a hair is as much good living beings do. This hair is not like a hair from your head. It is the tiny hair on your body, the thinnest, though the hair on your head is already very light and tiny. All living beings are also committing only so little good, blend good rules by doing so. I will gradually take them across from suffering to happiness, liberate them, and help them gain great benefit. What is great benefit? Is it making a big fortune, earning a large profit? Making a big fortune is not great benefit. Then is it holding a high office? That is no benefit either. It is getting you to become a Buddha. You see, is this a great benefit? Who will make sure you become a Buddha? Earth Store Bodhisattva. Earth Store Bodhisattva will use his great spiritual powers, great wisdom, and various inconceivable wonderful Dharma to make it impossible for you to refuse. Like the saying, one wants to stop but cannot. You want to stop and say, I will not study Buddhism anymore, but you have no way to stop. This is the marvelous part. Who can make you this way? It is our great advisor, great vows Earth Store Bodhisattva. He has this wonderful activity, so this is called great benefit. I, Earth Store Bodhisattva, only hope that the world-honored one will not be worried about beings of the future who have bad karma. Why does he say, do not worry? He means I'll take the responsibility and trust me with this responsibility. Buddha, do not be concerned because I will not become a Buddha until all beings become Buddhas. Unless the hells are emptied, I will not become a Buddha. Only when all beings are saved will I attain Bodhi. Therefore, I asked the world-honored one not to worry. Let me, Earth Store, shoulder this responsibility. In that way, he addressed the Buddha 3 times. He said it once, twice, and 3 times. This shows the gravity of the matter, taking this seriously. This is similar to reading the Constitution 3 times to pass it. Read it once, any objections? Read it twice, do you agree? If no one says anything, then read it thrice and it passes. So, did what Earth Store Bodhisattva say pass? It is not the same. Repeating his hope 3 times is Earth Store Bodhisattva's way to communicating his earnestness. Saying it only once may make him appear irresponsible. Saying it twice may mean he is not sincere enough. Therefore, 3 times he said to the Buddha, I only hope that the world-honored one will not be worried about beings of the future who have bad karma. I, Earth Store, take full responsibility for them. I will definitely deliver beings who have bad karma to the other shore so they become Buddhas. At this point of the lecture, should we not be happy? Although we have created so much karma, we still have an opportunity to become Buddhas. Why? A few days ago, I told you I wanted to buy insurance for someone. Now someone is buying insurance for us. Who bought insurance for us? Earth Store Bodhisattva. He guaranteed in advance that we, living beings who created bad karma, will all become Buddhas. This is equivalent to buying insurance for us. Those of us who hear the Earth Store Sutra now need not be worried or unhappy because we all have the opportunity to become Buddhas. Why? Earth Store Bodhisattva is our underwriter who long ago guaranteed that we, living beings with bad karma, can become Buddhas. He takes full responsibility for this to happen because until we become Buddhas, Earth Store Bodhisattva will not attain Bodhi. We ought to be elated. I am so happy about this sutra passage that we have lectured on today. I wrote an English song for you to sing. The song is called I am very lucky to meet a good knowing one. Who is the good knowing one? It is Earth Store Bodhisattva. Meeting Earth Store Bodhisattva means we have a guarantor who guarantees in advance that we will become Buddhas. How do we know? Just read what he repeated 3 times to the Buddha. I only hope that the world or no one will not be worried about beings of the future who have bad karma. We know Earth Store Bodhisattva's grace and virtue are as high as the heaven and as thick as the earth. His kindness is as profound and lofty as the saying, looking up and yet it is higher, drilling in and yet it is even more firm. Earth Store Bodhisattva's state is inconceivable. At that time, the Buddha was very happy to hear Earth Store Bodhisattva guarantee that all beings will quickly become Buddhas, so he praised and said, Excellent, excellent. Earth Store Bodhisattva addressed the Buddha 3 times. The Buddha praised him with excellent twice. The Buddha values him and regards him highly. Earth Store Bodhisattva is truly a great Bodhisattva. I will help you in this work you so willingly undertake, that you so enjoy. I will help you fulfill the vast vows that you keep making throughout so many ends. This vast vow is represented by the 4 vast vows. Living beings are numberless. I vow to deliver them. Afflictions are endless. I vow to cut them off. Dharma doors are countless. I vow to study them all. The Buddha's way is unsurpassed. I vow to realize it. Now, every day, every one of us should ask ourselves, living beings are numberless. I vow to deliver them. Did I convert people or did people convert me? Reflect like this. Did I deliver living beings to the shore of perfection? Did I believe in Buddhism, then convert to Catholicism? After I started believing in Buddhism, someone said Jesus was the greatest for being nailed on the cross, so I started believing in Jesus again. Do situations like this occur? If so, you are being converted by others instead of converting others. Living beings are numberless. I vow to deliver them. Did you do it? How about afflictions are endless? I vow to cut them off. Dharma doors are countless. I vow to study them all. The Buddha's way is unsurpassed. I vow to realize it. We should inquire within every day. Afflictions are endless. I vow to cut them off. Are my afflictions eliminated? Do I get mad when someone is slightly rude to me? Do I become extremely ignorant? Do situations like this occur? If so, I have not ended them. Therefore, I am not completely in control. I must test myself when opportunities arise. Afflictions are endless. I vow to cut them off. Your understanding of the Buddha Dharma is only superficial if you have not ended your afflictions. When you have found the acquired the Buddha Dharma and entered the sea of the Buddha Dharma. Dharma doors are countless. I vow to study them all. The number of paths to the Buddha Dharma is infinite. 84,000 is still a general number, for how can the paths to the Buddha Dharma be limited to only 34,000? They are immeasurable and limitless Dharma doors. That's why we say Dharma doors are countless. I vow to study them all. It is not enough that I know the Shuragama Mantra by heart. The Buddhist canon is like a great ocean. We do not understand the Buddha Dharma for studying a bit, a drop, a hair, a mote of dust, a grain of sand, and such small amounts. Really dig into the Buddha Dharma. Drink the water from the ocean of the Buddha Dharma. If you can drink this great ocean dry in one gulp, you understand the Buddha Dharma. If you cannot dry the ocean waters in one gulp, you need to study some more. The Buddha's way is unsurpassed. I vow to realize it. You don't need any proof to know that we are not Buddhas yet. If we were Buddhas, we would not experience any of our current problems, or they would all be resolved. We should not pretend to be Buddhas when we are not. Some claim, for example, "Oh, not only am I a Buddha, you are also a Buddha. Everybody is a Buddha." What Buddha are you? An afflicted Buddha, a greedy Buddha, a hateful Buddha, a deluded Buddha? Which Buddha? People who make such claims are shameless. Do not follow these seeming individuals who proclaim they are Buddhas when they are not, who proclaim that they are enlightened when they are not. Do not imitate these arrogant people who think they have some superior Dharma. So, Earth Store Bodhisattva, you made these 4 vast vows and all those beings have been saved. Then you will be certified as having attained Bodhi. When will this happen? Never, or until the end of future. Earth Store Bodhisattva would never certify to Bodhi. You do not need to worry. Earth Store Bodhisattva attained Bodhi many eons ago. If he did not attain Bodhi, he would not have such great spiritual powers and such enormous wisdom. This is an inconceivable state. Therefore, do not worry that Earth Store Bodhisattva did not certify to Bodhi. He did so long ago. Now he is waiting for you to attain Bodhi, for me to attain Bodhi, and for him to attain Bodhi. He is waiting for you, for me, and for him. What is the Bodhi? Why do we want to attain it? What good is it to attain it? What good is it to attain it? Bodhi is Sanskrit for awakening. What is awakening? Awakening means not muddled. That's right. Just now, this Sutra of the Past Vows of Earth Store Bodhisattva. Contemplating the karmic conditions of beings. Chapter 3. Commentary. This 3rd chapter is called Contemplating the Karmic Conditions of Living Beings. To contemplate means to observe. What are living beings? A multitude of causal conditions create living beings who become born from pursuing different states. Why do we say they are formed as a result of many causes? The multitude of causal conditions includes form, feeling, cognition, formation, and consciousness, which create the physical body as grasping occurs. Living beings are born because we pursue different states. Those who are born from such causes and conditions are living beings. Karma. Where does karma come from? Karma may be created through speech, physical acts, or thoughts. Why is the result karma instead of causes? Causal conditions refer to a single incident. Karma is an accumulation of many causal conditions after a long period of time. Conditions are a set of circumstances that create karma. Every living being has his or her own karmic conditions, and the states that she experiences are different. Some living beings always encounter happy states. Why? In the past, they planted good causes, and therefore, in this lifetime, they reap good results. Some living beings always face very difficult situations. Why? It is because in the past they did not plant good causes. They sowed bad ones instead. Over time, these bad causes turn into bad karma. Hence, they face such miserable retributions in this lifetime. In general, plant good causes and reap good results. Plant bad causes and reap bad results. We create good and evil personally. No one else makes us do it. This applies throughout our path to Buddhahood, a destination reached not because other people made us, but because of our own hard work at cultivation. Working hard at cultivation is about planting the causes for Buddhahood, which leads to Buddhahood in the future. Do the work of Buddhas and become Buddhas in the future. Do the work of demons and become demons. Did the text not say earlier that the hells are called forth in response to the 3 evil karmas? Sutra. At that time, the Buddha's mother, Lady Maya, placed her palms together respectfully and asked Earth Store Bodhisattva, "Great sage, could you tell us about the different kinds of karma that beings of Jambudvipa create and the resulting retributions that they undergo?" Earth Store replied, "There are many millions of worlds and lands that may or may not have health, may or may not have women, may or may not have the Buddha Dharma, and so forth, up to having or not having hearers and pratika Buddhas. Since the worlds differ, the retributions in the hells also differ." Commentary. At that time, the Buddha's mother, Lady Maya, gave birth to the Buddha from her left armpit. She died from hemorrhage and was reborn in the heavens. After Shakyamuni Buddha became enlightened, he spoke Dharma for 49 years in over 300 Dharma assemblies. The day before yesterday, someone said the Buddha lectured on more than 300 sutras. That is wrong. The Buddha held over 300 Dharma assemblies. The Buddhist sutras are not limited to more than 300. There are more than several thousand. When the Buddha was about to enter Nirvana, he recalled that he had not delivered his mother to the shore of perfection, so he went to the Trayastrimsha Heaven to speak the Dharma for Lady Maya. Now Lady Maya placed her palms together respectfully and asked Earth Store Bodhisattva, "Great sage, could you tell us about the different kinds of karma that beings of Jambudvipa create and the resulting retributions that they undergo? How does this happen?" So Lady Maya, Earth Store Bodhisattva, replied, "There are many millions of worlds and lands that may or may not have hells. For instance, the land of ultimate bliss has neither hells nor any of the three evil paths. On the other hand, our Saha world embodies the three evil paths, the hells, the realm of ghosts, and the realm of animals. Those places may or may not have women. Some worlds, ours, for example, have both men and women, as well as sages and common people. The land of ultimate bliss has only men. If there were no women, how can there be men? Don't you worry. When the men go to the world of ultimate bliss, they are still men. When the women get there, they become men too. Where do the people of the land of ultimate bliss come from? Who gives birth to them? If there are no women, how can there be people? This you do not know. The people in the world of ultimate bliss do not come from women, but are born transformationally from lotuses. When we recite the Buddha's name once here, our mother, the lotus in the land of ultimate bliss, grows a bit. The more we recite here, the more our flower grows. The more sincere our recitation, the more fresh our lotus becomes. After death and before becoming reborn as a human, a ghost or a spirit, our eighth consciousness is in a state between skandhas or the intermediate skandha body. If we recite the Buddha's name sincerely, when we die, our intermediate skandha body will immediately enter the lotus. When the lotus blooms, the tribe in the land of ultimate bliss is born. Since birth originates with lotuses, there are only men and no women. May or may not have Buddha Dharma. Perhaps there is the Buddha Dharma from the Buddhas there who are speaking the Dharma or Dharma that abides in this country or this world. There are places where no one speaks the Dharma, where there are no Buddha images, sutras, or monastics. The Buddhist sutras say such a place exists in northern Uttarakuru, one of the 8 places of difficulty, because it does not have any Buddha Dharma, and so forth, up to having or not having hearers and pratika Buddhas. There may or may not be any sound hearers, pratika Buddhas, or Bodhisattvas in these worlds. From the point of view of ordinary people, sound hearers are very happy. In the eyes of the Bodhisattvas, however, sound hearers also suffer. So these worlds may or may not have sound hearers or pratika Buddhas who suffer. Since the worlds differ, the retributions in the hells also differ. Regardless of who you are, create karma and you will face the matching retribution. Avoid karma if you want to avoid the retribution that follows. This principle is impartial and equal. Sutra. Lady Maya spoke again to the Bodhisattva. Could you please tell us about the offenses committed by those in Jambudvipa that result in retributions in the evil destinies? Earth Store replied, Worthy Mother, please listen as I speak briefly about that. The Buddha's mother answered, Great sage, please do tell us about it. The Earth Store Bodhisattva said to the Worthy Mother, Retributions that result from offenses committed in Jambudvipa are described like this. Beings who are not filial to their parents, even to the point of harming or killing them, will fall into the relentless hell, where for thousands of billions of years they will seek escape in vain. Commentary. Lady Maya spoke again to the Bodhisattva. The Buddha's mother repeated to Earth Store Bodhisattva, Could you please tell us about the offenses committed by those in Jambudvipa that result in retributions in the evil destinies? The other worlds are too far away and I have not been to them. Even if I have, I do not remember. Therefore, I ask not about the other worlds but only of Jambudvipa. I wish to know the offenses of those in Jambudvipa, the evil destinies that result, and the retribution from different offenses. I would like to listen. Will the sagely one please tell me? When Earth Store Bodhisattva heard the Buddha's mother plead in this manner, he answered, Worthy Mother, please listen to what I have to say. As I speak briefly about that type of principle, I will not explain it in detail because I may not even finish in several great ends. The Buddha's mother answered, Great sage, please do tell us about it. The Buddha's mother heard what Earth Store Bodhisattva said and responded, I am most delighted and wish for the Bodhisattva to speak. Earth Store Bodhisattva said to the worthy mother, Retributions that result from offenses committed in Jambudvipa are described like this. At that time, Earth Store Bodhisattva told the Buddha's mother that in this world of Jambudvipa, the names of the hells in response to offenses created and retributions received are as many as the ones which he shall describe. Beings who are not filial to their parents, even to the point of harming or killing them. We living beings should be filial to our parents. For those who are not filial commit offenses, even to go as far as murdering them. All these are offenses. Filial piety is important because it is the basis of humanity. If people are not filial, they forget their very origin. Therefore, it is said, Father gave me a life, Mother raised me, their kindness as vast as high heaven, as manifold as the hairs on the head, is difficult to repay. What is filial piety? Does it mean buying delicious foods for our parents? Is it filiality to buy them some fun clothes? No, these are superficial forms of filial piety. Filial piety is about complying with our parents. I enjoy what my parents delight in. I like what my parents like. Suppose my mother likes to smoke opium. If he smoked 1 ounce a day and I smoke 2, would that be filial piety? It certainly would not. When I said comply, I mean to comply with his wishes, not with his eating habits. If the latter were intended, you might as well tell your father who likes bread and butter, I like that too. You're just going to have to wait while I eat it. That would be fighting, not complying. To comply means to accord with another's wish. Look into his heart and do not go against his wishes. That is filiality. Earlier I said the kindness of parents is as manifold as the hairs on the head and difficult to repay. Even if you could count how many hairs you have, you still would not be able to repay your parents' kindness. Last summer I mentioned the couplet, "The lamb needs to drink its milk, yet the young crow returns to the nest." When the baby lamb drinks its mother's milk, it falls renaflate. Crows are considered filial birds in China because young crows return with food for their aged mother who can no longer fly. Even baby crows know to be filial. Crows are birds and lambs are animals. If we were not filial to our parents, we are worse than birds and beasts. Human beings are supposed to be replete with the 5 virtues: humanness, propriety, righteousness, wisdom, and trustworthiness. Since we are be virtuous in these 5 ways, how can we be worse than crows and sheep? There is nothing more important than being filial to our parents. Someone might ask, I want to be filial, but now I have led the whole life and my parents are nowhere nearby. How can I be filial? Living the whole life is an act of great filial piety. There is a saying, when one child enters the Buddha's door, 9 generations of ancestors ascend to the heavens. If you leave home and cultivate the way, 9 generations of ancestors receive the benefit and may go to the heavens. In this way, you are being filial not only to your parents, but to your ancestors and parents of lives past. Of course, you must continue to cultivate. If you do not do so, your 9 generations of relatives will fall into the house, where they will wail and mourn. We had a descendant who left the home life to cultivate, and because of him, we should have been born in the heavens. Who would have thought that he is so lazy that he sleeps all day instead of cultivating? Now our offenses cannot be pardoned, so we fall into the house once again. The mere act of living whole life is not sufficiently powerful to cause your 9 generations of ancestors to be reborn in the heavens. If you do not cultivate, they will not enter the heavens, but if you do cultivate, you are practicing great fidelity that helps your parents. Speaking of which, I was in the Buddha hall for some time today and thought, we have a Shramana who has not been up. Even I, the teacher without any fiery temper, was on fire. How can a monk be so lazy? I thought. He was not bad though. He did not rebut at all. Upon investigating, I figured out why. Let me tell you all, this Ramana is not lazy. He was too hungry to move. Not lazy, just hungry. Why was he hungry? No one made offerings. After going many days without any offerings, he tried alms rounds, but no one donated anything. His temper flared, and when he came back, he decided not to eat. It's been 6 or 7 days, and he has not eaten anything, so today he was too hungry to get up. Since I did not realize that he received no offerings, I scolded him severely. Afterwards, I inquired as to why he was this lazy. He said, no one made offerings to me, and without food, I have no energy. Upon hearing this, I replied, oh, I made a mistake. If you feel too weak, then you can rest and sleep inside. Do what you need to do. I'm giving you an expedient. It's not easy being a teacher. Sometimes you don't know what method of teaching and transforming is suitable. I scolded a hungry disciple severely. However, this disciple has some skill, a bit of cultivation. Without any cultivation, how can one go on without food for 6 to 7 days and still follow the general assembly in reciting sutras, doing repentances, and listening to the lectures? So my anger is gone now, and I am glad I have a hard-working disciple. I hope all of you will emulate this Ramana who had enough patience to withstand my scolding. In addition, forget the fact that I did not eat for a day, I did not eat for 2 days, I did not eat for 3 days, 5 days, 6 days. Forget it. Having eaten or not is the same. Don't pay attention to whether you have eaten or not. Forgetting that, you are really cultivating. You could not forget if you were not really cultivating. True concentration is derived from true practice. With real concentration, you will not notice that I'm scolding you, not to mention hitting you. Questions like, who's hitting me, or where am I, do not even occur because there is no I. When there is no self, there is true concentration. If there's still an I, so that you hit me, you scold me, and I haven't eaten, still exist, then you haven't forgotten the self. Consequently, concentration will not grow. We must forget the self before concentration develops. When concentration is born, you have some real skill. Beings who are not filial to their parents, even to the point of harming or killing them, those who kill their father or mother, for example, will fall into the relentless hell, where for thousands of billions of ants they will seek escape in it in vain. It will be difficult for them to escape the hells. Sutra. Beings who shed the Buddha's blood, slander the triple jewel, and do not venerate sutras will fall into the relentless hell, where for thousands of billions of ants they will seek escape in vain. Commentary. Beings who shed the Buddha's blood. Suppose innocent living beings do commit some offense, such as shed the Buddha's blood. Now that Shakyamuni Buddha entered Nirvana, how can we make the Buddha bleed? We do not live in a time when the Buddha is in the world and have never seen the Buddha. How can we make the Buddha bleed? When the Buddha was in the world, shedding his blood means injuring the Buddha's physical body. After his Nirvana, it means destroying images of the Buddha, such as removing an ear or a finger. Burning paper images of the Buddha, for instance, is also equivalent to shedding the Buddha's blood. In principle, these offenses cannot be vindicated through repenting and reforming, but there are exceptions, such as when intoxicated or overtaken by madness or mental breakdown. However, you cannot claim to be mentally ill or drunk, but commit these offenses intentionally. It is when unintended that these karmic offenses are lighter. The Buddha had such great spiritual powers. Who could have shed his blood? The Buddha had certified to the fruit. Who could have hurt his physical body? Sometimes even the Buddha gets injured unexpectedly. The Buddha's cousin, Devadatta, opposed everything the Buddha did and invariably tried to ruin him. If the Buddha said something was proper, Devadatta would contradict him. He did everything he possibly could to undermine the Buddha. Once, when the Buddha was speaking, Devadatta bribed a poor woman to take part in a plot against the Buddha, as is the case with many impoverished persons. He himself was weak, and she would do anything for money. Devadatta had her tie a pillow around her waist under her clothes, and in this condition go to the Buddha's Dharma assembly to accuse him of fathering her unborn child. Devadatta promised her a large sum of money for making the Buddha no longer credible to his disciples. When this woman followed suit and told the Buddha's disciples that she is pregnant with the Buddha's child, the Buddha used his spiritual powers to make the pillow fall to the ground, proving on the spot that she was dishonest. That was how Devadatta used various means to damage the Buddha. Another time, the Buddha was walking by Vancha Peak when Devadatta, hoping to crush the Buddha, used his spiritual powers to cause an avalanche. A Vara knight and guardian spirit of Vancho Peak named Pela used his Vara pestle to smash one of the large boulders, which was about to hit the Buddha. One of the fragments, however, struck the Buddha's little toe and cracked a bone. At that very moment, a fiery chariot emerged to carry the Buddha alive off to the hells. The retribution incurred by those who burn and destroy images of the Buddha, dismantle temples, or ruin stupas is similar. Slander the triple jewel. Buddhists must remember not to commit this type of offense, that is, to speak evil of the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. Among the Bodhisattva precepts is one that prohibits people from speaking of the offenses of the fourfold assembly, the bhikshus, bhikshunis, upasakas, upasikas. Not only does it warn pupils refrain from speaking of other forms, it is also cautious against participating when others speak of them. Just ignore the conversation. If you participate in such a conversation, you also violate the precept. The best thing to do in a situation like this is to simply other reasons for not speaking of the forms of the fourfold assembly is that the views of an ordinary person are often wrong. Ordinary people cannot fathom the realms of sages. Bodhisattvas of the first ground, for example, do not know the states of those of the second ground, and so on up the line. Bodhisattvas on the 10th ground do not know the states of the Bodhisattva on the ground of equal enlightenment. Arhats of the first fruition do not know the states of second fruition arhats. Before you acquire true wisdom, you may not say harmful things about the fourfold assembly, which is one form of slandering the triple jewel. Even though people may very clearly be in the wrong, you should not speak of it. Just do things correctly yourself, rather than acting like a camera that goes about photographing phones and never examining itself. At this point, some stories come to mind. During the reign of Emperor Wu of the Liang dynasty, there was a Dhyana master named Chu Kung who ate 2 pigeons every day. The cook assumed that the birds must be delicious, and one day tasted a wing on the sly. Then he brought the remainder of the dish to Dhyana master Chu Kung. After he finished eating, Dhyana master Chu Kung called for the cook. "Why did you eat some of my pigeons?" "I didn't take any pigeon," answered the cook. "Oh, then what about this?" said Dhyana master Chu Kung. He opened his mouth and 2 live pigeons emerged. One of the birds flew off, but the other had a wing missing. "If you didn't, where's the wing of this bird?" asked Dhyana master Chu Kung. Although in both cases the man ate pigeons, Dhyana master Chu Kung swallowed the chopped up and cooked pigeon and spit it out alive. The cook, on the other hand, could not do it. Dhyana master Chu Kung's state was one of eating and yet not eating. At Lingying Monastery at West Lake, Hangzhou, there lived Dhyana master Chi Kung, another famous monk who always ate dog meat and drank wine. He was invariably inebriated, and everyone said, "There goes another tippling monk." In his drunkenness, however, Chi Kung touched and transformed living beings. Once a Buddha image was not yet guided with gold. So he told the abbot, "I will guide this Buddha image. No one else needs to do it." The abbot of his temple agreed and then waited. After some time, the image was still not finished, so the abbot questioned Dhyana master Chi Kung about the matter. The Dhyana master agreed to do the work that very evening. When night came, however, he merely kept on with his drinking. When everyone was asleep, though, he went to the image and began to spool forth pure gold, with which he covered the images. The abbot heard Dhyana Master Qigong spitting and abruptly ordered, "How could you spit at the Buddha image?" Dhyana Master Qigong immediately quit and left. The next morning, the abbot inspected the image. He found that it was covered with gold except for a small spot on the crown of the head. Although the master goldsmith completed the work, his ordinary gold could not match that supplied by Dhyana Master Qigong. The states of our hearts are inconceivable. So you see, you should not speak of the faults of the fourfold assembly. It is not so serious if you criticize ordinary people, but should you criticize a sage, the penalty you might incur will be very great, enough to cause you to fall into the hells. People slander the Triple Jewel because they do not have faith. Another cause is mixing with bad company. People who do not understand and therefore slander the Buddha Dharma. Associating with such people may cause one to be influenced by their bad habits. Some people berate and slander the Triple Jewel and use flattery for ill gain. Such persons' minds are crooked. They engage in flattery to get what they want. They are stupid, yet puffed up with their own intelligence. Like the 5,000 bhikshus who left the assembly during the speaking of the Lotus Sutra. Because they had a tiny bit of cleverness, they looked down on others and slandered the good Dharma, thus blinding the selective Dharma eyes of living beings. What is the retribution for such persons? In the future, they will be deformed and crippled without arms, hands, ears, or legs. They may not be able to walk or have some speech impediment. Mules are people who slandered the Triple Jewel. After they commit this offense, they fall into the hells, where they spend 2 million years of hellish retribution, after which they are born into the realms of the animals, possibly as a horse, cow, sheep, chicken, or dog. After 2 million years among the animals, they may be reborn as humans, but they will be disabled. Either they will be without eyes, therefore blind, without ears, therefore deaf, or perhaps without tongues, or even with tongues, but yet they cannot speak. In general, they will be disabled and ugly. They undergo this kind of suffering and fall into the relentless hells after death. Such is the retribution of slandering the Triple Jewel in lives past. And do not venerate sutras. Sutras must be treated with respect, for, as it says in the Diamond Sutra, wherever the sutra is, there is a Buddha. Sutras are the Dharma body of the Buddha, toward which we must be very respectful. Places where sutras are said must be organized and clean and without acts of defilement. They should always be stored above other books. Also, make sure that Buddhist sutras are on the side where they lay our head in a room and not on the side where they lay our feet. Our beds are unclean, so sutras must not be placed there. If you do not show the same respect for sutras that you show the Buddha, you are slandering and harming the Triple Jewel. The retribution for not respecting sutras is the same. One falls into the relentless hell, where for thousands of billions of aeons they will seek escape in vain. It would be impossible to exit the hells despite such a long duration. Remember this section of the sutra, especially it is very important. Buddhists must be respectful of the Triple Jewel and sutras must not shed the Buddha's blood. Sutra, beings who usurp or damage the property of the eternal dwelling, who defile bhikshus or bhikshunis, who commit sexual acts within the Sangharama, or who kill or harm beings there, will fall into the relentless hell where for thousands of billions of aeons they will seek escape in vain. Commentary: beings who usurp or damage the property of the eternally dwelling. Eternally dwelling is the way place. There are four kinds of eternally dwelling: the permanent eternally dwelling, the eternally dwelling of the 10 directions, the current eternally dwelling, and the current eternally dwelling of the 10 directions. 1. The permanent eternally dwelling. This way place is fixed and continuous, within which monastics permanently reside. A way place is where the Sangha lives. To usurp and destroy the eternally dwelling is to make use of the food, drink, and goods of those permanently dwelling in the temples, without offering compensation. Lay people who live in a temple must donate to a temple. If you live in a temple even for a few days and do not offer a monetary contribution, you usurp the goods of those permanently dwelling there. This offense will certainly send you to the hells. You should regard living in a temple as being similar to living anywhere else. You should pay for living expenses that approximate the amount of living elsewhere. Thus, avoid stealing from those permanently dwelling there. I tell my refuge disciples to make sure they never commit this offense, but always help the way place. If you cannot augment the resources of a place, you should at least make sure that you do not deplete them. People who do not understand any Buddhist principles think they are getting a bargain by living in a temple for free. This may be fine if you do not understand how to act properly, but if you understand the Buddha Dharma and still behave that way, it is quite another. This principle holds true not only for lay people, but for those who have left home life as well. Anywhere I go to stay long-term as a monk, I will pay half of the estimated cost for spending the night at a nearby hotel. E.g., I pay $3 for an approximate charge of $5. Wherever I go, I do this unless I have absolutely nothing, then that is okay. If I do have something, I will not usurp or damage the property of the eternally dwelling. Since the eternally dwelling is like the great earth where a great assembly may live, we must take care not to drain the supplies, such as depleting the food supply, so that deprive others of it. That would be an offense. If I alone starve to death, that will be no problem, but I cannot deprive the assembly of its food. The eternally dwelling monastics must have food and offerings, unlike my little disciple who can do without. Food is like the sky overhead, we need it. So we hurt the eternally dwelling if we leave nothing for them. With this attitude, you will not commit a grave offense in this area. For those of us who have studied the Buddha Dharma, we need to make a donation to the temple. Even if it's a little less than the payment at other places, at least you have done your best. You give none and then run away is to usurp or damage the property of the eternally dwelling. 2. The eternally dwelling of the 10 directions. It is a place where any member of the Sangha from any place may stay. 3. The current eternally dwelling. The people who are currently living here are referred to as the current eternally dwelling. 4. The current eternally dwelling of the 10 directions. This refers to the actual property left by deceased Sangha members, which may be divided among the Sangha members of the 10 directions. The difference is that goods of the current eternally dwelling are only available to those living here temporarily. Those who come afterwards do not have a share, whereas that of the current eternally dwelling of the 10 directions is available to all, those who come earlier and later. Who define bhikshus or bhikshunis, some brutes, haras, and rape nuns? They commit offenses. Who commit sexual acts within the Saharama? The Sangharama is a still pure place. In other words, any Bodhi mandala or temple. No one should be indulgent or unruly by engaging in sexual activity at any Sangharama or any place where there is a Buddha image. A man who suffered from a genital ulcer once asked Mahamaudgalyayana the origin of his disease and was told, "In your past life, you wantonly engaged in sexual activity in the Sangharama. Having committed this offense, your male genital often festers with sores." Although he was speaking to a man, the principle is the same for women. Anyone who violates this rule will in the future be born in the house. After being in the house, they will be reborn and their genitals will often grow ulcers. These diseases are incurable. The cause and effect of these causes and conditions must be believed. If you do not believe in the future, you will undergo the retribution. All who kill or harm beings there, those who murder or hurt the victim of an unsuccessful rape attempt, will fall into the relentless hell, where for thousands of billions of aeons they will seek escape in vain. Some people discover that the more they study Buddhism, the more inconvenient things become. The more they practice, the less freedom they enjoy. When you do not study the Buddha Dharma, constraints come later. Now, however, constraints occur in the present. We increase our good rules when we study the Buddha Dharma now. We increase our karmic obstructions when we do not study the Buddha Dharma. Constraints associated with those are forever. When you study Buddhism, you may be limited for a while, but this restraint is relatively short-lived. If you do not want perpetual freedom, you do not need to study Buddhism. If you want freedom in the future, you may want to accept a little less freedom in the meantime. The restraints of studying the Buddha Dharma are short-term by comparison, and if you refuse to do so, your restraints will be lasting. Weigh the odds for yourself. Sutra. Beings who seem to be Shramanas but in their minds are not Shramanas, who destroy the things of the eternally dwelling, who deceive lay people, who go against the precepts, and who commit many other evil deeds, will fall into the relentless hell, where for thousands of billions of aeons they will seek escape in vain. Commentary. There are four kinds of Shramana. The Shramana of the way of sages, the Shramana who speaks of the way, the Shramana who lives the way, the Shramana who defies the way. The first of these refers to the Buddhas and great Bodhisattvas. The second applies to those who explain sutras and preach the Dharma, particularly greatly virtuous monks and arhats who, having borne testimony to the fruition, spend their lives expounding it. The third kind, the Shramana who lives the way, takes cultivation of the way as his very life. The fourth kind, who are discussed the sutra passage cited here, are Shramanas who define the way. Although the word Shramana has four meanings, it can also be explained with three meanings, which are not three at all but really two, and these two in turn are really just one, which is to say Shramana. Ah, how amazing is this Buddha Dharma! The one meaning is simply Shramana, and that means diligent and cease. Diligent refers to Shramanas who are not lazy, and cease refers to those who are. So you see, Shramana has two meanings. One points to laziness, the other to vigor. The lazy one says to the diligent, "Don't bother working, relax and take it easy." The diligent one replies, "Don't be so lazy, follow me and cultivate the way." Since there are two sides, there is a battle to see which one will win. The one with greater strength will pull the other over. If the power of the diligent is greater, the lazy side loses. If the power of the lazy is greater, the diligent side losses. So these are the two meanings of the word shramana, being diligent and ceasing. But I also said that this word has three meanings. How? There are three aspects to both diligence and ceasing. The threefold aspect of the former is the energetic cultivation of morality, samadhi, and wisdom. The threefold aspect of the latter is the putting to rest of greed, hatred, and delusion. Morality is the abstinence from evil and carrying out good acts. It means to stop one's own evil conduct and guard against future mistakes. The guides to morality are the precepts. How many moral precepts are there? There are the 5 precepts: abstention from killing, stealing, sexual misconduct, false speech, and intoxicants. In addition to this, there are the 8 precepts, the 10 precepts of Ashramanura, the 250 precepts of the bhikshus, and the Bodhisattva precepts, which consist of 10 major and 48 minor ones. There are also the 348 precepts of the bhikshunis. Some people say that bhikshunis have 500 precepts. Let's not worry too much about this. These days, most receive the 348. Samadhi is developed by meditation. It must be cultivated. Without cultivation, samadhi cannot be gotten. Why do people meditate? To meditate is to cultivate samadhi little by little. When you first begin to meditate, you have no samadhi, and your thoughts run off to the heavens and the hells, to the Buddhas and to the Bodhisattvas. In fact, your mind wanders all over the realm of horses, cows, sheep, chickens, dogs, and pigs. You see, your mind does not need a boarding pass. It freely roams in the heavens and hells. It roams about due to a lack of samadhi. We are cultivating now to prevent our minds from running all over, from going east and west and up and down. Someone is thinking, why bother cultivating concentration? Compare it to dancing. You prance and leap about, and it's much more interesting than just sitting there like a stick of wood. What are the advantages of samadhi anyway? It seems so rigid. Basically, it has no advantages. Then why bother with it, you ask? If you wish to reveal your inherent wisdom, you must first of all cultivate samadhi. For if you are not able to concentrate, your thoughts will be scattered about, and you will never manifest any wisdom. Wisdom comes from samadhi. If you want to be released from delusion, cultivate samadhi. Now let me introduce someone who said that when meditating he felt as if he were on the edge of a great precipice, on the edge of a very deep abyss, and was frightened. This is one of the initial indicators of your wanting to develop samadhi. Here one must be particularly fearless. I will take this opportunity today to talk about it. Didn't I mention this before? If you are meditating and you feel that there is a great slab of iron suspended above your head on the verge of breaking loose, or if you feel a bomb is about to go off, do not be affected by it, because if you are, it will be quite easy to enter the realm of the demons. If you become attached to such signs, the atomic bomb you feel over your head may very well go off. If, on the other hand, you pay no attention to them, demons cannot come near you, and in fact, they will have to run away. The mental state in which a huge crevasse appears while you are in meditation represents your karmic obstacles, which are heavier and deeper than the 10,000-foot abyss. Now you know how heavy your karmic obstacles are. It should urge you to cultivate, but do not be fearful. Sometimes when you are meditating, you may feel blissful freedom, which is so joyful that you forget everything else. This is a state, this is a test of dhyana. the most blissful experience in the world of form, which far surpasses connubial pleasures or pleasures from taking intoxicants. It is a state that cannot be described. It is said that only the one who drinks the tea knows whether it is cold or hot. The same is true of the flavor of dhyana. If you have experienced this state, you know what it is like. You can tell what stage or level someone as soon as they describe it. One of my disciples, for example, is about to reach the ground dry from living birds. One of the 4 dhyanas. This is actually quite common and can occur to anyone who cultivates sincerely. That kind of bliss cannot be compared to, and at this point, one is on the verge of leaving afflictions and obtaining bliss. This stage is one form of samadhi. What is the function of wisdom? Someone with wisdom will not go down the wrong road. You are confused because you turn your back on enlightenment and unite with the dust. You mistake suffering for happiness because you are ignorant. One must diligently cultivate morality, samadhi, and wisdom. We do not need to listen to too many sutra lectures. Just this one, just this word, diligence, is enough for us to draw upon endlessly. Diligently cultivate morality, diligently cultivate samadhi, diligently cultivate wisdom. We must cultivate, otherwise we do not acquire these. Listen to your master. Also, we must put to rest greed, hatred, and delusion. Did I not say resting is laziness? Laziness is about stopping and resting, but this resting is about putting greed, hatred, and delusion to rest. When greed rests, you are not eager for any materialistic pleasures and others. When hatred rests, you do not get angry. Donate your anger. To whom? To me, to your master. A master needs huge fiery tempers that scare the disciples. The disciples are not afraid of a master as soft as cotton, hence they do not cultivate being lazy. The above are the various meanings on how Shramanas should diligently cultivate precepts, samadhi, and wisdom, put to rest greed, hatred, and delusion. There are beings who seem to be Shramanas, but in their minds are not Shramanas. Although they are Samanas in name, they are not Shramanas in their hearts. Not only do they not cultivate morality, samadhi, and wisdom, they do not end greed, hatred, and delusion. They claim more greed, hatred, and delusion are better, and best of all, forget about morality, samadhi, and wisdom. They pretend to be Shramanas. This type of Shramanas does not practice compassion or patience, the 6 perfections of all the Myriad practices. They purposely avoid doing things that Shramanas do. What do? Destroy the things of the eternally dwelling. Items belonging to the triple joy, even small ones, cannot be wasted or casually ruined. Even though it is only a piece of paper added up and one turns into many, even if you damage just a sheet of paper, you destroy the things of the eternally dwelling. There is a saying, do not take even a blade of grass or a splinter of wood without permission. Taking without permission is stealing. We cannot use other people's things without letting the owner know. Otherwise, that would be a theft, a violation of the precept against stealing. If a simple thing as needle and thread is given to you as an offering, it may not be used carelessly and most certainly may not be given away. Even monastics cannot give away goods belonging to the temple to others. You may give away your personal belongings, such as an article of used clothing. Community items, however, even something as minute as a piece of thread, cannot be casually given away to win friends. It is a mistake to gain personal favors so that people will feel obliged to aid and support you. Monastics must pay particular attention to this. Destroying the things of the eternally dwelling does not refer only to a large quantity of items, but merely giving away a sheet of paper, a piece of thread, or even a grain of rice based on emotion. Even monastics do not have the right to give away community items, even if it is just a stick of incense. Those who constantly deceive and lie to lay people, who go against or violate the precepts, such as the 5 precepts, the 10 precepts, the 10 major, and the 48 minor precepts, or the 250 precepts, and who commit many other, not just one, unimaginable evil deeds, will fall into the relentless hell, where for thousands of billions of ants they will seek escape in vain. Sutra. Beings who steal the wealth of property of the eternally dwelling, including its grains, food and drink and clothing, or who take anything at all that was not given to them, will fall into the relentless hell, where for thousands of billions of ants they will seek escape in vain. Commentary. If there were beings who steal the wealth and property of the eternally dwelling, what items belonging to the temple do they steal? Money, grains, food, or clothing? Once a great Bodhisattva who made the vow, if there are people who committed the 5 severe, the 4 heavy, and the 10 evil deeds, I can save them. However, if they steal from the eternally dwelling, whether it be a blade of grass or a splinter of wood, I cannot save them because it is impossible. I can save those who have killed as many as 84,000 of their parents or committed some such heavy offense. I can save them. Using the power of my vow, I will save them from the hells. However, if they steal food, monetary goods, or even just a grain of rice from a temple, I cannot and will not save them. A bodhisattva made such a vow. So, stealing from the eternally dwelling is the gravest offense. As Buddhists, we must be very clear on this point. Without the permission from the monastery, do not take anything, be it valuables, grains, or food. If you do so, you will fall into the relentless hell, where for thousands of billions of ants you will seek escape in vain. Sutra, Earth Store, continued. Worthy Mother, beings who commit such offenses will fall into the 5-fold relentless hell, where they will constantly seek temporary relief from their suffering, but will never receive even a moment's relief. Commentary. Earth Store Bodhisattva continued. Worthy Mother, or Lady Maya, beings who commit such offenses will fall into the 5-fold relentless hell, 5 kinds of relentless hells, where they will constantly seek temporary relief from their suffering, but will never receive even a moment's relief. Sutra. Lady Maya further asked Earth Store Bodhisattva, why is that hell called relentless? Earth Store replied, Worthy Mother, all the hells are within the great Iron Ring Mountain. The 18 great hells and the 500 subsequent ones each have their own names. There are hundreds of thousands more that also have their own names. The relentless hell is found within a city of hells that encompasses more than 80,000 square miles. That city is made entirely of iron. An unbroken mass of fire extends for 10,000 miles above the city. Within the city are many interconnected hells, each with a different name. Commentary. Shakyamuni Buddha's mother, Lady Maya, further asked Earth Store Bodhisattva, why is that hell called relentless? To Shakyamuni Buddha's mother, Earth Store Bodhisattva replied, "Worthy mother, all the hells are within the great Iron Ring Mountain. The 18 great hells are the largest, and the 500 subsequent ones each have their own names. Each name is unique. There are hundreds of thousands more that also have their own and different names. What is the relentless hell? The relentless hell is found within a city of hells that encompasses more than 18,000 square miles. That city is made entirely of iron. An unbroken mass of fire extends for 10,000 miles above the city. The fire that extends above the relentless hell shoots from the west side of the city wall to the east side, and from east side to the west side. Balls of fire also shoot from the south side of the city wall to the north side, and from north to south. This hell is full of fire and evil beasts everywhere that there is hardly any empty space. Within the city are many interconnected hells, each with a different name." Sutra. There is just one hell called relentless. Its circumference is 18,000 miles. The wall of that hell is 1,000 miles high, totally made of iron, and covered with a fire burning downward that is met by a fire burning upward. Iron snakes and dogs spewing fire rays back and forth along the top of that wall. Commentary. There is just one hell called relentless. Its hell is named relentless because the sufferings there are incessant. Who are the souls suffering in the hells? Those who committed offenses. Typically, someone dies without being too consciousness of the pain. For example, someone is burned to death at once in a fire, or someone dies at once from the slash of a knife. Once they are dead, they do not notice any pain. In the hells, however, do beings notice their pain after death? They do not, but after they die once, they are born again, then die and are reborn repeatedly. How do they come to life again? There are two kinds of wind in the hells. What are they? One is putrid and the other is fragrant. Both are known as clever breezes, which strangely enough blow and revive the dead. Those resurrected by the putrid wind are born again but ugly in appearance. Those resurrected by the fragrant wind are good-looking. Most of those who are revived by the putrid wind continue to suffer, while those destined for the heavens are revived by the fragrant one. The fragrant breeze makes beings beautiful. In contrast, the putrid wind blows over and beings causes them to be ugly like asuras. As I described it earlier, all their facial features bunch together as tightly as if they were in one company. Is that not ugly? Revival by the putrid wind occurs instantly, and there is not the slightest interruption in the suffering. Its circumference of this large city is 18,000 miles. The wall of that hell is 1,000 miles high. Because the wall of that hell is 1,000 miles high, all sunlight is blocked. It is dark in the hells except fires cast enough light to see by. The fires are the fires of karma, which roast and sear the skin, burning people as they suffer intolerable pain. Think about it. What would you do if you have to go there? No one is ever at ease in such a place. The 1,000-mile high wall is totally made of iron, solid iron. Iron is symbolic of the firm and cold karmic obstacles that send us to the hells. Living beings' karmic retribution is so solid that when they get to that place, their hearts turn stone cold. They resolve any wish to accomplish for fame or profit. In such a place, there is only suffering. They experience no other thought. If you were there, a slap on the face would be much preferred over being burned by fire. Someone kicking you would be preferred over the pain of being beaten by a dog. You would be content then. And the city is covered with a fire burning downward and is met by a fire burning upward. Iron snakes and dogs. At every one of the four corners of this 100-mile-high city is a dog 800 miles tall. Each dog has 8 heads, each of which has 8 bull-like horns, making a total of 64 horns. As the heads turn about, the horns become wheels of fire and knives, so that wherever one goes, whenever one goes, one is slicing about and doing damage. Has anyone seen this kind of monster, a horned dog? What do you think of these animals? Go ahead and take a look if you wish, but let me tell you, you will never come back. There is no returning and no leaving that place. Going there is not like going to the movies. When you go to the movies, you can always walk out. But when you go to the house, there is no home to return to and no such freedom of choice. Not only do these dogs and snakes bite, they also spew fire. They have fires that burn their bodies, which make them smell so noxiously that anyone who smells it will vomit their very guts. This is not a pleasant feeling. You don't have to go there and look. Just imagine it and you know it is uncomfortable. These iron snakes and dogs race back and forth along the top of that hell's wall. Sutra. In that hell, there is a bed that extends for 10,000 miles. One person undergoing punishment sees his or her own body covering the entire bed. When hundreds of thousands of people undergo punishment simultaneously, each still sees his or her own body covering the bed. That is how retributions are undergone by those with the same karma. Commentary. In that hell, there is a bed that is not for beings there to sleep, but to make offenders suffer. The size of this bed extends for 10,000 miles. One person undergoing punishment sees his or her own body covering the entire bed. When hundreds of thousands of people undergo punishment simultaneously, each still sees his or her own body covering the bed. That is how retributions are undergone by those with the same karma. These punishments are a result of bad karma. Sutra. What is more, their offenders undergo extreme suffering. Hundreds of thousands of yakshas and other evil ghosts display fangs like swords and eyes like lightning as they pull and drag the offenders with their brass-clawed hands. Other yakshas wield huge iron halberds that they use to pierce the offenders' mouths and noses or stab their bellies and backs. They toss the offenders into the air and then catch them by skewering them with their halberds, or they let them drop onto the bed. Iron eagles pecked at the offenders' eyes, and iron serpents wrap around their necks. Long nails are driven into all their limbs. Their tongues are pulled out, stretched, and then blown through. Their internal organs are gouged out, sliced, and minced. Molten copper is poured into their mouths, and their bodies are bound with hot iron. Responses to their karma go on like that throughout hundreds of thousands of deaths and rebirths. They pass through hundreds of millions of ants seeking escape in vain. Whether we are reciting a sutra, the Buddha's name, or a mantra, we use energy. How should we use this energy? This energy must originate from the Dantian and return to the Dantian. Dantian lies inside the navel. The energy originated from the Dantian is adequate, so one ought not to overtly exert it. One shouldn't underexert either, but rather it should be done in a regular fashion as not to hurt it. Energy originating from Dantian, the fundamental source, is continuous and inexhaustible. However, if you do not know how to use it, you may injure your energy or even cut it off. Be aware of this point. If you know how to utilize it, whether writing or doing anything, then you do things with one fell swoop, an indication of your mastery. What is more, there are many offenders who undergo the various kinds of extreme suffering in their health. Hundreds of thousands of yakshas are spitting ghosts and evil ones. There are many kinds of yakshas, such as the flying yakshas and the ground traveling yakshas and other evil ghosts. Evil ghosts are just yakshas and yakshas are just evil ghosts. Among the various kinds of yakshas, this particular type of evil ghosts referred to the ground traveling yakshas. They display fangs like swords. Their mouths are like caverns of blood, their teeth like blades, and eyes are lightning as they pull and drag the offenders with their brass-clawed hands. Their eyes shine like lightning, and their hands are made of brass, or as strong as brass. These ghosts pick offenders up and toss them about with their enormous strength, throw them perhaps several yards, perhaps 100. Beings there have to go where these ghosts order. Other yakshas wield huge iron halberds that they use to pierce the offenders' bodies, mouths and noses, or stab their bellies and backs. They toss the offenders into the air and then catch them by skewering them with the halberds, or they let them drop onto the bed, not let them sleep, but poke and pierce them with these iron halberds. Iron eagles peck at the offender's eyes and crack open the skulls to eat the brains. And one type of iron serpents in particular that wrap around their necks. Long nails are driven into all their limbs and joints. Their tongues are pulled out, stretched, and then blowed through. Don't lie or engage in gossip, regardless of how others treat us. We refuse to critique others, for if we do, we will enter this hell, and our tongue will be plucked or blowed through like a field. Their internal organs are gouged out, sliced, and minced. Molten copper is poured into their mouths, and their bodies are bound with hot iron. Responses to their karma go on like that throughout at least hundreds of thousands of deaths and rebirths. They undergo 10,000 deaths and as many births in a single day. They pass through hundreds of millions of ants seeking escape in vain. It is difficult to leave this hell. Sutra. When this world is destroyed, they find themselves in another world. When that world is destroyed, they pass on to another one. When that world too is destroyed, they move on to another one. When this world comes into being again, they return here. The situation involving relentless retribution for offenses is like that. Moreover, 5 karmic responses account for the name relentless. What are the 5? First, it is said to be relentless because punishment is undergone day and night throughout many aeons without ceasing for a moment. Second, it is said to be relentless because one person feels it in the same way that many people feel it. Third, it is said to be relentless because repeated punishments continue without cease throughout years that stretch into najutas of ends. Those punishments are inflicted by instruments of torture such as forks and clubs, or by eagles, serpents, wolves, and dogs, or by pounding, grinding, sawing, drilling, chiseling, cutting, and chopping, or by boiling liquids, iron nets, iron ropes, iron asses, and iron horses, or by rawhide stripes bound around one's head and molten iron put over one's body, or by meals of iron pellets and drinks of molten iron. Fourth, it is said to be relentless because all beings undergo karmic responses based on the offenses that they have committed, whether they be men, women, savages, old, young, honorable, or lowly, whether they be dragons, spirits, gods, or ghosts. Fifth, it is said to be relentless because offenders continually undergo 10,000 deaths and as many rebirths each day and night from the moment they first enter this hell and on through hundreds of thousands of aeons. During that time, they seek even a moment's relief, but it never comes. Only when their karma is exhausted can they leave the hell and be born elsewhere. Earth Store Bodhisattva said to the worthy mother, "That is a brief description of the relentless hell. If I were to speak extensively about the names of all the implements of punishment in the hell and all the sufferings there, I could not finish speaking in an entire aeon." After hearing that, Lady Maya placed her palms together sorrowfully, made obeisance, and withdrew. Commentary. Right now, the average lifespan of a human being is a bit over 60 years. This, of course, it is just an average, which does not consider the exceptions, those who live to be 100 or those who die at the age of 1 or 2. Neither one is an average for most people. When Shakyamuni Buddha was in the world, the average lifespan was 70 to 80 years. Now it is 60 to 70 years. At the beginning, the human lifespan is 84,000 years. Every century, the human lifespan decreases by 1 year, and man's height diminishes by an inch. When the lifespan decreases to 10 years, it will turn and again begin to increase until it reaches 84,000 years. The period during which the lifespan diminishes is called a decreasing aeon. The period in which it lengthens is called an increasing aeon. One cycle of an increasing aeon and a decreasing aeon is called a kampa, and 1,000 of these constitute a small kampa. 20 small kampas make a median kampa, and 4 median kampas constitute one great kampa. Each of the 4 median kampas consists of the stages of forming, abiding, decaying, and emptiness. Each stage lasts 1 median kampa, which is equivalent to 20 small kampas. This world in which we live has its times of forming, abiding, decaying, and emptiness. Every world decays. Places that were dry land several thousand years ago are now submerged and no longer exist. Earthquakes eradicate entire villages, districts, or even countries. That is what is meant by when this world is destroyed, they find themselves in another world. It is not the case when this world ends, one's karma in the house is exhausted. Far from it. One simply moves to house in another world where the deeds done with the body find retribution. When that world is destroyed according to the stages in sequence, they pass on to another one. When that world too is destroyed, they move on to another one. In general, they move out of places that are destroyed and move on to places that are intact. When this world comes into being again, they return here. The situation involving relentless retribution for offenses is like that. This is what is meant by relentless. The retribution for offenses is continuous and never quits. Moreover, 5 karmic responses account for the name relentless. This hell is called relentless, or avisi in Sanskrit, because of the 5 events that occur due to the power of karma. What are the 5 relentless aspects? First, it is said to be relentless because punishment is undergone day and night throughout many or countless aeons without ceasing for a moment. There is no respite from the bitter retribution received due to one's own karmic creation. Second, it is said to be relentless because one person feels it in the same way that many people feel it. One person in this hell is as full as many people in it. Third, it is said to be relentless because repeated punishments continue without cease throughout years that stretch into limitless najutas of ends. Those punishments are inflicted by instruments of torture such as forks and clubs. The body is both the tool for creating the karma and the tool for receiving the retribution, or by eagles, serpents, wolves, and dogs, or by pounding, such as grate someone in a rice mill, grinding, sawing, drilling, chiseling someone's bone marrow with iron, cutting and chopping someone's bones to pieces, or by boiling someone in pot of oily liquids. Is that not miserable? Such as the iron nails, iron ropes, iron asses, iron horses, or by rawhide stripes bound around one's head and molten iron poured over one's body, or by meals of iron pellets when someone is hungry and drinks of molten iron when someone is thirsty for tea or water. Fourth, it is said to be relentless because all beings undergo karmic responses based on the offenses that they have committed, whether they be men, women, savages. Savages refer to tribes in peripheral regions, such as the barbarous people in various parts of China. In southern China, there were the southern barbarians. For example, mention said to Su Xing, a native of Chu. He is a southern barbarian with a tongue like a bird's, which is not in the heritage of kings. He talks the way a bird chirps. You have no idea what he is saying. In historical China, people in Shandong, East Mountain, Shanshi, West Mountain, Henan, Southern River, and Hebei, Northern River, all spoke Mandarin. People south of Hunan, Southern Lake, were called Southern barbarians because they could not be understood by Mandarin speakers. We do not need to mention English because the Chinese did not even understand each other then. Hence, Southerners were called barbarians. The West and China have not established exchanges or communication then. The word for barbarian contains the word insect because the Southerners were considered snake-like. People in Western China were called Chuan, canine. The Easterners were called Yi and Northerners Di, which both contain the radical canine in it. Basically, they were seen as transformed from dogs. The Chinese character for the Chang people has the radical goat on top. That is to say, they were also transformed from animals. There was also the Hu people, whether old, young, honorable, or lowly. At what age is considered old or young? Usually 80 or above is considered old age, and 10 years old of age is a child. The honorable may be kings and the lowly may be ordinary citizens, whether they be dragons, spirits, gods, or ghosts. All of them equally receive the retribution they deserve, making this the relentless hell. Fifth, it is said to be relentless because offenders continually undergo 10,000 deaths and as many rebirths each day and night from the moment they first enter this hell and on through hundreds of thousands of aeons. When one dies, the clever breeze revives the offender, but only for him to suffer and die again. Thus it is said, myriad deaths and myriad births continuously without cease. During that time, they seek even a moment's relief, but it never comes. There is no respite for even as long a time as a thought. Only when their karma is exhausted can they leave the hell and be born elsewhere. When will such incessant suffering stop? When one's karmic obstructions end. Hence, this is the relentless hell. Earth Store Bodhisattva said to the worthy mother, Lady Maya, that is a brief description of the relentless hell. If I were to speak extensively about the names of all the implements of punishment in the hells and all the sufferings there in detail, I could not finish speaking in an entire end, even if I want to. After hearing that, Lady Maya, Shakyamuni Buddha's mother, placed her palms together and extremely sorrowfully made up karmic retributions of beings in Jambudvipa. Chapter 4. Commentary. Jambudvipa is our southern continent of Jambudvipa. All living beings undergo retribution for whatever karma they created. Having sowed good causes, they reap good fruits. Having sowed evil causes, they reap evil fruits. These are karmic retributions. Sutra. At that time, Earth Store Bodhisattva said to the Buddha, Wound Honored One, because I receive the awesome spiritual strength of the Buddha, first come one, I am able to divide my body and rescue beings who are undergoing karmic retributions everywhere in billions of worlds. If it were not for the great compassionate strength of the first come one, I would be unable to manifest such changes and transformations. Now the World Honored One has entrusted me with rescuing and liberating living beings in the six paths until Ajita becomes a Buddha. I accept the entrustment, World Honored One. Please have no further concern. Commentary. At that time, Earth Store, the great Bodhisattva, said to the Buddha, World Honored One, because I receive the awesome spiritual strength of the Buddha, thus come one, I am able to divide my body to teach beings and rescue all beings who give rise to delusion, create karma, and who are undergoing karmic retributions everywhere in billions of worlds. Earth Store Bodhisattva did not say, I have great spiritual powers, I have great wisdom, I have unobstructed eloquence. He says that he is able to pervade billions and billions of worlds by relying on the power of the Buddha's awesome virtues and spiritual penetrations. If it were not for the great compassion strength of the first come one, I would be unable to manifest such terrific changes and transformations, such as teaching beings in billions and billions of division bodies. He changes roles or identities. He transforms something out of nothing all of a sudden. Now the World Honored One has entrusted me with rescuing and liberating beings in the six paths of gods, humans, hells, hungry ghosts, animals, and asuras, until Ajita becomes a Buddha. Does anyone know who Ajita is? You may not know Ajita, but you might have heard of Maitreya. Which Bodhisattva is Ajita? He is Maitreya Bodhisattva. Maitreya Bodhisattva's name means incomparably victorious. He can overcome everything. No one can defeat him. His name means something so powerful. It is no wonder no one can defeat him, since he smiles all day long and never gets angry. He enjoys wisdom that overcomes everything, hence his name, incomparably victorious. Ajita also means the Kite Clan. I accept the entrustment. I agree to do this now. World Honored One, please have no further concern. Do not worry. Sutra. Then the Buddha told Earth Store Bodhisattva, Beings who have not yet obtained liberation have unfixed natures and consciousnesses. Their bad habits bring bad karma. Their good habits bring rewards. Reacting to situations by committing good or evil deeds causes them to turn in the five paths without a moment's rest. Throughout ends as numerous as the most, they remain confused, deluded, unobstructed, and afflicted by difficulties. They are like fish swimming through waters laced with nets. They may slip through and keep their freedom temporarily, but sooner or later they will be caught. I am concerned about such beings, but since you keep making extensive vows repeatedly throughout successive ends to take such offenders across, what further worries need I have? Commentary. Then the Buddha Shakyamuni told Earth Store Bodhisattva, all beings who are still on the wheel of rebirth have not yet obtained liberation. They have unfixed natures and consciousnesses. They may have wanted to study the Buddha Dharma originally, but once they do, they change their goal, which means they are unfixed in natures and consciousnesses. Their bad habits bring bad karma. Their good habits bring rewards. Reacting to situations by committing good or evil deeds causes them to turn into the five paths of hell beings, hungry ghosts, animals, asuras, and humans without a moment's rest. They become born according to their states and as they pursue states. For instance, encountering good friends who speak the Buddha Dharma for us, we go and do good deeds. Or we encounter corrupt friends who tell us to indulge in dissipation or to be mean. Hearing them often enough, we will act on it and possibly become like them. For instance, we gradually develop the habits of being diligent and frugal when we are with such people. Diligent and frugal people, after being with lazy people for some time, will be affected and become lazy. One takes on the color of one's company without realizing it. We turn red when we are around the same color with the color black. For example, without realizing it, we make our hands black when we write with dark ink. Washed with brown dye, we turn brown. We are yellow when we are dyed yellow. In the words of this sutra, this is called reacting to situations by committing good or evil deeds. People who do not drink will start drinking for some reason when they are always with friends who drink. Draw near druggies, and eventually they will turn into druggies. This is why we must be especially careful about making friends. Furthermore, people must listen to friends' advice. There are good friends and bad friends actually. We must believe everything that good friends tell us. We must dismiss everything that bad friends tell us. Reacting to situations by committing good or evil deeds is the same idea. Throughout ends as numerous as the most, they remain confused, deluded, obstructed, and afflicted by difficulties. Due to one action, they undergo as many ends as most of dust in an environment fraught with confusion and karmic obstructions. What is this like? The sutra explains it aptly. They are like fish swimming through waters laced with nets. They may slip through and keep their freedom temporarily, but sooner or later they will be caught again by fishermen. I am concerned about such beings. This type of people I am worried because, you see, Shakyamuni Buddha is said that we cannot get out of this dangerous and not at all fun fish net. So this is cause for concern for Shakyamuni Buddha. We should not worry. As long as we concentrate on studying the Buddha Dharma, things will work out. But since you keep making extensive vows, Shakyamuni Buddha addresses Earth Store Bodhisattva, saying, since you will fulfill the vows you made in the past, repeatedly throughout successive aeons to take such offenders across, what further worries need I have? What is there for me to be sad about? I do not have anything to be concerned about. I can rest assured. Okay, go and do it. Shakyamuni Buddha heard Earth Store Bodhisattva tell him this. He responds by declaring that I will not worry anymore. Sutra. After that was said, a Bodhisattva Mahasattva in the assembly named Samadhi Self-Mastery King said to the Buddha, World Honored One, what vows has Earth Store Bodhisattva made during so many successive aeons that now cause him to receive the World Honored One's special praise? We hope the World Honored One will tell us about this. Then the World Honored One replied to Samadhi Self-Mastery King, listen attentively, and reflect well on the examples I am about to give you. Commentary. After that was said, Bodhisattva Mahasattva, great Bodhisattva too, in the assembly named Samadhi Self-Mastery King, who got his name because he reached self-mastery by cultivating samadhi. Not only did he reach a sense of ease, but the king among different types of ease. He said to the Buddha, World Honored One, what vows has Earth Store Bodhisattva made during so many successive aeons that now cause him to receive the World Honored One's compassionate, earnest, and special praise? We hope the World Honored One will tell us about this briefly. Then the World Honored One at that time, Shakyamuni Buddha, replied to Samadhi Self-Mastery King, listen attentively, and reflect well on and remember the examples and detailed explanations I am about to give you. Sutra. One time, limitless asankhya of nayutas of inexpressible aeons ago, a Buddha named All Knowledge Accomplished first come one worthy of offerings, one of proper and pervasive knowledge, one perfect in clarity and conduct, well gone one, unsurpassed knight, who understands the world, taming and subduing hero, teacher of gods and people, Buddha, World Honored One, appeared in the world. That Buddha's lifespan was 60,000 aeons. Commentary. One time. How far back in time? Limitless asankhya of nayutas. These are terms for aeons and large figures. Of inexpressible aeons ago, a Buddha named All Knowledge Accomplished First Come One appeared in the world. There are three types of knowledge: all wisdom, wisdom of various dharmas, and almost of wisdom. All wisdom includes the other two types of wisdom and is what is realized by the First Come One. First Come One is one of the 10 titles of the Buddha. One lay person asked me, are First Come One Buddha and Amitabha Buddha different? Actually, Amitabha First Come One, Shakyamuni Buddha First Come One, Medicine Master First Come One, all have First Come One as part of their name. Just because one Buddha is named First Come One, it does not mean another Buddha cannot have the name First Come One. The Buddha has 10 titles. We may have a formal name that our elders call us by, then an informal name that our peers call us by. Lansra is a little that is heard by and wide as your reputation spreads. It symbolizes a loud sound. First Come One is one of the Buddha's 10 titles that are derived from formal names of virtuous individuals. First refers to not having any specific location. Come refers to manifestations and when responses and the way intertwine. These make up the name first come one. Also, first come one also means one comes from nowhere and goes nowhere. First represents the nominant in fundamental enlightenment. Come is starting of wisdom of enlightenment. The first common relates the nominant of fundamental enlightenment to the wisdom of beginning enlightenment. This is roughly what first common means. One worthy of offerings means that he deserves offerings from heavenly beings and people. There is nothing named for this, and that is the title of worthy being, a field of blessings. There are two types of fields of blessings, one that benefits oneself and another that benefits others. The one that benefits oneself is for one to study that which is true and eliminate delusion. What does that mean? It is beneficial for us when we study the truth and eliminate delusions. Once we understand, we can then go on to teach and change others so that they also reach the truth. 3. One of proper and pervasive knowledge. He is omniscient. Proper makes it different from the non-Buddhist improper. Pervasive is different from the two vehicles, non-pervasive. Adherents of the two vehicles have certified to the nominant of extreme emptiness rather than pervasiveness, which is distinct from the two vehicles. Knowledge makes it different from ordinary individuals who have no knowledge. Proper and pervasive knowledge is omniscience. There is a title to the one of proper and pervasive knowledge, which is the title of pervasively knowing the Dharma realm. What does this title mean? As the Shuragama Sutra says, why the pine is straight, why the brambles are twisted, why the goose is white, why the crow is black, understand the reasons. The Buddha understands fundamentally why the way these things are the way they are. He even knows the number of raindrops, even just one, beyond the 3,000 great thousand worlds. The Buddha received this title because he is omniscient, which is pervasively knowing the Dharma realm. One perfect in clarity and conduct. Clarity is also wisdom, while cultivation is blessings. Beings replete in both blessings and wisdom make the Buddha one perfect in clarity and conduct. There are three types of clarity embedded in this name, and what are they? Clarity there is clarity with the heavenly eye from acquiring the penetration of the heavenly eye. Clarity of past lives, one understands everything that occurred in lives past, and clarity in ending outflows. There is also a special title to one perfect in clarity and conduct, which is the title of results that show virtues at the causal level. At the level of consequences, the Buddha manifests the virtuous conduct he cultivated in the past. Well gone one who understands the world. Another title for this is wonderful proceeding towards Bodhi. This title includes wonderful proceeding because he is good at going to all the Buddha lands throughout the 10 directions. He uses provisional and clever expedients to teach and transform living beings. Unsurpassed Night is one of the Buddha's 10 titles because the Buddha has ended all delusions so that he has no more delusions of view, delusions of thought, delusions of dust motes, and others. If there are delusions left to sever still, then that would be a night who still has something to surpass. Unsurpassed Night has an alternate title too, which is the title of connecting with the false and reaching the true. The Buddha knows that everything inside and outside his body are illusory and false. Only the Buddha vehicle is true, and hence the title of connecting with the false and reaching the true. Taming and subduing hero, who metaphorically steers the carriage. In ancient times, carts are drawn by horses, with someone whipping the horses and steering the cart. Driving a car nowadays is like steering a carriage. One evening, someone said to me, "A driver is taming and subduing hero." What does this hero tame and subdue? He tames and subdues beings of the six realms so that they reach the Buddha's fruit of Bodhi. This is the greatest hero because he tames and subdues living beings so that they all become liberated from birth and death, transcending the six paths of transmigration. There is also another title to taming and subduing hero, and that is the title of gathering in and transforming so they comply with the way. He transforms living beings, saving all so that they cultivate according to this path. Teacher of gods and pupil, the Buddha is a role model for gods and pupil throughout the triple realm. He also goes by the title of speaking the Dharma according to potential. The ninth name is Buddha. Buddha is half of Sanskrit word Buddhaya. Since the Chinese prefers things simple, the word became Buddha. The Buddha also goes by the title of perfect and clear in the three enlightenments. The three types of enlightenment are self-enlightenment, enlightenment of others, and perfection in enlightening conducts. When the three types of enlightenment are perfected, one is replete with the mind-right virtues. Hence, one becomes a Buddha. The last one is world or not one. Whether in the world or beyond the world, the Buddha is respected. This name also goes by the title of being the only honored one in the triple realm. The triple realm consists of the desire realm, the form realm, and the formless realm. The Buddha is alone honored. When Shakyamuni Buddha was born, he pointed at the sky with one hand and pointed down at the earth with another hand, proclaiming, "Above and below, I alone am honored." This is why the 10th name for the Buddha is the world honored one, and an alias by the title of being the only honored one in the triple realm. There are 6 meanings to the name world honored one. 1. Self-mastery. The Buddha is most at ease. 2. Blazes like fire. 3. Proper and adorned. 4. Universal known. Everyone knows the name Buddha. Auspicious. 5. Auspiciousness. The name world honored one means auspiciousness. 6. Honored. The above explanations are simple explanations of 10 titles to the Buddha. This Buddha appeared in the world. That Buddha's lifespan was 60,000 aeons. Sutra. Before he became a monk, he was the king of a small country and was friendly with the king of a neighboring country. Both kings practiced the 10 wholesome deeds and benefited beings. Because the citizens of those 2 neighboring countries did many bad things, the 2 kings made a plan using far-reaching experience. The king vowed to quickly become a Buddha and then rescue absolutely all the other beings. The other king vowed, "I do not want to become a Buddha until I first rescue all those who are suffering for their offenses, enabling them to find peace and finally to reach Bodhi." The Buddha told the Bodhisattva Samadhi self-mastery king, "The king who vowed to quickly become a Buddha is the all-knowledge accomplished thirst come one. The king who vowed to keep saving beings who are suffering for their offenses rather than become a Buddha is the Earth Store Bodhisattva." Commentary. Before he became a monk, before all this knowledge accomplished thirst come one left the householder's life, he was the king of a small country and was friendly with the king of a neighboring country. He was friends with a neighboring country, with a neighboring king. Both kings practiced 10 wholesome deeds which are not killing, not stealing, not committing sexual misconduct, not being greedy, not being angry, not being deluded, not speaking harshly, not lying, not speaking frivolously, and not speaking divisively. They did these 10 kinds of good deeds and benefited beings, because all the citizens of those 2 neighboring countries did many bad things. The 2 kings held a discussion, thought of some ways, and made a plan, using far-reaching expedients to help their people. One king vowed to quickly become a Buddha. One of the kings made a vow that said, "I hope I will become a Buddha soon." What will he do once he becomes a Buddha soon? Once he becomes a Buddha, he will then do a good job of rescuing absolutely all the other beings who are creating evil. Without exception, all evil creating beings will be saved. The other king vowed, "I do not want to become Buddha until I first rescue all those who are suffering for their offenses, enabling them to find peace and finally to reach Bodhi. If I do not first save all beings who create evil and bear offenses so that they leave suffering and reach peace and happiness, and even to Buddhahood, I will never become a Buddha. I must save all beings before I become a Buddha. I will not become a Buddha if there is still one being who is not yet a Buddha." The Buddha told the Bodhisattva Samadhi self-mastery king, "The king who vowed to quickly become a Buddha is the third come one we just talked about. All knowledge accomplished third come one. The king who vowed to keep saving beings who are suffering for their offenses rather than become a Buddha is Earth Store Bodhisattva. Who is the king who refuses to become a Buddha if there is any being not yet a Buddha? He is Earth Store Bodhisattva, and that is a vow he made in the Sutra." Another time, limitless Asamkhya aeons ago, a Buddha named Pure Lotus Eyes Thus Come One appeared in the world. His lifespan was 40 aeons. In his Dharma image age, an arhat who had accumulated blessings from rescuing beings met a woman named Bright Eyes, who offered a meal to him once while he was teaching and transforming beings. "What is your wish?" asked the arhat. Bright Eyes replied, "On the day of my mother's death, I performed meritorious deeds to rescue her, but I do not know where my mother is now." Sympathizing with her, the arhat entered Samadhi to contemplate and saw that Bright Eyes' mother had fallen into a bad destiny where she was undergoing extreme suffering. The arhat asked Bright Eyes, "What unwholesome karma did your mother create while alive that makes her now have to undergo such a terrible suffering in a bad destiny?" Bright Eyes replied, "My mother enjoyed eating fish, turtles, and other sea creatures. She especially liked to fry or broil fish and turtle eggs. Every time she ate those, she took thousands of lives. Oh, Venerable One, please be compassionate and tell me how she can be saved." The arhat took pity on the Bright Eyes and used his skillful means. He urged Bright Eyes thus, "With sincere resolve, be mindful of Pure Lotus Eyes Thus Come One, and also make carved and painted images of him. When you do so, both the living and the dead will be rewarded." Commentary. Another time, limitless Asamkhya aeons ago, a Buddha named Pure Lotus Eyes Thus Come One appeared in the world. His lifespan was 40 aeons. In his Dharma image age, the Dharma image age after this Buddha entered Nirvana, an arhat who certified to the fruition and who had accumulated blessings to rescue beings met a woman named Bright Eyes, who offered a meal to him once while he was teaching and transforming beings. "What is your wish? What do you wish in return for your offering to me? What advantages are you hoping for?" asked the arhat. Bright Eyes replied, "On the day of my mother's death, I performed meritorious deeds to rescue her, but I do not know where my mother is now. In which realm did my mother become reborn?" Sympathizing with her, the Arhat meditated, entered Samadhi to contemplate, and saw that Bright Eyes' mother had fallen into a bad destiny, where she was undergoing extreme suffering. The Arhat saw these days and asked, "Bright Eyes, what unwholesome karma did your mother create while alive that makes her now have to undergo such terrible suffering in a bad destiny in the hells?" Bright Eyes replied, "My mother enjoyed eating fish, turtles, and other sea creatures. She did not eat only fish and turtles. What else did she eat? She especially liked to fry or broil fish and turtle eggs. She ate with an abandoned indulgence. She forgets everything else, including her life, when she has food like this in front of her. Every time she ate those, she took thousands of lives. Were we to count the number of lives she took, there would be as many as billions upon billions. Oh, Venerable One, please be compassionate and tell me how she can be saved. Please think of a way to save my mother." The Arhat took pity on Bright Eyes and used his skillful means. He urged Bright Eyes thus, "With sincere resolve, be mindful of pure lotus eyes, thus come one, and also make carved and painted images of him. When you do so, both the living and the dead will be rewarded. This way you and your mother both acquire benefits, whether those alive or passed away experiences advantages." Sutra. Bright Eyes heard that, quickly renounced everything she loved, and swiftly commissioned painted images of the Buddha. Then she made offerings before them. The reverence she felt moved her to tears, and she wept in grief as she beheld and bowed to the Buddha. Suddenly, near the end of the night, in a dream, she saw that Buddha's body, dazzling gold in color and as large as Mount Sumeru, emitting red light. He said to Bright Eyes, "Your mother will be born in your household before long, and as soon as that infant can feel hunger and cold, he will speak." Shortly thereafter, a maidservant in the house bore a son who spoke before he was 3 days old. Lowering his head and weeping, he said to Bright Eyes, "The karmic conditions we create during our lives and deaths result in retributions that we ourselves must undergo. I am your mother and have been in darkness for a long time. Since you and I parted, I have repeatedly fallen into the great hells. Upon receiving the power of your blessings, I have been reborn as a servant's child with a short lifespan. 30 years from now, I will fall into the evil paths again. Do you have some way to free me so that I can avoid them?" Commentary. Bright Eyes heard that Arhat teach her to pay respects and make offerings to pure lotus eyes thus come one. So she quickly renounced, exchanged, or sold everything she loved the way the Brahman woman sold her house, as mentioned earlier. This woman, Bright Eyes, sold everything she cherished. The most precious valuables and impossible to give up things were given away or sold. And she swiftly commissioned painted images of the Buddha on paper, silk, and other fabric. Then she made offerings of incense, flowers, lamps, candles, and fruits, and different kinds of food, clothing, and bedding before them. The most sincere reverence she felt moved her to tears, and she wept in grief as she beheld and bowed to the Buddha. Since she knew that her mother fell into one of the evil realms and is enduring the suffering of that evil realm, She sobbed out of sadness. She took a look at a Buddha image, then bowed. Suddenly, near the end of the night, in a dream, she saw that Buddha's body. It felt like a dream, though it was not a dream. Since she was extremely sincere, she experienced a state where response and the way intertwined. She saw a Buddha in her room. If the sutra were just to say that she saw a vision, it may seem too strange. So the sutra says that she saw a Buddha in a dream. The Buddha, dazzling gold in color and as large as Mount Sumeru, emitting great light, he said to Bright Eyes, "Your mother will be born in your household before long, and as soon as that infant can feel hunger and cold, he will speak. Just you wait." Shortly thereafter, a maiden servant in the house bore a son who spoke before he was 3 years old. Maid servants are usually of a lower class and has to do what their employers order. So soon their maid gave birth to a son. Usually children start talking at the age of 3 or 4, but this child was not yet 3 days old and could speak. What did he say? Lowering his head as if bowing to the Buddha image and weeping, he said to Bright Eyes, "The karmic conditions we create during our lives and deaths result in retributions that we ourselves must undergo. We must face positive and negative consequences ourselves. I am your mother and have been in darkness devoid of light from the sun, the moon, or the stars for a long time. Since you and I parted, I have repeatedly fallen into the great house. Upon receiving the power of your blessings, for which I am very grateful, I have been reborn as a servant's child with a short lifespan. Although reincarnated as a human being, I am of a lower class. That is not so critical, as I will die in early death. 30 years from now, I will fall into the evil paths again. Do you have some way to free me so that I can avoid them? Hurry up and think of a way to liberate me from the suffering of the evil realms." Sutra. When Bright Eyes heard those words, she knew without a doubt that they were her mother's. Choked with sobs, she said to the servant's child, "Since you were my mother, you should know your own past offenses. What unwholesome karma did you create that made you fall into the evil paths?" The maiden servant's son answered, "I am undergoing retribution for 2 kinds of karma, killing and slandering. Had I not received the blessings you earned to rescue me from difficulty, I would not be released from that karma." Bright Eyes asked, "What happens in the house when beings undergo retribution for their offenses?" The maidservant's son answered, "I can't bear to speak of the ways in which beings suffer for their offenses. Even if I were to live for 100,000 years, I would find it hard to talk about." When Bright Eyes heard that, she wept bitterly and spoke into the air, saying, "I vow that my mother will be released from the house forever. At the end of these 13 years, she will be done with her heavy offenses and will not go back to the evil paths." O Buddhas of the 10 directions, with your compassion and sympathy, please listen to the vast and mighty vow that I am making for the sake of my mother. If my mother never again enters the 3 evil paths, is never again born into low stations, and will never again be female, then here, before the image of pure lotus eyes thus come one, I vow that from this day on, throughout the millions or billions of ends, I will respond to all beings who are undergoing suffering for their offenses in the house of the 3 evil paths of any world. I vow to rescue them from the bad destinies of the hells, hungry ghosts, animals, and the like. Only after beings with such retributions have all become Buddhas will I myself achieve proper enlightenment. After making that vow, she clearly heard pure lotus eyes thus come one say to her, "Bright eyes, your own great compassion and sympathy will reach your mother through this mighty vow that you are making. My contemplation shows me that after 13 years your mother will be done with this retribution and will be born in a Brahman with a lifespan of 100 years. After that retribution, she will be born in the land of no concern with a lifespan of uncountable ends. Later, she will realize the fruition of Buddhahood and save people and God as numerous as sand grains in the Ganges." Shakyamuni Buddha told Samadhi self-mastery king, "The Arhat whose blessings helped Bright Eyes then is now inexhaustible intention Bodhisattva. The mother of Bright Eyes is now Liberation Bodhisattva. Bright Eyes herself is now Earth Store Bodhisattva." Commentary. When Bright Eyes heard those words from her maid's newborn son, she knew without a doubt that they were her mother's. She knew without a doubt that the child was formerly her mother, choked with sobs. She could hardly speak or cry out loud. She cannot seem to laugh or cry even if she wants to. She is all choked up because she is extremely sad. Then she said to the servant's child, "Since you were my mother, you should know your own past offenses. What unwholesome karma did you create that made you fall into the evil paths?" The maidservant's son answered, "I am undergoing retribution for 2 kinds of karma, killing and slandering." She killed a lot of fish eggs because she liked boiled or fried fish and turtle eggs. This type of karma from killing is tremendous. She slandered the troubadour and spoke harshly to many beings. 2 types of serious offenses led her to face this type of retribution. Had I not received the blessings you earned from rescuing me from difficulty, I would not be released from that karma. Based on the karma I created, I should not have been released from my suffering yet. Bright Eyes asked, "What happens in the hells when beings undergo retribution for their offenses? Can you tell me?" The maidservant's son answered Bright Eyes, "I can't bear and find it impossible to speak of the ways in which beings suffer for their offenses. You see, some people are sitting here listening to the sutras and consider it painful. What do you think they would do were they fall into the hells in the face of misery? You say, I do not want to be there to bear punishment. That is impossible to escape. Without atoning our offenses, it would be impossible to wish out of suffering in the hells. So, while undergoing some pain in the human realm, think, oh, this is much better than the misery in the hells. Suffering in the hells is much more severe. If you can think that way, then you will be happy wherever you are. There would be no insufferable places. You will not find pains in the legs painful, for example. You see, in the house, ghosts stick you with a fork and drop you in a pot of oil. Is that miserable? If you say, gee, I cannot stand it, please do not put me in that pot of oil, they will not listen to you. There is no favor to speak of. Is that miserable? In fact, they fry you over and over again so that you suffer more. Even if I were to live for 100,000 years, I would find it hard to talk about or to finish talk about such pain at once. When Bright Eyes heard that, she wept bitterly. See how in the past Earth Store Bodhisattva could do nothing but cry. Others do not even have such capabilities. She sobbed and wailed loudly. Oh, what do I do? And spoke into the air. Since there was nothing she could do, she could only speak into the air, saying, I vow that my mother will be released from the house forever. Fortunately, Bright Eyes' mother had such a filial daughter, without whom the mother could not have come out of the house so easily because she had taken many lives and yelled at many people. These are the reasons why she suffered in the house. Fortunately, the mother had this filial daughter who made a vow that her mother may forever be released from the suffering in the house. At the end of these 13 years, when her life ended, she will be born with her heavy offenses and will not go back through the evil paths. O Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the 10 directions, with your compassion and sympathy, please listen to the vast and mighty vow that I am making for the sake of my mother. Be my witness. If my mother never again enters the 3 evil paths of the hell beings, hungry ghosts, and animals, where they experience the pain of knives, blood, and fire, if she is never again born into low stations such as that of a servant's family, and will never again be female, then here before the image of pure lotus eyes thus come one, I vow that from this day on, throughout millions of billions of aeons, I will respond to all beings who are undergoing suffering for their offenses in the house of all the 3 evil paths, the house, the realm of hungry ghosts, and the realm of animals of any wound. I vow to rescue them from the bad destinies and the suffering of the house, hungry ghosts, animals, and the like. You should know, if Earth Store Bodhisattva had not made such great vows, we would probably be suffering in the house, in the realm of hungry ghosts, or in the realm of animals too. The reason that we can be humans now all comes from this vow that Earth Store Bodhisattva made infinite aeons ago. We are consequently rescued from the house, from the realm of hungry ghosts, or from the realm of animals. Since we do not have the penetration of past lives or the penetration of the heavenly eye, we do not realize how much benefit and compassion we received from Earth Store Bodhisattva before. None of us knows the benefit and kindness he gave us. If Earth Store Bodhisattva had not made such a great vow a long time ago, we would be in extreme danger. This is why we must be grateful to Earth Store Bodhisattva and maintain the resolve to repay his kindness. Only after beings with such retributions have all become Buddhas will I myself achieve proper enlightenment. I will become a Buddha only once these people become Buddhas. After making that vow, she clearly heard pure lotus eyes thus come on say to her. She did not just hear in a way that was casual, vague, or confusing as if in a dream. She clearly heard pure lotus eyes thus come on tell Bright Eyes. Bright Eyes, your own great compassion and sympathy for making this kind of vow delights me. He praises Bright Eyes. You are able to make a vow that will reach your mother through this mighty vow that you are making. Who taught you? Who told you? So that you can make this great filial vow to your mother. I have never heard any being who can make such a great vow at saving all beings in order to rescue her mother. This is truly rare. This is the best. You are the finest girl. My contemplation using my Buddha eye shows me that After 13 years, your mother will be done with this retribution and will be born as a Brahman. Since you made such a huge vow, your mother in the next life will become a Brahman woman after 13 years of this life. The Brahmans are the pure clan of generations of individuals who cultivate purity. With a lifespan of 100 years as a Brahman, she will be different then. After that retribution, she will be born in the land of no concern, the land of ultimate bliss with a lifespan of uncountable aeons. Later, she will realize the fruition of Buddhahood and save people and gods as numerous as sand grains in the Ganges. Shakyamuni Buddha told Samadhi's self-mastery king, "The heart whose blessings are helped Bright Eyes then to see where her mother found is now inexhaustible intention Bodhisattva. He was an heart of the charm, pure lotus eyes was a thirst come one, and now he is inexhaustible intention Bodhisattva. Do you know who Bright Eyes' mother is? The mother of Bright Eyes is now Liberation Bodhisattva. Bright Eyes herself is now Earth Store Bodhisattva." Sutra. He has been extending in his compassion and sympathy like that from distant ends onward by making vows as many as Ganges sends to rescue vast numbers of beings. Men and women in the future may fail to do good deeds and only do evil, may not believe in cause and effect, may indulge in sexual misconduct and false speech, may use divisive and harsh speech, and may slander the great vehicle beings with karma like that should certainly fall into bad destinies. Commentary. He has been extending his compassion and sympathy like that from distant ends onward by making vows as many as Ganges sends to rescue vast numbers of beings. During an aeon long ago, this Earth Store Bodhisattva was extremely compassionate and sympathetic toward living beings as described above. So he made as many vows as the number of sand grains in the Ganges River. The number of vows is not so as small as described in the sutras. It is equivalent to infinity. He universally teaches and transforms all beings, liberating all beings. Men and women in the future may fail to do good deeds and only do evil. People should do no evil and devote to doing every kind of good. These people, however, do not do any act of goodness, but do every kind of evil. They may not believe in cause and effect. Yesterday we went to lecture at University of California. After the lecture, one Chinese student asked me outside, "Does Buddhism believe in cause and effect?" I said, "Yes. Not only should we believe in cause and effect, but know that it is absolutely accurate. There is cause and effect whether you believe in this law or not. Let me show you an on-the-spot experiment. If you do not believe in the law of cause and effect, how do we conduct this experiment? Go find someone and slap him. This person will certainly slap you back. Your slapping him is the cause. His slapping you in return is the result. You hit someone else and someone else hits you. Do you believe in this principle?" He was left speechless. Initially, he had a lot of theories with which he planned to argue that there is no cause and effect. But after what I said, he was either afraid that someone will hit him, or that he did not want to hit anyone. So he became a believer in cause and effect. I said hitting people is a cause. You are not supposed to hit people, but you did, thus creating a cause. Consequently, people turn around to hit you, creating a result. Cause and effect refers to other people being mean to you because you are mean to others. Were you good to others, they would be good to you too. This is the law of cause and effect. Sow causes of goodness, and you will reap fruits of goodness. Sow causes of evil, and you will reap fruits of evil. For instance, befriend bad people, and they will turn you into a bad person. Befriend good people, and you will become good, even if you started out being bad. Everything is about cause and effect. Do not go searching for the answer outside. Quit saying that other people are mean to me. First, ask ourselves whether we are good to others. Reflect on everything and search for the answers within. Stop acting like a camera that photographs others all the time but has no idea what itself looks like. They may indulge in sexual misconduct and false speech all the time. They may use divisive and harsh speech. We must remember not to speak divisively or harshly. What is divisive speech? We reserve one kind of expression for some people and another kind of expression for some other people. For example, we criticize B in front of A and criticize A in front of B. We make mistakes in speaking divisively and harshly, or we create schisms among an originally harmonious group. A group disperses because of our distractions. Among the different transgressions in speaking divisively and harshly, the most critical is not to break up the harmony of the Sangha. What does that mean? As a lay person, you should not speak of the faults of novices and bhikshus because they have received at the least the novice precepts or the Buddha or the Bodhisattva precepts. You learn the Buddha Dharma from bhikshus and novices. You cannot study the Buddha Dharma then break the Buddha Dharma. Do not create disharmony in the Sangha. If you do, then you speak divisively and harshly to break up a harmonious Sangha. Ruining the Sangha's harmony is one of the 5 rebellious offenses, the most serious offenses. The 5 are killing one's father, killing one's mother, killing an arhat who has certified to the fruition, and destroy the Sangha's harmony, such as telling one monastic about another monastic's mistakes, faults, and wrongdoings, and then tell the second one about how the first one is mean, wronged to you, and is jealous and obstructive. As a result, monastics do not get along. They do not live together, they live apart. This would be breaking a Sangha's harmony. Shedding the Buddha's blood by burning Buddha images or damaging Buddha images. Although the Buddha is not in the world now, ruining Buddha images is also considered shedding the Buddha's blood. The above are all included in the areas of divisive speech and harsh speech. We must be particularly attentive in avoiding these problems. Making such transgressions, we fall into their house and will never come out. And they may slander the great vehicle, claiming that there is no great vehicle text, only Pali text. Some such crazy man came yesterday and asked, "Is your sutra translated from Pali?" He did not even know what Pali looks like, and he asked whether the text came from a Pali text. He pretends to be an expert who knows. This kind of person is most pathetic. Beings with karma like that should certainly fall into bad destinies. They will definitely fall into the 3 evil destinies, where things are dangerous. Sutra. But if they encounter good and wise advisors, who exhort them and lead them to quickly take refuge with Earth Store Bodhisattva, then those beings will just as quickly be released from their retributions in the 3 evil paths. If those beings are determined and respectful, if they behold, bow to, and praise the Bodhisattva, and if they make offerings of flowers, incense, clothing, jewels, food, and drink to him. They will enjoy supremely wonderful bliss in the heavens for millions and billions of aeons. When their blessings in the heavens and they are born as people, throughout hundreds of thousands of aeons, they will have the potential to be national leaders, able to remember all aspects of causes and effects from previous lives. O Samadhi self-mastery king, Earth Store Bodhisattva has such inconceivably great awesome spiritual power that he uses it expansively for the benefit of beings. All of you Bodhisattvas should remember this sutra and proclaim and spread it far and wide. Samadhi self-mastery King Bodhisattva said to the Buddha, "World Honored One, please do not be concerned with thousands of billions of Bodhisattvas, Mahasattvas, based on the Buddha's awesome spiritual strength, will certainly proclaim this sutra widely throughout Jambudvipa for the benefit of beings." Having spoken thus to the World Honored One, Samadhi self-mastery King Bodhisattva put his palms together, respectfully bowed and withdrew. Commentary. But if perhaps and perhaps not, now let us hypothetically assume that they encounter good and wise advisors. What is good and wise advisor? Someone who knows things by their name and by their looks. Good can be also mean capable. He knows and recognizes things. What things? He knows about the miserable afflictions of this triple realm, and that the triple realm is not peaceful, just like a house on fire. There are three kinds of good and wise advisors. The first kind is good and wise advisors who protect the Dharma externally. This kind of good and wise advisor helps to take care of everything. What do monastics need? They will protect and support the triple jewel and the monastic residents. They provide everything that monastics need. These are good and wise advisors who protect externally. The second kind is companion good and wise advisors. They are companions in that they cultivate with us and encourage us. Well, how do they encourage one another? They beat up their fellow cultivators. You help me look for my problems, and I help you look for your problems. Since people do not know their own faults, whereas other people will detect all for our faults easily. As it is said, those who are in the game do not see clearly. We cannot tell what is right or wrong in our own role. Those who are bystanders see clearly. Those on the sidelines can tell my faults and I can see your faults. This is called beating up on your fellow cultivators. Though this is not about seeing others' faults and getting angry, or you getting angry because I tell you your faults. Instead of getting angry, study our errors, which turn the situation into encouragements and exhortations so that we may strive forward diligently, polishing and excelling each other. The great learning says, it is like cutting and chiseling. It is like polishing and grinding. Stone masons cut and chisel, polish and grind jade so that it becomes beautiful. Two fellow cultivators beat up in this way, looking for each other's faults. People who really want to cultivate must be companion good and wise advisors in this way. There is also the third kind, the teaching good and wise advisor. Good and wise advisors who lecture on the sutras and speak the Dharma, propagate the Dharma and teach living beings. These are all good and wise advisors who teach, who exhort them and lead them to quickly take refuge with Earth Store Bodhisattva. As quickly as a finger snap, a very short duration, or a wink of an eye, which lasts about 20 thoughts. 20 winks are one shana, the Prana Sutra of the human king, who protects the country, says that there are 900 births and deaths in one shana, in one kshana. In other words, in one kshana, 900 thoughts come and go. 64 kshanas exist in a matter of a finger snap. Here, a finger snap merely means a very short time. There are two interpretations for exalting and leading them quickly. One, that they will believe in and take refuge with Earth Store Bodhisattva in as short duration as a finger snap, then go up to the heavens and attain eternal bliss. 2. After receiving advice from good and wise advisors, they believe in as short a time as a finger snap, and develop the faith to take refuge with Earth Store Bodhisattva. Taking refuge is a form of respect in that we hand over our body, mind, and life to Earth Store Bodhisattva. Earth Store Bodhisattva is our compassionate Father, and we are like his children. Then those beings will just as quickly, in as short a time as a snap of a finger, be released from their retributions for infinity in the three evil paths. If those beings are determined and respectful, they are furthermore concentrated and sincere if they behold, bow to, and praise the Bodhisattva. And if they make offerings of flowers, incense, clothing, treasures, jewels, food, and drink to him. Consequently, this is the reason why monastics should make offerings of food to the Buddha first before we eat. We will enjoy supremely wonderful bliss in the heavens for millions of billions of aeons. Those who make offerings of incense, flowers, food, clothing, and various gems to Earth Store Bodhisattva, as described above, will always go up to the heavens for as long a time as millions of billions of aeons throughout the future. When their blessings in the heavens end and they are born as pupils, throughout the hundreds of thousands of aeons, they will have the potential to be national leaders, able to remember all aspects of causes and effects from previous lives. They recall what they did in their lives past and what occurred in their past lives. O Samadhi Self-Mastery King, Earth Store Bodhisattva has such inconceivably and ineffably great awesome spiritual power that he uses it expansively for the benefit of beings. All of you Bodhisattvas should remember this sutra, the Earth Store Sutra, and proclaim and spread it far and wide. All of you should voluntarily circulate this Earth Store Sutra. The fact that we can hear the name Earth Store Sutra and hear an explanation on the Earth Store Sutra is based on the power of all the Bodhisattvas who vastly proclaim and circulate this sutra. If it were not for the Bodhisattvas who proclaim and circulate this sutra from behind the scenes, we may not be able to encounter such a profound Dharma treasure. Samadhi Self-Mastery King Bodhisattva said to the Buddha, "World Honored One, please do not be concerned. No need to worry about any of these problems. With thousands of billions of Bodhisattvas, Mahasattvas, based on the Buddha's awesome spiritual strength, will certainly proclaim this sutra widely throughout the southern Jambudvipa for the benefit of beings." Having spoken thus to the world honored one, Samadhi Self-Mastery King Bodhisattva put his palms together, respectfully bowed to Shakyamuni Buddha, and withdrew to sit down on the side. Sutra. At that time, the four heavenly kings rose from their seats, put their palms together respectfully, and said to the Buddha, "World Honored One, Earth Store Bodhisattva has been making such great vows from distant aeons past until now. Why is it that even now he has not yet finished taking beings across? Why does he continue to renew his vast and mighty vows? Please, World Honored One, explain that for us." Commentary. At that time, when Samadhi Self-Mastery King Bodhisattva respectfully bowed, withdrew to sit down on the side. The four heavenly kings, who live halfway up Mount Sumeru, surrounded by the 7 gems of gold, silver, lapis lazuli, crystal, carnelian, red pearls, and agate. The city built with its 7 gems is 42,000 joranas tall, surrounded by 7 rows of trees, 7 layers of nets, and 7 rows of fences in an adorned fashion. The 4 heavenly kings are the heavenly king of the east, the heavenly king of the south, the heavenly king of the north, the heavenly king of the west. The heavenly king of the east, named Datra, which means the heavenly king who guards nations. He protects all beings and nations. He has 99 sons, all named Indras. Some of the ghosts and spirits that he leads are fragrant spirits, while some are adored ghosts. Who are the fragrant spirits? They are the Gandharvas among the eightfold division of ghosts and spirits. On his head is a horn. He runs towards any place where there is some nice scent because he enjoys fragrances. The Jade Emperor is King Indra, who burns a type of Chandana incense so that when Gandharvas arrive, the Jade Emperor will order him to make music. Since the Jade Emperor is still in the 6 desire heavens and not yet left the state of the 5 sense objects, so he makes Gandharva play music for him. These music spirits of the Jade Emperor are also fragrance spirits. The heavenly king who upholds nations also leads all the ghosts that have a stench about them. They are called Putanas, who are also in the Shuragama Mantra. His capability or spiritual power is to release a stench so that he smells it wherever he is. The southern heavenly king's Sanskrit name is Vidaka, which means growth. He makes living beings' good roots grow. He also has 99 sons, all named Indras. Each of these 4 great heavenly kings has 99 sons, all of whom are named Indras. All 396 of them are by the same name. Heavenly King Growth of the south also command most ghosts and spirits, among which there is a type called distant ghosts and another type called nearby ghosts. What are distant ghosts? They stay far away from people. What are nearby ghosts? They enjoy being people's ancestors and go to families to become their ancestors. What are distant ghosts called? They are the Kumbhandas in the Shuragama Mantra. What do Kumbhandas look like? They look like a large croc with no head or feet. It is thick and round so that you cannot even see its head or feet. Since it stays far away from people, it does not like to be close to people. Hence it is called a distant ghost. There is another kind of ghost called Preta, which is also named in the Shuragama Mantra. This type of ghost enjoys going into families with the ancestral blocks and being the family's ancestor. This type of ghost enjoys being close to people, so they are called nearby ghosts. The heavenly king of the west has a Sanskrit name Bisa, which means various languages. He knows how to speak any language. He also has a title called Vast Eyes Heavenly King. He also leads some ghosts. Which ones? They are Pisasas that eat essences. They are also insanity ghosts because they make people insane. This type of ghost is people's essences where intercourse occurs. They go to those places to eat this kind of impurities. If Pisasa ghosts make people sick, then people do not know anything but have to stay in an insane asylum. Actually, victims of these ghosts will not be killed easily of this illness, even if they were to stay at an insane asylum. The Heavenly King of the West also leads venomous dragons. You are shot with its poison as soon as it looks at you. You are shot with its poison as soon as you hear its sounds. You are shot with its poison if you have any contact with it, and you are shot with its poison as soon as you smell it. The Heavenly King of the West leads these two types of ghosts and spirits. He is in charge of these two. The Heavenly King of the North is the leader among the four Heavenly Kings. The other three Heavenly Kings must obey his command. The Heavenly King of the North also governs ghosts and spirits. Which ghosts? He is in charge of Yaksha ghosts and Rakshasa ghosts. There are many types of Yakshas. Some walk on land, some travel in air, some are in the sky. Yakshas are also called speedy ghosts, which means that they run real fast, which is about the same as the speed of light, hence their name speedy ghosts. Rakshasa ghosts are scary ghosts that they are very evil. The four Heavenly Kings govern these ghosts and spirits of the world. They go to the Heavenly King of the North for meetings. The Heavenly King of the North is called Vajna, which means the Heavenly King of erudition. Since he knows many things, the other three Heavenly Kings must listen to his order. They will do what he tells them to do. Now these four Heavenly Kings rose from their seats. Originally, everyone was listening to the Earth Store Sutra together. Now they all get up from their seats. They put their palms together respectfully and said to the Buddha, "World Honored One, Earth Store Bodhisattva has been making such great vows as described above from distant ends past until now. Why is it that even now he has not yet finished taking being across? Why does he continue to renew his vast and mighty vows? Please, World Honored One, explain that for those of us in this assembly." Sutra. The Buddha told the four Heavenly Kings, "Excellent, excellent, how to benefit you and to extend that benefit to people and gods of the present and future. I will speak about how Earth Store Bodhisattva, out of compassion and pity, uses expedient devices with the paths of birth and death in Jambudvipa in the Saha world to rescue, take across, and liberate beings who are undergoing suffering for their offenses." The four Heavenly Kings replied, "Please, World Honored One, we would like to hear about his work." Commentary. The Buddha told the four Heavenly Kings, "Excellent, excellent requests. Now, to benefit you and to extend that benefit to people and gods, all beings including those in the house, hungry ghosts, and animals of the present and future, I, Shakyamuni Buddha, will speak about how Earth Store Bodhisattva, out of compassion and pity, uses expedient devices within the paths of birth and death in the six paths of transmigration in Jambudvipa in the Saha world to rescue, take across, and liberate all beings who are suffering, who are undergoing suffering for their offenses. He rescues all suffering beings with offenses." The four Heavenly Kings replied upon hearing Shakyamuni Buddha, "Please, World Honored One, we would like to hear about his work." "Yes, World Honored One, we would very much enjoy hearing the Buddha's instructions." Sutra. The Buddha told the four Heavenly Kings from distant ends past up to the present, Earth Store Bodhisattva has been rescuing and liberating beings. Since his vows are still not fulfilled, he continues with compassion and sympathy to help beings suffering for their offenses in this world. Moreover, he sees the ceaseless tangle of their causes extending on through infinite future ends. Because of that, he renews his vows. Thus, in this hard world, on the continent of Jambudvipa, this Bodhisattva teaches and transforms beings by names of millions and billions of expanding devices. Commentary. The Buddha told the four heavenly kings from distant ends passed up to the present. Earth Store Bodhisattva has been rescuing and liberating beings in the six paths. Since his vows are still not fulfilled, he continues with compassion and sympathy to help beings suffering for their offenses in this world. Moreover, he sees the ceaseless tangle of their causes extending on through infinite future ends. The spreading weeds that grow more and more each day represents our karma that increases in each life the way weeds grow endlessly. Because of that, he renews his vows. Thus, in this hard world, on the continent of Jambudvipa, this Bodhisattva Earth Store teaches and transforms beings by means of millions and billions of expanding devices. The ceaseless tangle is like a bit of karma we create in this lifetime, then a bit more karma in the next life. Our karmic increases and becomes more serious day by day. Our offense karma is similar to this ceaseless tangle. Since your offense karma becomes heavier each day, your virtuous conduct becomes less each day. We cannot become Buddhas with little or no virtue. We will become ghosts if we have karmic obstructions. How do Buddhas become Buddhas? They are perfected with the myriad virtues. How do ghosts become ghosts? When filled with myriad sorts of evil karma, they become ghosts. Some ignorant individuals claim there are no ghosts, words which are worse than those uttered by children. Children will believe this idea if you explain it. However, people who find ghosts and spirits incredulous claim there are no ghosts. Without ghosts, there are no Buddhas. Ghosts and Buddhas are two sides of the same coin. Turn it over and it is the Buddha. Let it alone and it is a ghost. People are between being turned and not turned. Were we average, we should. Sutra. Oh, for heavenly kings, to kill us, Earth Store Bodhisattva says that short lifespans will be the retribution. To robbers, he says that poverty and acute suffering will be the retribution. To those who indulge in improper sex, he says that rebirth as pigeons or as mandarin drakes or ducks will be the retribution. To those who use harsh speech, he says that quarreling families will be the retribution. Commentary. The Buddha called out, "O four heavenly kings, were he to encounter would-be killers, Earth Store Bodhisattva says to them that short lifespans will be the retribution." He explains that those who enjoy killing in this lifetime will experience many illnesses or short lives in future lives. How come their lives will be short? Having taken lives in the past so that the victims live a short life, consequently the lives of killers will be short. The robbers and thieves, Earth Store Bodhisattva says that poverty and acute suffering will be the retribution. What does robbing and stealing mean? Stealing means taking without letting anyone see. Robbing means taking someone else's belongings without their knowing. When Earth Store Bodhisattva encounters people who like to steal and rob things, what does he say to them? He talks about the retribution of poverty and acute suffering. He explains that if you steal people's valuables now so that they become poor, then you will also become poor in future lives. See all those poor people who do not have anything to eat or wear because they experience retribution from stealing other people's goods or money in past lives. This is the reason why people are poor now. The more you steal, the poorer you become. The more you are afraid of having nothing, the more likely you will have nothing. Earth Store Bodhisattva tells these people about the retribution of poverty and acute suffering. Poverty is one of the worst miseries. To those who indulge in improper sex, he says that rebirth as pigeons or as mandarin drakes or dogs will be the retribution. If he were to meet people who enjoy sexual misconduct, which refers to wrong and temporary pleasures between non-official couples, not between those officially married couples, although it would be best to reduce sexual activity between officially married couples too. Do not think that one can be casual and that the act is not an offense if it is with one's official partner. Sexual activity dilutes people. The more sexual activity, the more diluted we are, so that we do not have a light about us. Why is there a light about you? There is a light about you because you do not engage in sexual activity, which leads to real wisdom. Engaging in sexual misconduct, improper sexual activity between men and women is a transgression of the precepts. What retribution does he tell these people? He explains the retribution of becoming pigeons or mandarin ducks, foals, in future lives. Sparrows and pigeons are very licentious. Pigeons will give birth to a nest full of little pigeons. Most foals procreate with males on top of females. Pigeons are different in that females are on top. They are so licentious that they give birth to a nest full of little pigeons. Mandarin drakes or ducks are very emotional. Males and females are together, whether they are on land or in the air. They are inseparable. Although these foals are considered free, it is still bad because they are animals. People who enjoy sexual misconduct will be reborn as sparrows, pigeons, and mandarin drakes or ducks or the like. To those who use harsh speech or who enjoy scolding others, including divisive speech, frivolous speech, and lies, he says that quarreling families will be the retribution. He tells them that they will not get along and will always quarrel with their future retinues. Sutra. To those who slander, he says that being tongueless and having cankerous mouths will be the retribution. To the hateful, he says that being ugly and crippled will be the retribution. To the stingy, he says that not getting what they seek will be the retribution. To gluttons, he says that hunger, thirst, and sicknesses of the throat will be the retribution. To hunters, he says that a frightening insanity that destroys one's life will be the retribution. To those who oppose their parents, he says that being killed in natural disasters will be the retribution. To arsonists who burn mountains and forests, he says that trying to take their own lives in the confusion of insanity will be the retribution. Commentary. To those who slander the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha, he, Earth Store Bodhisattva, says that being tongueless and having cankerous mouths will be the retribution. He says, you only speak nonsense in this lifetime, slander individuals and the triple jewel, ruining the triple jewel in your future life. You will have no tongue and be unable to speak. In your future life, you will always have sores on your mouth. You will face the retribution of incurable sores. Why are people mutes? It is because they slandered the triple jewel. How come that person has a lot of canker sores on his mouth and never quite heal? The reason why miracle doctors cannot heal him is because he slandered the triple jewel in past lives. Hence, he faces the retribution of no tongue and canker sores on the mouth. To the hateful, who have the biggest temper, who get angry easily, and replete with the qualities typical of asuras. He says that being ugly and crippled will be the retribution. When people get angry, they get red in the face, thick in the neck, and glare with their eyes. Then they do not look too good. If they were that way, they will be very ugly in future lives. Why? Since they enjoy being that way in past lives, they will look especially ugly in this lifetime. They may be disabled, such as experiencing inconveniences in urination or crippled. This is a type of illness. If you get upset often, you will be ugly, disabled, and entangled by numerous illnesses in future lives. To the stingy who are not willing to give even a coin, turning and twisting that coin so that it becomes liquid, they are still unwilling to let it out of their hand. Stingy people are miserly and unwilling to give, refusing to let go of the money they grab onto. Earth Store Bodhisattva says that not getting what they seek will be the retribution. They will not have any of their wish come true. To gluttons who want to eat non-stop, eating repeatedly without restraint, to people who eat without constraint. They do nothing but think about food all day. They eat then sleep, sleep then eat. Earth Store Bodhisattva tells people who do not restrain their food intake. He says that hunger, thirst, and sicknesses of the throat will be the retribution. Eat repeatedly now and in future lives. You will never be full. You may not even get a drink of water when you want it. Why? It is because your throat will develop some sickness so that it cannot swallow. You may want to eat, but you cannot swallow it, including water. This is the retribution of hunger, thirst, and sickness of the throat. To hunters, he says that a frightening insanity that destroys one's life will be the retribution. Why do hunters hunt? They think it is fun. Here comes a deer, so bang! They shoot it and the deer lies there dead. They only think, oh, see how my shot is so precise. I shot it dead with one bullet. They are pleased with themselves for being so indulgent, unruly, unrestrained, and can do whatever they want. What should be said to hunters to indulge in their desires? Explain to them that since you killed in the future, they will experience frightening insanity in some accidental death, such as a car accident, plane crash, train wreck, bus accident, and others. If you kill someone now, you will be killed by a car in the future. Explain this kind of cause and effect to them, and they may think, oh, that is very dangerous. They will quit hunting. Earth Store Bodhisattva explains the appropriate Dharma for people. If you remember the retributions for this cause and effect, you will be able to explain the Dharma for anyone you encounter. You are then a transformation of Earth Store Bodhisattva. Earth Store Bodhisattva is your partner to your firm. So after listening to the Earth Store Sutra, we understand the retribution in cause and effect and should avoid doing anything wrong. To those who oppose their parents by being unfilial, beating and scolding, he says that being killed in natural disasters will be the retribution. You cannot be unfilial to your parents because the universe will destroy you, such as death by a thunderbolt, by a fallen tree knocked down in a windstorm, or by a collapsing house. These are retributions of death due to natural disasters. People who are not filial face the retribution of being hit by a thunderbolt, windstorm, or rain that washes down your house and crushes you. So arsonists who burn mountains and forests because they enjoy setting wildfires. He says that trying to take Their own lives in the confusion of insanity will be the retribution. Do not set fire to burn down any mountain, because in future lives you will go insane and die. Explain these different retributions to him. Earth Store Bodhisattva teaches living beings everywhere, explaining the principle of cause and effect. Sutra. So cruel parents or step-parents. He says that being flogged in future lives will be the retribution. So those who net and trap young animals, he says that being separated from one's own children will be the retribution. So those who slander the triple jewel, he says that being blind, deaf, or mute will be the retribution. To those who slight the Dharma and regard the teachings with arrogance, he says that remaining in the bad paths forever will be the retribution. To those who destroy or misuse possessions of the eternally dwelling, he says that revolving in the house for hundreds of millions of eons will be the retribution. To those who defy the pure conduct of others and bear false witness against members of the Sangha, he says that remaining in the animal realm forever will be the retribution. So those who scald, burn, behead, maim, or otherwise harm beings, he says that undergoing the very same suffering will be the retribution. Commentary. So cruel parents or step-parents, either real dad and step-mom, real mom and step-dad, step-dad and mom, or real dad and mom who have favorites. Darshan of China, for example, had his real father and a stepmother. There are also real mothers and stepfathers. Someone's father dies and the mother remarries someone who becomes the stepfather. The stepdad may have favorites, preferring this tribe and hating that tribe. Ming Tzu Tian of China, for instance, is one of Confucius' students. His father was an official who remarried. The stepmother abused Ming Tzu Tian. In cold places during the winter, she put reed puffs in Ming Tzu Tian's padded jacket. For her real sons, she padded their jackets with cotton. Reed is fluffy and not warm enough. Only cotton can isolate chills and prevent cold. One day, official Ming, the father of Ming Tzu Tian, was going somewhere and told Ming Tzu Tian to steer the carriage. It was so cold that he trembled. Official Ming got upset. "What is the matter with you? The weather is not even too cold. How can you be freezing the way you are?" He picks up a whip and smacks him, which ripped his jacket. He took a look and saw that the padding was made entirely of reed puffs. The father started crying, saying, "I have so wronged my son. He is so cold because his stepmother treats him like this." He saw that he will get rid of this wife. When he got home, he was going to divorce his wife, but Ming Tzu Tian knelt down before his father. He said, "Please do not get rid of my stepmother." The father asked why. He said, "One son alone bears the cold when the mother is around, but two sons have the chills with the mother gone." He says that he is the only one who bears the cold when his stepmother is around, but if his stepmother were to leave and remarry another, then two sons, stepbrothers, will both suffer the cold. His father thought it over and did not ask his wife to leave. The stepmother was moved by Ming Tzu Tian's words and thought, "My son is so considerate." She treated him impartially without discriminating against him in the future. Why are there people with step-parents? Perhaps their father passed away and their mother remarried. Perhaps their real mother dies and their stepfather remarries. Children in this situation usually suffer a great deal. I do not know whether this occurs in America or not. This occurs frequently in China. In general, parents usually do not love children who are not related to them by blood. They may be extremely vicious toward them. This is some of what it means by cruel parents or step-parents. He, Earth Store Bodhisattva, says that being flogged in future lives will be the retribution. What kind of cause and effect does he say to these people? He tells them in future lives they will face the retribution of being whipped and beaten. So those who net and trap young animals, such as newborn or baby fish, sparrows, and other creatures, he says that being separated from one's own children will be the retribution. Do things like this, and in future lives you will separate from your family. You encounter situations where you cannot be together. You may have to go far away from your hometown so that not everyone can see each other. This is the retribution of being apart from your children. To those who formerly slander the triple jewel of the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha, he says that being blind, deaf, or mute will be the retribution. You do not need to ask, and yet you can tell that blind, deaf, and mute individuals slandered the triple jewel in their past lives since limitless aeons ago. You will fall into the house if you slander the triple jewel. Once you fall into the house, you will not be able to get out of it until billions of aeons later. Once you leave the house, and before you become a human being, who knows how many lifetimes you would have to be an animal, how many years you would have to be a horse, a cow, a sheep, a chicken, a dog, or a pig. As a human being, you will be poor, of a low class, blind, deaf, or mute as a result of having slandered the triple jewel. To those who slight the Dharma and regard the teachings with arrogance, those who look down on the Buddha Dharma and are conceited toward Buddhism, he says that remaining in the bad paths forever will be the retribution. To those who destroy or misuse possessions of the eternally dwelling of the temple, perhaps you ruin a piece of paper or a piece of wood for no reason. In general, to those who damage the temple's communal goods, he says that revolving in the house for hundreds of millions of aeons will be the retribution. To those who defile the pure conduct of others and bear false witness against members of the Sangha, refers to those who ruin others' Brahma conduct, the purity in cultivation, and those who commit libel. This monk did not steal, but they say, I saw him steal. This monk did not kill, but they say, I saw him kill. Or I saw him eat meat, I saw him drink somewhere, I saw him fooling around with women somewhere. They badmouth this monk for no good reason. To those who slander with false accusations, he says that remaining in the animal realm forever will be the retribution. This kind of people will fall into the house in the future and be an animal forever after they leave the house. Shakyamuni Buddha told the 4 heavenly kings that to those who scald, burn, behead, maim, or otherwise harm beings, he, Earth Store Bodhisattva, says that undergoing the very same suffering will be the retribution. Scald people with hot water, and in future lives he will be scalded with hot water too. Burn people with fire, and people will burn you in the future too. Cut people with a knife, and others will cut you with a knife in the future too. These are paybacks where the debts are handed over back and forth. You kill someone, someone kills you. Someone kills you, and you kill someone. He explains this kind of retribution that is delivered back and forth. Sutra. So those who violate precepts and the regulations of pure eating, He says that being born as birds or beasts that must suffer from hunger and thirst will be the retribution. To those who make unprincipled and destructive use of things, he says that being unable to ever obtain what they seek will be the retribution. To the arrogant and haughty, he says that being servile and of low station will be the retribution. To those who use backbiting to cause discord among others, he says that being tongueless or having speech impediments will be the retribution. To those with deviant views, he says that being born in backward regions will be the retribution. Commentary. To those who violate precepts and the regulations of pure eating, people who receive the precepts should not break the precepts. They should observe the precepts. What does it mean by breaking the precepts? You transgress on purpose. It is okay if you did not know before and make mistakes. If you know and still make mistakes, then your offenses are even more serious. You take another's life, though you received the precept against killing, so you break this precept. You steal, though you received the precept against stealing, so you break this precept. You engage in sexual conduct, though you receive the precept against committing sexual misconduct, so you break this precept. You lie, though you received the precept against lying, so you break this precept. You take intoxicants, though you received the precept against taking intoxicants, so you break this precept. These are obvious transgressions that everyone knows, but transgressions also occur when people do not know about them. You appear not to make any transgressions when you did. Transgressions can be appeared. The following are 4 scenarios of transgressions that do not appear to be transgressions. 1. A bhikshu can adhere to the precepts completely, except that he is egoistic about keeping the precepts. There is still an I about who receives the precepts, an I who upholds the precepts, and an I who keeps the precepts. There is always a self, which is an attachment. Although he did not violate the precepts, he is not really keeping the precepts. Keeping the precepts means that you do not feel you are better than other people because you keep the precepts. 2. He can recite and apply the sutras and Vinaya, keeping the precepts completely. Obviously, he is inseparable from the views of his body. He does not talk about I, but talks about his body because he is attached to it. How is he attached to the body? He refuses to change his body. He refuses to change his old ways, such as being lax and lazy. He always works hard to make plans for his body. This is the view of the body. This is the second type of transgression that looks as if he is keeping the precepts and making no transgressions. 3. He practices the 12 Dhutanga practices. Dhutanga is a Sanskrit word that means upbeat and energetic. He is not sleepy or hungry. He strives up his spirit to fight off laziness. Sleepy, I'm going to sit here and meditate. Hungry, I'm going to avoid even water. This is how we practice the 12 Dhutanga practices, but he does not know about the emptiness of pupil and the emptiness of Dharma. He feels that all Dharmas are existent. He has not reached the state of all Dharmas are empty of characteristics, but thinks that all Dharmas are existent. This appears to be keeping the precepts, but his skills at keeping the precepts are imperfect. 4. He is compassionate towards all beings. However, if he were to hear that all Dharmas, all marks of Dharma are fundamentally uncreated, that nothing comes into being and nothing ceases, then he is frightened at the prospect of seeing this type of Dharma. The above four scenarios describe what appears to be no violation of precepts, but they are not adherences to the precepts either. Violate the regulations of pure eating, such as being a vegetarian, means eating meat. Not only is eating meat a violation of the regulations of pure eating, but eating at the inappropriate times also violates the regulations of pure eating. What does it mean by eating at the appropriate times? Eating after noon, when you made a vow not to eat past noon, is to eat at an inappropriate time. Eating at the inappropriate time is also the theft, because you said that you would not eat after noon and you do, having violated the precept of not eating beyond noon and the precept against stealing. When people ask you if you ate anything, you answer, "Oh, I did not." This violates the precept against lying. Altogether, you violated 3 precepts. If someone gave you any food, this person also violates the same precept and commits the same offenses. This is why the Buddha said, "They are not the Buddha's disciples. They are not my disciples." What are people who break these precepts like? They are like fish hawks that make strange sounds, or hungry ghosts that eat excrement because they have nothing to eat. People who break the precepts and the regulations of pure eating show themselves to be pupils of the lowest class. In the future, they will experience the retribution of being animals. If a Earth Store Bodhisattva encounters those who break the precepts and the regulations of pure eating, he says that being born as birds or beasts that must suffer from hunger and thirst will be the retribution. They will not have any food to eat. To those who make unprincipled and destructive use of things, he says that being unable to ever obtain what they seek will be the retribution. To those who do unreasonable damage to implements such as a bowl or a cup by picking it up and smashing it for no reason at all, actually not just a cup, but all goods belonging to the temple, including personal goods, cannot be destroyed. If these things are damaged, then in future lives you will not get anything you want. You often experience the suffering of not getting what you wish. As a retribution, you will always like or want what you seek in future lives. So the arrogant and haughty, who have a strong view of self, who are so egoistical that they consider themselves bigger than Mount Sumeru. Arrogant individuals think highly of themselves and are quite pompous. For them, he says that being servant and of low station will be the retribution. Not aware of how arrogant and pompous you are in this lifetime, you will be servants to others of those of the lowest class or ignoble background in future lives. So those who use backbiting to cause divisions, gossip, contention, and discord among others, he says that being tongueless or having speech impediments or being sparrows will be the retribution. So those with different views for which they do not observe the rules because they have the wrong kind of understanding, he says that being reborn in the most impoverished and backward regions will be the retribution. Sutra. The bad habits involving body, mouth, and mind karma that beings of Jambudvipa perpetuate result in hundreds of thousands of retributions like those. I have only listed a few examples here, since the varying karma created by beings of Jambudvipa brings about different responses. Earth Store Bodhisattva uses hundreds of thousands of expedient means to teach and transform beings. Those beings must first undergo retributions such as those and then fall into the hells. where they pass through ends without being able to escape. You should therefore protect people and nations. Do not allow the accumulation of karma to confuse beings. Upon hearing that, the four heavenly kings wept in sorrow, placed their palms together, and withdrew. Commentary. The above problems are the causes and conditions of retribution. The bad habits involving body, killing, stealing, committing sexual misconduct, and others. Mouth. The four evil karma of frivolous speech, lies, harsh speech, and divisive speech, and mind. The evil karma of greed, hatred, and delusion, which created 10 types of evil karma that beings of thousand Jambudvipa perpetuate, result in hundreds of thousands of retributions like those. Consequently, they will experience different evil retributions in the future. I have only explained in brief rather than in detail and listed a few examples here. Since, as described earlier, the varying evil karma created by all beings of southern Jambudvipa brings about different responses, Earth Store Bodhisattva uses hundreds of thousands of expedient means to teach and transform all beings. Those beings of southern Jambudvipa must first undergo many retributions such as those described, and then fall into their hells, where they pass through ends without being able to escape. For this reason, you, four heavenly kings, should therefore protect people and nations. Do not allow the accumulation of karma to confuse and entangle beings. Upon hearing the causes and conditions of retributions that Shakyamuni Buddha explained earlier, the four heavenly kings wept in sorrow. Why did the four heavenly kings hear this and cry out of sadness? On the other hand, they were sympathetic with living beings for having to face this kind of suffering. On the other hand, they were ashamed that they did not live up to their responsibilities in protecting living beings. With thoughts such as these, they wept in sorrow, placed their palms together, and withdrew to the side to sit down. The names of the hells, Chapter 5. Commentary. This is the 5th chapter called The Names of the Hells. What are the hells? Who created the hells? Jails exist in the human realm as well as the underworld. In the human realm, the government builds prisons for criminals. Is it the same with prisons in the hells? No, the jails are not like the ones already built and ready in the human realm so that criminals can simply be locked up. Different labels are given to forms of confinements in the hells, but they do not exist in physical form. The hells are invisible. Only when it is time for you to face your sentence do the hells appear. In other words, depending on your offense, the hells manifest as a certain type of jail. Neither people nor ghosts create this type of prisons. Individual karma does, depending on one's karma. A certain type of hell exists for one in the underworld. The underworld is always dark. There is no sun or moon, depending on the offenses created. A certain type of hell occurs in the hells. A hell that is realized by the offenses you accumulate is quite an ingenious and inconceivable situation. This is why hells have names but no tangible substance. A hell appears when it is time for one to face one's offenses. Sutra. At that time, universal worthy Bodhisattva Mahasattva said to Earth Store Bodhisattva, Human one, for the sake of gods and dragons, those in the fourfold assembly, and all other beings of the present and future, please tell us the names of the hells where beings in the South world on the continent of Jambudvipa must suffer retributions for offenses they commit. Please also describe what happens during retributions undergone for evil deeds, so that beings in the future Dharma ending age will know what those retributions are. Commentary. At that time, Universal Worthy Bodhisattva Mahasattva. Everyone knows Universal Worthy Bodhisattva. He rides on the white elephant with 6 tusks. The power of his conduct is the greatest, so he is also called Great Conduct, Universal Worthy Bodhisattva. This great Bodhisattva said to Earth Store Bodhisattva, Human One, another name for a Bodhisattva. For the sake of gods and dragons, those in the fourfold assembly, such as bhikshus, bhikshunis, upasakas, and upasikas, and all other beings of the present and future, please tell us the names of the hells where beings in the Saha have to bear suffering, where beings on the southern continent of Jambudvipa must suffer retributions for offenses they commit. Please also describe what happens during retributions undergone for evil deeds, so that beings in the future Dharma ending age will know what those serious retributions are in the hells. Sutra. Earth Store Bodhisattva replied, Human One, based on the awesome spiritual power of the Buddha and relying on your strength, great Bodhisattva, I will give a general list of the names of the hells and describe some of what happens during retributions undergone for offenses and evil deeds. Human One, in eastern Jambudvipa there is a mountain range called the Iron Ring. That mountain range is pitch black because the light of the sun and moon does not shine on it. A great hell named Ultimately Relentless is located there. Another hell is called Great Avasi. There is also a hell called Four Horns, a hell called Flying Knives. Commentary. Having heard Universal Worthy Bodhisattva's request, Earth Store Bodhisattva replied, Human One, the compassionate individual that you are, based on the awesome virtues and spiritual power of the Buddha and relying on your strength, great Bodhisattva, I will briefly give a general list of the names of the hells and describe some of what happens during retributions undergone for offenses and evil deeds. Beings face a retribution for offenses that they create. Creating evil in the past, they face evil retribution. Doing good deeds, they face good retribution. The hells are all about undergoing evil retribution. Human One, Earth Store Bodhisattva calls out again. In eastern Jambudvipa there is a huge mountain range called the Iron Ring. That mountain range is pitch black because the light of the sun and moon cannot shine on it. It is so dark, it is as if one were in a cave. A great hell that is the biggest and tallest, named Ultimately Relentless, is located there. The Relentless Hell is one of the 5 types of relentless hells described earlier. Another hell is called Great Avisi. Avisi is Sanskrit for relentless. The one before is ultimately relentless. This one is relentless. There is also a hell called Four Horns. 4 concerns or 4 directions, which are east and west, north and south. This hell is called Four Horns because it is like there are 4 long horns in there. When beings enter this hell, they come in contact with these horns, dying and becoming born then dying. There is also a hell called the Flying Knives. In this hell, knives from nowhere will come flying at hell beings. They may get their heads chopped off, get their arms axed, injure their bodies, bleed a lot, and die from stabs. They are stabbed so that their body hurts, their legs hurt. Just when the pain seems to alleviate, knives come flying and stabbing at them again. They hurt again and again. This is the hell of flying knives, which is most miserable. Sutra. A hell called fiery arrows, a hell called squeezing mountains, a hell called piercing spears, a hell called iron carts, a hell called the iron beds, a hell called the iron oxen, a hell called the iron clothing. Commentary: there is also a hell called the fiery arrows. There are many arrows on fire in this fiery arrows hell. The fiery arrows in this hell are similar to the rockets that go to the moon. However, the fiery arrows in this hell are extremely harsh. They are retribution for people who committed offenses. There is also a hell called squeezing mountains. In this other kind of hell, people suffer severely. First, the gate east of the hell opens, so hell beings start running out as if criminals escaping the penitentiary. They believe they will be free if they just run out, but they do not realize that as soon as they run out of the house, they see two mountains which they head straight for during their getaway. But these mountains start to move and close in on them from all sides, squeezing them into bloody hamburger patties. Not only is the eastern gate to this hell this way, the other gates in the west, north, and south are the same. Hell beings do not realize that they escape through the open door and into the mountains, which is still within their house. Why? It is because these beings' offense karmas are so profound that they have to face their retribution anywhere they go, experiencing intolerable torture. Why would individuals have to experience the consequences of squeezing mountains? They harshly oppressed others with authority, for example, so they face this retribution after death. There is also a hell called piercing spears. Arrows are thinner and smaller than spears. The heads of spears are large enough to stab people to death. In this piercing spears hell, spears may be coming from the front, back, left, or right. People's bodies are punctured with many holes as if they have many windows and doors to their body. This is the piercing spears hell, which is difficult to bear as well. Furthermore, there is a hell called iron carts. In this kind of hell, iron carts drive other hell beings. In one of Shakyamuni Buddha's former lives, he had the power of the heavenly eye, so he saw harsh beings in this hell suffered as iron carts rode over their bodies. He was moved with compassion and thought, I will definitely cultivate to become a Buddha, so that in the future I will save beings in their hells. This was one of the earlier compassionate resolves of Shakyamuni Buddha. There is also a hell called the iron beds. Sit or sleep on an iron bed, and many red-hot knives heated in a fire will grow. Offenders are ordered to lie on this bed. There is also a hell called the iron oxen. The iron oxen is in this hell all have horns with which they use to butt offenders, causing them pain. There is also a hell called the ironing clothing. People who received the precepts but broke them will fall into the iron clothing hell. What is this hell like? There are lots of knives with hooks in this hell that poke at this hell being and rip apart their clothes. Unclothed, a set of metallic attire comes from the sky so that the offenders will wave their hands and say, Come, come close. The clothing comes over when they wave them over. When they wave their hands, these clothes arrive. Hell beings are wrapped with these metal pieces, all of which are scorched red hot. When they wear these clothes, they burn themselves so that their body is burnt and turned into ash. Once they turn into ash, the clever wind blows over, and beings that disappeared appear in physical form again. This is the iron clothing hell. Sutra, a hell called 1,000 Bliss, a hell called iron axis, a hell called molten copper, a hell called embracing pillar, a hell called flowing fire, a hell called blowing tongues, a hell called hacking heads, a hell called burning feet, a hell called pecking eyes, a hell called iron pellets. Commentary: a hell called thousand blades occurs because of the numerous amounts of offense karmas that took place. People who fall into this hell will have millions and millions of knives rain on them. These knives are like raindrops that chop off offenders' heads, slice their bodies into pieces, split their bones and flesh into smithereens, and then they die. After death, a type of clever wind blows over and they live again to endure this type of offense. There is also a hell called iron axis, where iron axis stab on offender's body, walking back and forth on them. There is also a hell called molten copper that places hell beings in molten copper. Since copper melts in there, people do too. There is also a hell called embracing pillar. I explained this during my Shuragama Sutra lectures, but people have forgotten, I am afraid. The embracing pillar hell is where people embrace this fiery hot copper pillar and cannot unglue themselves from it. Why do people fall into this type of hell? It is because they are licentious. Both lustful males and females engage in too many lewd acts in their lifetimes, so they fall into this embracing pillar hell after death. A man who falls into this hell will see a copper pillar as his most beloved female and will go over and hold her, but the fiery hot copper pillar will be burned and kill him. The clever wind blows over though, and he lives again. The embrace, burning, and death occur again and again. Males see this pillar as females, whereas females see this pillar as their favorite man, so they cannot help but run over and hug. When they do, they are burned into ash by the fire of this copper pillar. When the clever wind blows over them, they are live again. Then they again run over to embrace the pillar, then die again, and then live again to embrace again. What makes them embrace and suffer, then die, die only to live again to suffer? Does someone replan this? No, this hell is created by their karma of lust. Whether male or female, being in love is not a good thing. If you walk down the wrong path, you will fall into the hell of embracing pillar, which is most mischievous. There is a hell called flowing fire. This fire flows like water. The fire of living beings' sexual desire creates this hell of flowing fire. There is also a hell called blowing tongues. Some people die to become evil ghosts with tongues that are hooked several yards up in the air so that their tongues are long, large, and swollen. Their tongues are then cut and blows used to loosen soil swing back and forth on their tongues, marking up many grooves. Why do they suffer this kind of retribution? It is because when these people were alive, they slandered the triple jewel, spoke of their offenses, and wrecked the triple jewel. For example, they say that you should not believe in the Buddha because the Buddha is not existent and unreal. The Buddha Dharma lies and monks lie with the Buddha Dharma. Don't believe them. Also for the four evils of the mouth. 1. Harsh speech means scolding people. 2. Divisive speech means telling A what is wrong with B, then telling B what is wrong with A, so that A and B do not get along and fight all day. 3. Frivolous speech means what a man will continue to say about a woman. Look, isn't she pretty? How about this one and that one? They are always talking about women. Women, on the other hand, keep talking about men. That man is not bad, this and that. In general, frivolous speech refers to improper and lewd speech. For false speech is about dishonesty, lies. People fall into the blowing tongues hell due to the four evils of frivolous speech, false speech, harsh speech, and divisive speech. There is also a hell called hacking heads. These beings heads are hacked off because they killed living beings while they were alive. Since they smashed living beings' heads to pieces, they fall into the hacking heads hell after death. For instance, killing bugs, birds, or animals with a blow to their head, using a stick or something, or smashing centipedes and millipedes as soon as you see such venomous creatures. Having injured too many lives, they fall into the hacking heads hell. In general, whatever offense karma you create in your lifetime, you will face its retribution after death. There is also a hell called burning feet. This does not mean that there is a fire that burns your feet, but that anywhere you walk appears fires that burn your feet. Your feet are like wax that act as the kindling wherever you go, or like candles that start fires wherever you are. This is why this hell is called burning feet. There is also a hell called pecking eyes, where there are many vultures that eat impurities in particular. The eagles will fly to the offender and grab them by their shoulders with their iron claws. The victims try to knock off the vultures but cannot do it. The vultures will then turn their heads and peck the victim's eyes. They injure the eyes, drink the liquid in the eye sockets, and drink the marrow in the offender's brains. Once these beings die, the vultures fly off. Then the offenders live again. They fly back. There is also a hell called the iron pellets that are as large as metal eggs. In this hell, these pellets smack you on the head and body from all four sides. Once these people are dead, they do not attack, but once they return to life, they recur. Sutra, a hell called quarreling, a hell called iron axe, a hell called massive hatred. Earth Store Bodhisattva said, Human one, within the iron ring are endless hells like that. There is also the hell of crying out, the hell of pulling tongues, the hell of dung and urine, the hell of copper locks, the hell of 5 elephants, the hell of 5 dogs, the hell of 5 horses, the hell of 5 oxen, the hell of 5 mountains, the hell of 5 ropes, the hell of 5 beds, the hell of 5 beams, the hell of 5 eagles, the hell of sawing teeth, the hell of flaying skin, the hell of drinking blood, the hell of burning hands, the hell of burning feet, the hell of hanging hooks, the hell of fire brooms, the hell of iron selves, and the hell of fire wolves. Each of those hells contains lesser hells numbering from 1, 2, 3, 4 to hundreds of thousands. Each of those lesser hells has its own name. Commentary. A hell called quarreling, where many ghosts come and scold you all day long, criticize you all the time. Why do people fall into this kind of hell? It is because they enjoy arguing with others, so they fall into this type of hell. There is also a hell called iron axe, where this axe is chopped off hell beings' heads. And there is also a hell called massive hatred. Everyone in this hell is very angry, so they hit each other and fight each other. Earth Store Bodhisattva said to Worthy Bodhisattva, Human one, within the iron ring are endless hells like that described above. Though I have listed so many names to these hells, there is actually an infinite number of them. There is also the hell of crying out. There are 8 cold hells and 8 hot hells. The 4th hell out of the 8 cold hells is the hell of crying out, or the hell of loud crying out, where screaming and yelling occur constantly. The hell of pulling tongues, where people's tongues are pulled out in particular. The hell of dung and urine, where beings eat excrement when hungry and drink urine when thirsty. The hell of copper locks, where beings seem to be locked inside and cannot get out. The hell of fire elephants. The hell of fire dogs that emit smoke. The hell of fire horses. The horses are on fire. The hell of fire oxen. The hell of fire mountains. The hell of fire rocks that smash you and press you under. The hell of fire beds. The hell of fire beams. The hell of fire eagles that eat people's eyes and fly away. The hell of sawing teeth. The hell of flaying skin. The hell of drinking blood. The hell of burning hands. The hell of burning feet. The hell of hanging hooks. The hell of fire rooms that trap you inside. The hell of iron cells. The hell of fire wolves. Each of those hells contains lesser hells numbering from 1, 2, 3, 4 to hundreds of thousands. There are larger hells and smaller hells. In each large hell, there are maybe 1, 2, 3, or 4 smaller hells, or hundreds of thousands. Sutra. Earth Store Bodhisattva told universal worthy Bodhisattva, human one, such are the karmic responses of beings in Jambudvipa who commit evil deeds. The power of karma is extremely great. It rivals Mount Sumeru in its heights. It surpasses the great oceans in its depths. It obstructs the path leading to sagehood. For that reason, beings should never think that minor bad deeds are unimportant or assume that they do not count as offenses. After death, there will be retributions to undergo that reflect on those details. Fathers and sons have the closest relationship, but there was a diversion, and each must go his own way. Even if they met, neither would consent to undergo suffering in the other's place. Now, based on the awesome spiritual power of the Buddha, I will describe some of the retributions for offenses that take place in the hells. Please, human one, listen for a moment to what I am going to say. Universal Worthy replied, I have long known of the retributions that come about in the 3 evil paths. My hope in asking the human one to describe them is that when beings in the future Dharma ending age who are committing evil deeds hear the human one's descriptions, they will be moved and to take refuge with the Buddha. Commentary. Earth Store Bodhisattva told universal worthy Bodhisattva, human one and virtuous one. Human and virtuous one, such are the karmic responses of beings in southern Jambudvipa who commit evil deeds. The power of karma is extremely great. How great? It rivals Mount Sumeru in its heights. It surpasses the great oceans in its depths. It obstructs the path leading to sagehood. How come we do not yet fulfill our karma in the way in our consideration? It is because we are obstructed by the power of our karma. That is why we cannot realize the holy way. For that reason, beings should never think that minor bad deeds are unimportant. Do not look lightly on minor acts and deeds of evil. Why? It is because numerous minor deeds of evil become great evil, or assume that they do not count as offenses. After death, there will be retributions to undergo that reflect all those details. Evil deeds as numerous as hair or as tiny as dust particles will beget retribution. Fathers and sons have the closest relationship, but there was diversion and each must go his own way. When it is time for the hells, fathers refuse to suffer on behalf of their sons. Evil fellow sons refuse to suffer in the house for their parents. In this way, each takes his or her own path. Even if they met in their house, neither would consent to undergo suffering in the other's place. Why? Although they were father and son in the human realm, once they are in the house, they know that their relationship is a result of past karma. They may even have been enemies. This is why no one would be willing to substitute for someone else in their house. Now, based on the awesome spiritual power of the Buddha, I, Earth Store Bodhisattva says, will briefly and simply describe some of the retributions for offenses that take place in their house. Please, human one, listen for a moment to what I am going to say. So Earth Store Bodhisattva, Universal Worthy, replied, I have long known of the retributions that come about in the three evil paths. Wherever you explain or not, I already know. However, no beings in the future do. My hope in asking the human one to describe them is that when beings in the future Dharma ending age who are committing evil deeds hear the human one's descriptions, they will be forewarned and cautious about not committing any evil. This is why I hope the human one will explain this to me. All beings will be moved to take refuge with the Buddha, part of the Triple Jewel and Buddhism. Sutra. Earth Store said, Human one, this is what happens during retributions in the house. Offenders may go to a hell in which their tongues are stretched out and plowed through by cattle, or to a hell in which their hearts are pulled out and eaten by yakshas, or to a hell in which their bodies are cooked in cauldrons of boiling oil, or to a hell in which they are forced to embrace red-hot copper pillars, or to a hell in which they are burned by a fire that constantly pursues them, or to a hell in which cold and ice are all pervasive, or to a hell in which excrement and urine are endless, or to a hell in which flying mazes are unavoidable, or to a hell in which fiery spears stab them repeatedly, or to a hell in which they are constantly beaten on the chests and backs, or to a hell in which their hands and feet are burned, or to a hell in which they are bound by iron snakes that coil around them, or to a hell in which they are pursued by racing iron dogs, or to a hell in which their bodies are stormed by iron moons. Commentary. Earth Store said to Universal Worthy Bodhisattva, Human one, this is what happens during retributions in the house, and described in the above and in the following either way. Offenders may go to a hell in which their tongues are stretched out and blowed through by cattle. The tongues of those who like to exaggerate, scold others, and lie will be hooked and stretched out. Oxen pulling plows will plow their tongues. Also a kind of hell in which their hearts are pulled out and eaten by yakshas such as boat ghosts and speeding ghosts. Also a hell in which their bodies are cooked in cauldrons of boiling oil. Offenders are cooked alive in these pots. Also a hell in which they are forced to embrace red-hot copper pillars. Also a hell in which they are burned by various types of fire, a fire that constantly pursues them. Also a hell in which cold and ice are all pervasive. Also a hell in which excrement and urine are endless. Also a hell in which flying mazes are unavoidable. What are mazes? Mazes are shaped like apples or lemons, but they have thorns or needles all around them. These things may be in the ground or come from the air. Although they are metal, they can fly and pierce you in the head, eyes, ears, mouth, nose, or anywhere. In fact, they hit you where you hurt. or to a hell in which fiery spears red hot from a fire stab a hole in them repeatedly. They open up a road and burn a hole in your body so it is good for ventilation. To a hell in which they are constantly beaten on the chests and backs, or to a hell in which their hands and feet are burned, or to a hell in which they are bound by iron snakes that coil around them and burn them. The iron snakes in this hell are a type of insect that spit out smaller snakes. These iron snakes have not just one mouth, but mouths all over their bodies. Each mouth can spit out a small insect or snake. Each small snake has 12 iron mouths that squirm from the offender's eyes into their bodies that exist from the genitalia. Their bites are so painful that they are impossible to bear. Why do hell beings face this type of retribution? It is because these beings enjoyed lust when they were alive. They overindulged in sexual desire. Women like men and men like women. They set no limit for themselves. Hence they face this type of retribution of falling into the hells in the future. This is extremely dangerous. Or to a hell in which they are pursued by racing iron dogs, or to a hell in which their bodies are stretched, stormed by iron moons, about the same size as horses and slightly larger than asses. Sutra. Human 1. To inflict these retributions in each hell, hundreds of thousands of instruments made of copper, iron, stone, or fire arise from karmic forces. Those four materials come into being in response to the kinds of karma that offenders create. If I were to explain in detail what happens during retributions in the hells, then I would need to tell of the hundreds of thousands of sufferings that must be undergone in each specific hell. How much more would that be the case for the suffering in all the many hells? Now, having based myself upon the awesome spiritual power of the Buddha, I have given a general answer to the human one's question, for if I were to speak in detail, it would take aeons. Commentary. Earth Store Bodhisattva called out again, Human 1, to inflict these retributions in each hell as I so explained above. Hundreds of thousands of instruments made of copper, iron, stone, or fire arise from karmic forces. Do these copper, iron, stone, or fire really exist? No. Why? Those four materials come into being in response to the kinds of karma that offenders create. Living beings face the retribution for whatever causes they create. The karma you create manifests this type of retribution. Hells of copper appear when you create karma by which you deserve to be punished by copper implements. Hells of iron appear when you create karma by which you deserve to be punished by iron implements. The same applies to stone and fire. If I were to explain in detail what happens during retributions in the hells, then I would need to tell of the hundreds of thousands of sufferings that must be undergone in each specific hell. There is not just one type of suffering in one hell, but hundreds of thousands of sufferings. How much more would that be the case for the sufferings in all the many hells? Now, having based myself upon the awesome spiritual power of the Buddha, I, Earth Store Bodhisattva says, have given a general answer like the brief and simple one above to the human one's question, for if I were to speak in detail, it would take several great aeons and I would still not finish. The first common phrase is Chapter 6. Sutra. At that time, the world-honored one emitted a great bright light from his entire body, totally illuminating Buddha lands as many as grains of sand in millions of billions of Ganges rivers. His strong voice, reached all the Bodhisattvas, Mahasattvas in those Buddha lands, as well as the gods, dragons, ghosts and spirits, humans, non-humans, and others, as he said, "Listen today as I praise Earth Store Bodhisattva Mahasattva, who displays inconceivable awesome spiritual strength and compassionate power throughout the 10 directions in rescuing and protecting beings who are suffering for offenses they have committed. After I pass into tranquility, all of you Bodhisattvas, Mahasattvas, and all of you gods, dragons, ghosts, and spirits, and others should use vast numbers of expedient means to protect this sutra and to cause all beings to attain the bliss of nirvana." After that was said, a Bodhisattva named Universal Expansive rose in the assembly, placed his palms together respectfully, and said to the Buddha, "We are now about to witness the World Honored One praising Earth Store Bodhisattva's inconceivably great awesome spiritual power. We hope that the World Honored One will also aid beings in the future Dharma ending age by telling us about how Earth Store Bodhisattva benefits people and gods and about the workings of cause and effect that will help the gods, dragons, and the rest of the Eightfold Division, along with beings of the future, to receive the Buddha's teaching respectfully." Commentary. Chapter 6. The First Come One's Praises. Like we said many times before, the first come one is the Buddha. Praises include compliments. This is Chapter 6. The Earth Store Sutra contains 13 chapters. This is an explanation of Chapter 6. There are 7 more chapters. At that time, the World Honored One emitted a great bright light from his entire body, an indication of the profound importance of the Earth Store Sutra, totally illuminating Buddha lands as many as grains of sand in millions of billions of Ganges rivers is this light. His strong voice is as loud as thunder or a lion's roar. Most people are delighted with and respectful because of the Buddha's voice. For example, some people lecture on the sutras with a voice that is not very loud and clear, so that listeners get drowsy and do not wish to listen to anyone. A lecturer's voice must be crystal clear like a copper bell. Even if audience members are sleepy, they will wake up because of such strong and clear voice. People are happy with the Buddha's voice, so they do not fall asleep. The more they listen, the happier they are. They hear one line and want to hear the next line, as if they are eating something delicious and do not wish to let go. Although the Buddha's voice is loud, it is not the same as when we yell, so that our voice sounds scratchy, volatile, or fuzzy. People hear the Buddha's strong and clear voice and enter the samadhi of hearing the Dharma. Unfortunately, we were not born during the time of the Buddha and do not get to hear the Buddha's voice. So sorry, it is too bad. Reached all the Bodhisattvas, Mahasattvas in those Buddha lands, as well as the gods, dragons, ghosts, and spirits, humans, non-humans, and others, as he said, "Listen today as I praise Earth Store Bodhisattva Mahasattva, who displays inconceivable awesome spiritual strength and compassionate power throughout the worlds in the 10 directions, in rescuing and protecting beings who are suffering for offenses they have committed." Why do I praise Earth Store Bodhisattva? It is because Earth Store Bodhisattva's compassion is inconceivable, his wisdom is inconceivable, his awesome mind is inconceivable, and the wonderful uses of his spiritual powers are all inconceivable. He vows to save beings who have committed offenses in particular. He believes that people who do not commit offenses do not suffer so much. People who commit offenses suffer too much. They suffer the worst suffering among all types of sufferings. The Buddha said, "After I pass into tranquility, all of you bodhisattvas, mahasattvas, and all of you ghost dragons, ghost spirits, and others should use vast numbers of expedient means to protect this Earth Store Sutra. See, while we are explaining the Earth Store Sutra, the Eightfold Path of gods, dragons, etc., as well as great bodhisattvas, are all here providing protection, and to cause all beings to attain the bliss of nirvana, permanence, bliss through self, and purity." After that was said, a bodhisattva named Universally Expansive rose in the assembly, placed his palms together respectfully, and said to the Buddha, "We are now about to witness the world-honored one praising Earth Store Bodhisattvas, inconceivably great, awesome spiritual virtue. I see now that the world-honored one is about to praise Earth Store Bodhisattva for his many inconceivable, mighty spiritual virtues like those mentioned earlier. We hope that the world-honored one will also add beings in the future Dharmic ending age by telling us about how Earth Store Bodhisattva benefits Sutra." At that time, the world-honored one said to the Bodhisattva universally expansive, and to all those in the fourfold assembly, "Listen attentively, listen attentively. I will briefly describe to you how Earth Store Bodhisattva's virtuous deeds keep benefiting people and gods." Commentary. At that time, the world-honored one said to the Bodhisattva universally expansive, and to all those in the fourfold assembly of bhikshus, bhikshunis, upasakas, upasikas, and others such as the Eightfold Division of gods, dragons, and others, "Listen attentively, listen attentively. Think it over carefully and listen. Pay attention. Do not be casual, but listen especially attentively. I will briefly describe to you how Earth Store Bodhisattva's virtuous deeds keep benefiting people and gods. I will now briefly describe Earth Store Bodhisattva for all of you in the great assembly about the blessed and virtuous deeds he does to help humans and celestial beings. What are blessed and virtuous deeds? According to one article called Great Standards in the Book of History that contains 9 sections that explains 5 types of blessings. The first type of blessing is called blessings and longevity. What are blessings? Blessings means being very much at ease with everything. Longevity means a long life and not a short life. One is shown upon the stars of blessings, prosperity, and longevity. Blessings are natural so that you are very much at ease. Prosperity could be one's monthly income from being a government official. Longevity, or son of the South Pole in China, is most bald and wears a long white beard. He is said to be the immortal man of the South Pole in Taoism. His deck contains 3 volumes of celestial texts, so he knows everything. He is the elderly prosperity star. The second type of blessing is affluence and nobility. The third type refers to a healthy and safe body. The fourth type means enjoying cultivating virtues and doing good deeds. With this type of blessings, one is willing to do what is virtuous. The fifth type of blessing is a peaceful passing. There are also 5 kinds of virtues: mild-mannered, kind, respectful, frugal, and yielding. Who has these 5 kinds of virtues? Confucius. What are the 5? The first is mild-mannered, neither too cold nor too hot. Too cold, one is like the silent and stoic Lord God in all the time. The second virtue is kindness. The third type of virtue is respect. Always respectful toward others without slighting others. The fourth type is frugality and simplicity. One does not waste any material resources. For example, one usually eats 5 bowls of rice, but reduces one's intake to 3 bowls, leaving the other 2 bowls for those who are starving. One maintains a simple lifestyle. One serves oneself for a simple and restricted diet. One treats guests without letting the meal linger on. We must try to save on what we use, what we wear, what we eat, what we live in, so that none of it is excessive. The most important thing is frugality. The fifth type of virtue is yielding. Do not rush forward to fight for anything. Yield means letting other people be number one. Let other people enjoy the good things and pick up bad things ourselves. This is yielding. Politely yield. These are the 5 virtues. Speaking of yielding, Kung Rung, at the age of 4, knew to yield his pair. Kung Rung was someone before the Three Kingdoms period in China. He was in a real high political office. When he was 4 years old, some guests brought a gift basket made out of bamboo, a pear for his family. The elders told him to get a pear, and what does he do? He picks the smallest one. The guests ask, "Why don't you pick a big one? Why do you pick such a small pear for yourself?" He said, "I am the youngest. I should eat a small one. My elder brothers are older than I am, so they should eat the big ones." He yielded the bigger pears for his brothers and took the smallest one for himself. Later, he reached a very high office. During the Han Dynasty, Huang Xiang, at the age of 9, knew to warm his parents' bed. Every night at bedtime, he would go and sleep on his parents' bed so that it is warm before he goes to sleep on his own bed. He shows his filiality by warming up the bed, which is a type of virtuous conduct. The 5 virtues are about being mild-mannered, kind, respectful, frugal, and yielding. Sutra, universally expansive, replied, "Excellent, won't honored one, we will be happy to listen." The Buddha told the Bodhisattva universally expansive, if in the future good men or women, upon hearing Earth Store Bodhisattva Mahasatva's name, place their palms together, praise him, bow to him, or gaze at him in worship, they will overcome 30 years' worth of offenses. Universally expansive, if good men or women gaze upon and bow but once to painted or drawn images of the Bodhisattva, or images made of clay, stone, lacquer, gold, silver, or bronze, they will be reborn 100 times in the heaven of the 33 and will eternally avoid falling into the evil destinies. If their blessings in the heavens come to an end and they are born in the human realm, they will become national leaders who will suffer no loss of benefits. There may be women who dislike having female bodies. Suppose they wholeheartedly make offerings to images of Earth Store Bodhisattva, such as paintings or images made of clay, stone, lacquer, brass, iron, or other materials. If they continually make offerings day after day without fail of flowers, incense, food, drink, clothing, colored silks, banners, money, jewels, and other items, then when those good men or those good women finish their current female retributions, throughout thousands of millions of years, they will never again be born in worlds where there are women, much less be one, unless they choose to, through the strength of their compassionate vows, in order to liberate beings. Based on the strength of their offerings to Earth Store Bodhisattva and the power of their meritorious virtues, they will not be born with female bodies for hundreds of thousands of aeons. Commentary. Universally expansive Bodhisattva replied, "Excellent, world-honored one, we will be happy to listen." The Buddha told the Bodhisattva universally expansive, if in the future good men or women who received the 5 precepts and practiced the 10 good deeds upon hearing Earth Store Bodhisattva Mahasatva's name, place their palms together when they see an image of Earth Store Bodhisattva, praise him, saying that Earth Store Bodhisattva is the real great Bodhisattva who is truly compassionate, uses his spiritual powers in wonderful ways. He is really incredible. Or they bow to him or gaze at him in worship. They may not wish to leave the image of Earth Store Bodhisattva that they see. They stay in place to look, forgetting to eat or anything else. It is similar to someone being infatuated with something and forgets everything else. They will overcome 30 years worth of offenses. Universally expansive, if good men or women who received the 5 precepts and practiced the 10 good deeds gaze upon and bow but once to painted or drawn images of the Bodhisattva Earth Store, or images made of clay, stone, lacquer, gold, silver, or bronze, they will be reborn 100 times in the heaven of the 33 and will eternally avoid falling into the evil destinies. With the merit of bowing to Earth Store Bodhisattva, they will never fall into the evil destinies. If their blessings in the heavens come to an end and they are born in the human realm, they will become national leaders who will suffer no loss of such major benefits. People who are kings now bowed to Earth Store Bodhisattva before. Presidents of nations had some merit from the past too. There may be women who dislike having female bodies. Do not be satisfied with having a female body because the female body is full of trouble. First, guest-like objects come, and horse-like objects come a few days later. Isn't that so much trouble? Women may cry for no reason, all of a sudden, smile for no reason, all of a sudden, get angry for no reason, all of a sudden, and then become distressed for no reason, all of a sudden. Isn't that so much trouble? Why is a female body so troublesome? I'm not saying this to make you hate the female body so that you will live the householder's life and become a bhikshu or bhikshuni. The female body is really so much trouble. That is why some women do not want to be women. Why be a woman? Let us study this. It is because female habits such as envy, obstructionism, greed for petty gain, and vanity, etc. are so ingrained. They become women in future lives as a result. However, if you were to respect Earth Store Bodhisattva, then all these problems dissolve. If you do not resolve these issues, then women's 5 obstructive tendencies and 10 evils are no fun. What are the female's 5 obstructive tendencies? The first obstruction is that women cannot become a great Brahma Heaven King in this lifetime. Why? Great Brahma Heaven Kings become accomplished in their cultivation through pure conduct. The female body is mostly impure, so they cannot become great Brahman Heaven Kings. The second obstruction, women cannot become Lord Shakra, the Lord of the Heavens. You wonder, didn't a woman become a Lord of the 33 heavens? Actually, she went from a woman to a man. Lord Shakra does not have very much desire. Women tend to have more lust, so they cannot become gods. The third obstruction for women is that they cannot become demon kings, which is best. The reason for this is that demon kings are tough and firm, while women are very weak. Sometimes they cannot take care of themselves, so that when certain things happen, they have to look for help. The fourth obstruction for women is that women cannot be wheel-turning sage kings. There are gold wheel sage kings, silver wheel sage kings, iron wheel sage kings, and copper wheel sage kings. Why cannot one become a wheel sage king in the body of a woman? It is because wheel-turning sage kings are most compassionate and kind. They teach people to practice the 5 precepts and the 10 good deeds. Women tend to be less compassionate and more envious. Consequently, they cannot become wheel-turning sage kings. The fifth obstruction for women is that they cannot become Buddhas. Since the body of Buddhas comes with a mind that virtuoso, while the female body is full of evil such as jealousy, obstructive tendencies, and pettiness, a heart of size of sesame. This is why women in their bodies cannot become Buddhas. Although women experience these 5 obstructions, they can be free of jealousy, lust, and weakness, all the evils and tainted thoughts. Then there is still hope for women to turn into men. Shariputra, for example, said that dragon girl cannot become a Buddha, so she took here her favorite pearl that she cannot possibly give up and gave it to the Buddha. The Buddha accepted the pearl. She explained, I can become a Buddha now. The Buddha accepted the pearl I offered him. Is this fast? Shariputra responded, it is very fast. She said, the speed at which I become a Buddha is as fast as the speed at which I offered this pearl to the Buddha. After saying this, she became a Buddha immediately indeed. Women should not give up on themselves and lose hope because of these 5 obstructions. They should only be afraid that they are not bold enough in their resolves. Were they to bring forth their resolves boldly, they can become Buddhas too. For instance, the dragon girl offered her favorite pearl and became a Buddha immediately. Now, let me briefly explain women's 10 evils. I will not explain them in too much detail because of the time constraint. The first evil is that parents are unhappy that the newborn is a female. They would be happy if the baby were a male. Although not all parents are like this, most countries share the same attitude of favoring males over females. Girls leave a poor impression on their parents as soon as they are born. The second is that parents are not so interested in raising daughters. The third is that women are often afraid and shy. Conversely, men are not afraid of being embarrassed. The fourth is that parents worry about their daughter's marriage. Americans are different though. They do not care. You do whatever you want. The trends in countries such as China, for example, are that Chinese parents worry about what kind of husband their daughter will have. The fifth is that daughters will definitely leave their parents. The sixth is that women are afraid of their husbands. They are very cautious about their husband's emotions. A wife is happy if her husband is happy. A wife trembles in fear if her husband gets angry. The seventh is that giving birth is difficult and scary. The eighth is that people will blame and criticize a girl's parents for her meanness and debauchery. If a daughter does fine, okay, but if she goes awry, then her parents are affected. The ninth is that a woman's husband may order her about and restrain her with many rules. If she does not observe such rules, he may divorce her. Is that the hustle? This is when she is young. When she is older, she faces the 10th evil of being slighted by her children and grandchildren. Her offspring may think, why does she not die? She is already so old. At that stage, even her children yell at her. Isn't that sad? What should women do who detest their impure female bodies do? Suppose they wholeheartedly make offerings to images of Earth Store Bodhisattva, such as paintings. The reason why I requested a drawing of Earth Store Bodhisattva here is that this helps women who do not wish to have a female body anymore. All images made of clay, stone, lacquer, brass, iron, or other materials. If they continually make offerings day after day without fail of flowers, incense, food, drink, clothing, colored silks, banners, money, jewels, and other items, then when those good women finish their current female retributions throughout thousands of millions of aeons, they will never again be born in worlds where there are women. What kind of a world is a world without women? It is the Western land of ultimate bliss, much less be one, unless they choose to through the strength of their compassionate vows. In order to liberate beings, the only exception would be if they make the vow that I would be willing to be a woman to teach and transform living beings. Perhaps there are some among you who made vows of being a woman to save living beings. Although as women now, you do not wish to be women, but you became women because of the power of some compassionate vows. One example of this is Buddha's mother, Lady Maya. She plays with about the human realm in the Great Illusion Samadhi. She vowed that she will be the mother to every Buddha who is born in this world. Among the other 1,000 Buddhas, Shakyamuni Buddha is the fourth. Lady Maya is the mother of all 1,000 Buddhas. This is her vow. Another example is Kuan Yin Bodhisattva, who is originally neither man nor woman, but he knows that everybody likes beautiful women. So he appears as a beautiful woman to save living beings in the Saha world. All of you should emulate Kuan Yin Bodhisattva and save beings and not be converted by living beings. How do I mean? Saving living beings means making living beings leave suffering and attain bliss, avoiding running into the sea of suffering and returned by the tides because you have no samadhi. Instead of living beings, you are involved in romance and infatuated with love. Although Kuan Yin Bodhisattva appears as woman, she does not dwell on love. He wants to save living beings because he wants to save living beings out of the genuine wish to protect and rescue. She wanted to be a woman to save and liberate beings. Otherwise, based on the strength of their offerings to Earth Store Bodhisattva and the power of their meritorious virtues, they will not be born with female bodies for hundreds of thousands of aeons. Sutra. Moreover, universally expansive, some women may have imperfect features or be prone to sickness. Disliking those problems, they can sincerely gaze at and bow to images of Earth Store Bodhisattva with sincere resolve for even just a few minutes, and consequently, throughout millions of future aeons of rebirth, they will continually be endowed with full and perfect features. If those women whose features are currently imperfect do not dislike having female bodies, then throughout millions of billions of lives, they will always be born as women of royal lineage, or will marry into royalty, or will become daughters of prime ministers, or women in prominent families, or daughters of great elders. They will be of upright birth and full features. They will receive such blessings from having sincerely beheld and worshipped Earth Store Bodhisattva. Commentary. Moreover, universally expansive, let me repeat, some women may have imperfect features or be prone to sickness. How come some women are really beautiful and some are really ugly? How come some are very healthy and some are often ill? 10 kinds of evil karma make people ugly, and what are these 10 types of evil karma? 1. They get angry easily. They enjoy getting angry. One of the 20 afflictions. Most women get angry easily, though there are exceptions. Some get angry over a needle or a thread. Some especially love getting angry. 2. They enjoy being skeptical and resentful. She doubts everything and resents everyone for not doing her right. 3. They like to lie and delude people so that they do not know what to do. 4. They enjoy disturbing living beings. 5. They do not truly love and respect her parents. Some may, but most do not. 6. They are not respectful of places with sages, worthy ones, and good spirits. Sages would be, for example, arhats who cultivated the Buddha Dharma and certified to the fruition. 7. They, not all women, but some women, rob sages and worthy ones for the land, access, and property that they need. 8. They may extinguish the lights before the Buddhas in Buddhist stupas and temples. Very few women probably actually do this, but this is one action that leads to being ugly. 9. They slander and look down on ugly people, saying, "Hey, that person is so ugly." They are condescending, so they end up being ugly themselves. They do not realize that there is a mirror in our inherent nature that reflects our condescension towards someone's ugly looks. We become even more ugly than that person in another life. 10. They enjoy learning all evil conducts and improper behavior. The above 10 types of evil karma are the reasons for experiencing the retribution of ugliness. There are also 10 reasons for frequent illnesses. What are these 10 types? 1. They enjoy beating all beings or any being they see. This is the first cause of the retribution of many illnesses. 2. They encouraged others to beat people or even dogs, cats, or rats. Encouraging others to beat children or any being will result in illnesses. 3. They praise the means of hurting living beings, which led to the retribution of their many illnesses. 4. What do you say? They are delighted when they see beating occur. It is fun for them to watch. They are happier with this than movies. 5. They are happy when they see sick people. Excellent, they are sick. Not only they are not sympathetic, they are very happy when they see people sick. 6. They are unhappy when they see people recover from their illness. As a result, they experience the retribution of facing many illnesses in future lives. 7. They give medicine to sick persons, but what kind of medicine? They do not give medicine that cures that particular sickness. For instance, they give someone with a headache a cure for stomach aches. They even try to earn a good reputation, saying, "See, I gave them medicine," even though it is not a cure for the patient's illnesses. 8. They grow jealous at the sight of a patient being treated by a doctor. 9. They are happy to see sick individuals and wish that these people will always be tortured by illness. 10. They enjoy eating. Before they even digest their food, they eat more. They enjoy eating non-stop. Due to these 10 kinds of evil karma, they face the retribution of many illnesses. Ugliness and sicknesses result from these 20 kinds of evil karma. Without committing these 20 kinds of evil karma, they will not be ugly or sick. What should they do? Disliking those problems, they can sincerely gaze at and bow to images of Earth Store Bodhisattva with sincere resolve for even just a few minutes in a matter of amused time. And consequently, throughout millions of future ends of rebirth, they will continually be endowed with full and perfect futures. What are full and perfect futures? Eyes look like eyes, ears look like ears. You say, how can eyes not look like eyes? For instance, most people have longer looking eyes, but someone has square eyes. Most ordinary people's ears are long and look like shoe-shaped gold, but someone has ears like knives. Also, someone's nostrils are turned out. In terms of physiognomy, someone with upturned nostrils does not have much blessings. Do not be friends with people with eyes that are triangular shaped like apricots. You will not experience too many advantages being friends with them. A certain Dharma master, for example, openly sabotaged me after I helped him out a lot in Hong Kong. I do not blame him, but he later died of cancer. Before he passed away, he could not let go of his face and asked to sit in a crock pot like a Dharma master Hsuan Hua. He said to open the crock 3 years later. If the body is still intact, then paste gold on it. However, before the next day, his head already sank. Someone told me that people with skills will sit upright no matter how long it has been since their death. His head lowered down the next day, and he had wanted to earn reputation and asked his students to open up his crock pot 3 years later. His students never dared to because they know what this man with the upturned nostril is unreliable. Also, it is good for men to have large mouths, but not for women. This is a difference between men and women. We can tell then someone will enjoy good fortune by looking at their futures. We can tell someone who succeeds in everything at a young age, in their prime and in their old age. With knowledge that has existed in China, one can tell whether someone will be accomplished in the future by looking at him. Someone with full and perfect futures is successful in everything. Archbishop Yu Bin, for example, has very fine futures where he enjoys the best luck in his later years. You might notice how his features, be it eyes, nose, or mouth, are very much symmetrical. His physiognomy is about blessings and virtue. He went astray though. Had he been a Buddhist, he would have been an incredible Dharma master. The retribution of full and perfect features come from bowing to the Buddhas, reciting the Buddha's name, or bowing to a certain Bodhisattva. If those ugly women whose features are currently imperfect do not dislike having female bodies, although they are ugly, they still enjoy being women, then throughout millions of billions of lives, they will always be born as women of royal lineage. They may become daughters to national leaders. Furthermore, their features are perfect and beautiful from bowing to some image of Earth Store Bodhisattva. Or they will marry into loyalty, such becoming queen or first lady, or will become daughters of prime ministers or high-ranking politicians, or women in prominent families, or daughters of great and affluent elders. They will be of upright birth and full-featured. Just as I said earlier, it is imperfect when the eyes are very beautiful while the nose is not so nice. It is imperfect when the nose is beautiful but the eyes are not so nice. It is imperfect when both the eyes and nose are nice but the ears are not so nice. They do not match. It is imperfect where one ear is bigger than the other, one ear is smaller than the other, the nose is on the side of the face, or the mouth is connected to the nose, so that you cannot tell the nose and the mouth apart. Perfect features means that the eyes are nice, the ears are nice, the nose are nice, the nose is nice, the mouth is nice, and the face is nice too. They are really beautiful. Why? They receive such blessings from having sincerely beheld and worshipped Earth Store Bodhisattva Sutra. Moreover, universally expansive, there may be good men or women who are able to play music, sing or chant praises, and make offerings of incense and flowers before images of the Bodhisattva, or who are able to exhort one or more others to do likewise. Now and in the future, such people will be surrounded day and night by hundreds of thousands of ghosts and spirits who will even prevent bad news from reaching their ears, much less allow them to be personally involved in any accidents. Commentary. Moreover, universally expansive Bodhisattva, let me repeat, there may be good men or women who are able to play music, sing or chant praises, and make offerings of incense and flowers before images of the Bodhisattva Earth Store, or who are able to exhort one or more others to do likewise. They transform themselves and others, they save themselves and others. Now in the future, such people will be surrounded day and night by hundreds of thousands of ghosts and spirits who will protect them and even prevent bad news, inauspicious sounds, and awful things from reaching their ears, much less allow them to be personally involved in any accidents, such as car accidents, drownings, fires, plane crashes, train derailments, bus driving into the cliff. They do not experience those problems because many Dharma protecting good spirits protect them all the time. Yesterday, someone said that he was scared of taking a flight for fear that the plane will crash. Do not be scared as long as you recite the Great Compassion Mantra and the Shuragama Mantra. Then many gods, dragons, Dharma protecting good spirits of the Eightfold Path all support you. As long as you do not have false thoughts and constantly believe in the Bodhisattva, he will protect you. Buddhists need not be afraid. Do not be afraid of ghosts, because they will bow to you due to your merit and virtue. If you have none because you do not know about doing good deeds, then bad things will occur. Maintain good intentions and do good deeds, then none of the bad things will happen. Sutra. Moreover, universally expansive in the future, evil people, evil spirits, or evil ghosts may see good men or women taking refuge with, respectfully making offerings to, praising, beholding, and bowing to images of Earth Store Bodhisattva. Those beings may make the mistake of ridiculing such acts of worship, saying that they are of no merit. They may sneer at those good people, condemn them behind their backs, or as a group, or even alone, as one person, have even as little as one thought of condemnation. Such beings will fall into the abyssal hell, and the extreme misery they will undergo as retribution for their slander will not end, even after the 1,000 Buddhas of the worthy end have passed into tranquility. Only after that end will they be reborn among the hungry ghosts, where they will spend 1,000 more ends before being reborn as animals. Only after another 1,000 ends will they obtain human bodies, but they will be poor and lonely with incomplete faculties, and their evil karma will cause them to suffer mental afflictions. Before long, they will fall into the evil paths again. Commentary. Moreover, again, the Buddha talked to Bodhisattva universally expansive. In the future, evil people who commit the 5 rebellious acts and the 10 evils, and evil spirits who are devil spirits, because they do not observe the rules, criticize good men and good women. Some devil spirits also go to temples, such as temples where offerings are made to Lord Kwan. Lord Kwan is not always there. On the occasions where Lord Kwan is absent, he goes to the temple pretending to be Lord Kwan to enjoy bloody flesh. People may offer him swan, lamb, or cow, all of which are food with blood that he enjoys. There are big evil ghosts, such as Kumbhanda ghosts, that look like a winter melon. These ghosts are also called ghosts that press on people while these people are sleeping. These big evil ghosts make such sleeping individuals mute and immobile. There are also small evil ghosts who may possess plants to display their spiritual powers so that people will believe them. For example, Nan Hua Monastery had a camphor tree go and receive the precepts. Before it even received the precepts, it wielded its spiritual powers. For instance, anyone who goes there to light incense will receive a response such as recovery from some illness, or someone recovers his lost items after lighting incense before this tree. There was a variety of others. That person thinks that this is true miracles from a bodhisattva, so he may go and show his appreciation with offerings of sacrificial chickens, pigs, or other animals. With these items, he has food to eat. These are small evil ghosts. There are innumerable things in this world, so if you do not understand the Buddha Dharma, you may very easily think that this type of evil spirits and evil ghosts are truly efficacious bodhisattvas. People who study the Buddha Dharma ought not to think that the Buddha Dharma is something to do with miracles. No, understanding the principles in the Buddha Dharma to avoid such deceptions. Or evil people, evil spirits, or evil ghosts may see good men or women taking refuge with, respectfully make offerings to, praising, beholding, and bowing to images of Earth Store Bodhisattva. Those beings may make the mistake of ridiculing such acts of worship, saying that they are of no merit. Evil people may then say, "Hey, you are too superstitious. What is the use of bowing to clay or wooden images? Doing these things is completely without merit. Do not believe this stuff." They ask you, what the use of bowing to idol images? Some non-Buddhists, for example, believe there is no merit to bowing to pagan idols. They may sneer at those good people who are bowing. They sneer with their teeth, showing to show that they look down on all of you who are too superstitious, or they condemn them behind their backs. They do not say anything in front of your face, but after you leave, they say, "That group of people at Buddhist lecture hall is really superstitious. I do not know what they are doing, as they wear that robe and sash, bowing to the Buddhas, then getting up, then bowing. I do not know how it is meaningful for them to recite sutras and to bow to the Buddhas all day." They sabotage, slander, and criticize people behind their backs. Why should a cultivator bow to the Buddhas? How is bowing to the Buddhas useful? I might as well sleep with that time. Or they get a group together or alone, as only one person have even as little as one thought of condemnation or tease. Perhaps they do not criticize others personally, but they abet others in avoiding sutra recitations. What is good about reciting sutras? Do not bow to the Buddhas or listen to the sutras. The time you spend on listening to the sutras might as well be spent on taking some drugs so that you feel like you are in the land of ultimate bliss. Why believe in that stuff? Encouraging others to be like him, he may find a companion who will defy the rules in a certain situation, or a Buddhist group because he knows that he will not be tolerated alone. With a companion, he seems to have some excuse. If you criticize him, then he will say, other people are this way too. With companions, his power grows. They do not have to be doing sabotage all the time, but just for one thought, tease and speak sarcastically to slander such individuals. Such beings who sneer or criticize others behind their backs, alone or with a group, will fall into the abyss hell, and the extreme misery they will undergo as retribution for their slander will not end even after the 1,000 Buddhas of the worthy end have passed into tranquility. Our present errand is the worthy errand. How is this errand worthy? Many sages and worthy individuals appear at this time, including 1,000 Buddhas, among which Shakyamuni Buddha is the fourth. There are 996 more Buddhas who will emerge. The time between one Buddha and the next is a long time, so the length of time during which 1,000 Buddhas come into being is a long time to endure in the abyss hell. The very serious retribution of having destroyed the Buddha Dharma. We should know that one day and one night in our world is 60 small ants in the abyss hell. 50 years in our human realm is one day and a night in the heaven of the four heavenly kings. 100 years in the human realm is one day and a night in the Trayastrimsha Heaven. One day and a night in a human realm is 60 small ants in the abyss hell. Why? Someone who is happy may feel that the day was very short and went by very quickly. When someone is very sad, that finds things to be very unpleasant, such as when you're waiting for someone or for some occurrence, then one will feel that the day is extremely long. From this, we know why one day and one night in the human realm is 60 small ants in the house. It is too miserable in the house. While beings are suffering, they find the time to be too long. While beings are enjoying themselves, they do not find the time to be long at all. Only after that 1,000 Buddhas come into being during the worthy end will these hell beings be reborn among the hungry ghosts, where they will spend 1,000 more ends before being reborn as animals. Only after another 1,000 ends of birth and death will they obtain human bodies, but they will be poor and lowly. America has this Give to the Poor movement. I criticize this because giving to the poor is useless. People's poverty is derived not in this lifetime, but comes because of karma from endless offenses in endless errands. Your help is only temporary and not constant. To really help the poor requires promoting various charity events, encouraging people to do good deeds, and encouraging others to change for the better and be good. This would be the way to really help the poor. Also, do not tell people to slander the Triple Jewel. Promote the Buddha Dharma everywhere you go so that the Triple Jewel of the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha will abide in the world for people to plant blessings. People who make offerings to the triple jewel enjoy retributions of blessings so that they will not be poor in the future. That is to truly help the poor. People who slander the triple jewel will be in the house for 1,000 aeons, after as long a time as 1,000 Buddhas appearing in the worthy aeon. Then among the hungry ghosts for 1,000 aeons, among the animals for 1,000 aeons, then become human beings. As human beings, they are extremely poor and low class, with incomplete faculties such as no eyes, ears, nose, tongue, hands, feet, body, and mind. What happens to someone without a tongue? They cannot talk without a tongue. People who have 2 eyes and they only have 1 eye. Is this attractive? Perhaps they only have 1 ear. This makes their 6 sense organs incomplete, and their evil karma will cause them to suffer mental afflictions. In general, everything goes against their wishes. They are either without food, clothes, or lodging. Otherwise, they encounter accidents such as the various accidents described earlier. Before long, they will fall into the evil paths again. Not long after being a human being, he falls into the 3 evil paths again. Bright Eyes Mother, that we talked about earlier, for example, was born Sutra, universally expansive, such are the retributions that those who ridicule and slander others' acts of worship will undergo. How much worse will the retributions be if, besides their slandering, they have other evil views? Commentary. Therefore, universally expansive, you should know. Such are the retributions that those who ridicule and slander others' acts of worship in making offerings to Earth Store Bodhisattva will undergo. For this type of evil retribution, they would even have to be in the house for 1,000 aeons, among the hungry ghosts for another 1,000 aeons, among the animals for another 1,000 aeons. Then become human beings with the retribution of being poor, lowly, and disabled. Someone wonders, must they endure 1,000 aeons to become human beings? Is this definite? Right, that is for sure. Shakyamuni Buddha personally established the laws for the house. However, there is an exception that is not for certain. What is this special scenario? During the 1,000 aeons, they must endure hungry ghosts, for example, become compassionate and want to protect people and other cultivators, to bow along with people who are bowing to the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas and protect such cultivators. Having established merits such as this, they do not have to complete 1,000 aeons to be humans or animals. Or as animals, they draw close to Buddhists, so they live in the temples, or Buddhist families, so that they practice and cultivate imperceptibly, so that they believe in the Buddhas. Believing in the Buddhas, their offense karma is reduced, so that they do not have to be in the animal realm for 1,000 aeons. They become reborn as human beings. While Elder Master Hsuan was at Yunnan, for example, a chicken was brought to the temple. The chicken cultivated along with the temple residents. When the monks recite the Buddha's name in the ceremonies, it also followed along in circumambulating and reciting the Buddha's name. After 3 years, it passed away standing before the Buddhas. All these are a special set of circumstances that exempts it for enduring 1,000 aeons before becoming a human being. Were poor, lowly, and disabled individuals to know the reasons for their retribution, they would know that it is because they slandered the triple jewel, refused to listen to the Buddha Dharma, and were not respectful to Earth Store King Bodhisattva. Now that they changed, they are bold and diligent. Perhaps they are vegetarians who recite the Buddha's name or cultivate even leaving the home life to become bhikshus. In reforming and renewing themselves, they will avoid falling into the evil paths soon. In general, depending on each living being's special set of circumstances, one may not have to go through such a long time of retribution. The Buddha Dharma is flexible and principled. You do not have to spend a long time suffering after repenting. The chapter on universal worthies, conduct and vows says that people's offense karma are invisible. Were it to be material, then each individual's karmic obstruction would fill space to the brim and crack it open. Fortunately, karma obstruction is invisible, so there is no need to prepare a place to preserve it. So it does not matter how much there is of it. If you can repent, then however much offense karma can be eliminated. That is why it says, bowing once to the Buddhas eliminates offenses as many as grains of sand. Truly repentant while bowing to the Buddhas, then offense karma as many as grains of sand in the rivers will disappear. Give away 1 penny and ask infinite blessings. Donate to the triple jewel to the best of your ability. Giving away however much you have, then you will enjoy infinite blessings as retribution, so long as you are sincere while you make your offerings. Everything is uncertain because the Dharma is not fixed. People's karmic obstructions are not fixed either. How much worse will the retributions be if, besides their slandering, they have other evil views? Not to mention if you develop some evil view to wreck the triple jewel in particular, then your offense karma will be even greater. Sutra, moreover, universal expansive. In the future, men or women may be bedridden for a long time and, in spite of their wishes, be unable either to get well or to die. At night, they may dream of evil ghosts, or of family and relatives, or of wandering on dangerous paths. In numerous nightmares, they may roam with ghosts and spirits. Commentary. Moreover, universally expansive. Shakyamuni Buddha told universally expansive again. Let me elaborate a bit more for you. Universally expansive. In the future, men or women who receive and cultivate the 5 precepts and the 10 good deeds may be bedridden for a long time. Why are they bedridden? No need to ask. It is obviously because of some illness, so that they are paralyzed and cannot get up. Why should someone become paralyzed? The source of the sickness is heavy lust, because when paralyzed, one's legs are unusable. Legs are connected to the kidneys. Too much lust and the legs cannot walk. For instance, many people on the streets are disabled because of their swollen legs. To walk, they require the help of a cane. Their legs were not injured or amputated in the battle. They are disabled, so they have not incurred any injury or accident. This type of individual has too much lust. There are many Americans with this problem. Why? They do not know the harm in this and fail to realize why their legs are this way, even at the time of death. Consequently, they frequently remain immobile in their beds and, in spite of their wishes, be unable either to get well or to die. They cannot live well or die well. Is that painful? They cannot do so either way. At night, they may dream of evil ghosts. Some people dream of evil ghosts and follow them in doing all kinds of bad things. The more they do these things, the worse their illnesses get. Some examples of bad things that occur when they dream of evil ghosts, and they are clear that these are evil ghosts, and yet they follow them and eat bad things, do bad things, and even engage in sexual activity in their dreams. Or They dream of family and relatives such as their deceased father or mother. These are negative occurrences because these relatives, any relative who knows you, in fact, brings ghosts to the patient with the awful sickness, then leaves. The ghosts then use their various corrupt powers to make the patient's sickness worse by the day. Or they dream of wandering on dangerous paths, such as falling off a mountain top and being terrified. Various inauspicious things occur in the dreams that scare these patients so that they are awfully afraid. In their dreams, tigers, wolves, or monsters may come along as they stroll along. In general, all kinds of frightful things occur. In numerous nightmares, they may roam with ghosts and spirits. Kumandas may appear in their dreams often, perhaps 3 times or 5 times a night. They keep appearing because they feel their affinities with you are not done yet. You are pressed upon so that you cannot utter any sound. You cannot breathe, you cannot move, while your eyes are open as if in some demonic state of concentration. This would be a demonic state of concentration, not a proper state of concentration. There are different states of concentration, and we should not enter this type of deviant concentration. These patients befriend ghosts and spirits in their dreams when they clearly know that they are ghosts. They go places with these ghosts. They do not know to be afraid of these ghosts in their dreams. They only become afraid when they wake up. Sutra. As days, months, and years go by, such people may become weak and emaciated, cry out in pain in their sleep, and become progressively more depressed and melancholy. Those things happen when the force of their karma has not yet been determined, making it difficult for them to die and impossible for them to be killed. The ordinary eyes of men and women cannot perceive such phenomena. In that situation, other people should recite this sutra out loud once before images of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas on behalf of any such sick person, or they could offer to the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas possessions that the sick person cherishes, such as clothing, jewels, gardens, or houses. They should speak distinctly to the sick person, saying, "Now, before this sutra or these images, we are offering these items on behalf of this sick person." They may offer sutras or images, or commission images of Buddhas or Bodhisattvas, or build stupas or monasteries, or light oil lamps, or give to the eternally dwelling. They should tell the sick persons 3 times about the offerings that are being made, making sure that they both hear and understand what is being done. If the sick pupils' consciousnesses are already scattered and their breathing has stopped, then for 1, 2, 3, 4, on through 7 days, the other pupil should continue to inform them clearly of the offerings and to read the sutra out loud. When those sick pupils' lives end, they will gain liberation from all the heavy and disastrous offenses committed in previous lives, even offenses warranting 5-fold relentless retribution. They will be born in places where they will always know past lives. So how much greater will the karmic rewards be if good men or women can write out the sutra themselves, or commission others to do so, or if they can carve or paint images themselves, or commission others to do so. The benefits they receive will be great indeed. Therefore, universally expansive, if you see people reading and reciting this sutra, or even having a single thought of praise for it, or if you meet someone who reveres it, you should employ hundreds of thousands of expedients to exhort such people to be diligent and not retreat. In both the present and the future, they will be able to obtain thousands of billions of inconceivable meritorious benefits. Commentary: as days, months, and years go by, such people may become weak and emaciated. For a long time, not just 1 or 2 days, these people were very weak and emaciated. There are 5 types of disease and 7 types of injuries. All 5 types of disease are incurable. They cry out in pain in their sleep. They wake up screaming because they were being pursued by ghosts, hit by ghosts, or caused by ghosts, and they become progressively more depressed and melancholy. They always wear a miserable look on their face as if they are about to cry. They are never happy. Those things happen when the force of their karma has not yet been determined. Why is this? Their offense karma is being evaluated in the house. Their offense karma is being discussed as to whether it is slight or heavy. Although they have not died yet, the question is being discussed in their house. They are unhappy while alive. They are miserable because they committed offenses and they know they will go to the house in the future, making it difficult for them to die and impossible for them to be cured. They may want to die, but cannot, or not so soon. All their illnesses do not heal so quickly. The ordinary eyes of men and women cannot perceive such phenomena. Men and women do not know about this because they do not have the power of the heavenly eyes and the power of knowing past lives. What can they do considering what they do not understand? There is a way. In that situation, other people should recite this sutra out loud once before images of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas on behalf of any such sick person. Before of any Buddha and any of the Buddha or Bodhisattva image, whether it is before an image of Earth Store Bodhisattva or other Bodhisattva images, if you do not have an Earth Store Bodhisattva image, recite the Earth Store Sutra very loudly. Or they could offer to the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas possessions that the sick person cherishes, such as clothing, jewels, properties, gardens, or houses. They should speak distinctly or loud enough to the sick person, saying, "Now, before this Earth Store Sutra or these images of Earth Store Bodhisattva and others, we, say our names, are offering these items that the patient values the most, such as gardens, dwellings, clothing, and other material goods, on behalf of this sick person." They state the patient's name. They may offer sutras or images or commission images of Buddhas or Bodhisattvas, the greatest merit, or build jeweled stupas or monasteries, or light oil lamps before the Buddhas, or give to the eternally dwelling in the temples. They should tell the sick person 3 times so that the sick hear it each time about the offerings that are being made, making sure that they both hear and understand what is being done. If the sick pupil's consciousnesses, the eye consciousness, the ear consciousness, the nose consciousness, the tongue consciousness, the body consciousness, the 6th consciousness, the 7th consciousness, and the 8th consciousness are already scattered and their breathing has stopped, then for 1, 2, 3, 4, and on through 7 days, the other pupils should continue to inform them clearly of the offerings and to read the sutra out loud and loudly. When those sick people's lives end, they will gain liberation from all their heavy and disastrous offenses committed in previous lives, even grave offenses warranting 5-fold relentless retribution. They will be born in places where they will always know past lives. So how much greater will the karmic rewards be if good men or women can write out this sutra themselves, or commission others to do so, or if they can carve or paint images themselves, or commission others to do so. the benefits they receive will be great indeed. Therefore, universally expansive. If you see people reading and reciting this Earth Store Sutra, or even having a single thought appraised for it, or if you meet someone who reveres it, you should employ hundreds of thousands of expedients to exhort such people to be diligent and not retreat in both the present and the future. They will be able to obtain thousands of billions of inconceivable meritorious benefits. Sutra. Moreover, universally expansive beings in the future, while dreaming or drowsy, may see ghosts, spirits, and other forms that are either sad, weeping, worried, fearful, or terrified. Those are all fathers, mothers, sons, daughters, brothers, sisters, husbands, wives, and other relatives from 1, 10, 100, or 1,000 lives past who have not yet been able to leave the bad destinies. They have nowhere to turn for the powerful blessings needed to rescue them, and so they try to communicate with their closest descendants, hoping that those relatives will use some skillful means to help them get out of the evil paths. Universally expansive, using your spiritual power, exhort those descendants to recite this sutra with sincere resolve before the images of Buddhas or Bodhisattvas, or to request of others to recite it, either 3 or 7 times. When the sutra has been read out loud the proper number of times, relatives in the evil paths will obtain liberation and never again appear to those who are dreaming or drowsy. Commentary. Moreover, universally expansive Shakyamuni Buddha says, let me explain it again for you in detail. If beings in the future, while dreaming or drowsy, while asleep, or not quite in deep sleep, their dreams due to ignorant habits, individuals with muddled habits that come from ignorance have these dreams so they do not remember anything when they wake up from their dream. Their dreams of premonition. Their dreams foretell some fortunate or unfortunate occurrence. For instance, Elder Master Hsuan dreamed of the 6th patriarch, saying, "You are going back. You are going to go there to do some work." Elder Master Hsuan thought returning meant that he was about to die, but it was actually telling him to go to Nanhua Monastery to repair the temple. This is an auspicious omen that foretold an event through a dream. Some people dream about being careful, otherwise they would die in a car accident. They do not believe it and indeed crashed the next day. They do not believe it and die in a car accident the next day. This is a dream that foretells events. There are also dreams due to imbalanced 4 elements. The 4 elements are earth, water, fire, and wind. According to medical texts, there are 400 for human diseases and 808 antidotes. Actually, there are 84,000 forms of human illnesses. That is why the Buddha Dharma says there are 84,000 practices that cure 84,000 illnesses. When the 4 elements are not in balance, such as an excess of earth being an antidote of water makes one sick, an excess of fire being an antidote of water makes one sick, or an excess of wind being an antidote for earth makes one sick. These are illnesses from an imbalance of the 4 elements. There are so dreams about old time, long lost friends. What kind of dreams are these? For instance, I have not seen someone that I knew for a long time. I was happy to see him appear in my dream. I wake up though and realize that it is not real. These are dreams about long lost friends. There are as many dreams as described above, in their sleep or before dozing off, All beings may see ghosts, spirits with green faces, red hair, huge mouths, and sharp teeth, the length of elephant tusks, and other strange and scary forms that are either sad, weeping, tearing, or dripping snot, worried, fearful, or terrified. They may see scenes of their relatives who are very sad, miserable, and sigh. Those are all fathers, mothers, sons, daughters, brothers, sisters, husbands, wives, and other relatives of 1, 10, 100, or 1,000 lives past, who have fallen into and have not yet been able to leave the bad destinies of the hells, evil ghosts, and animals. This is why we should see all beings as our parents from the past and Buddhas in the future. If we consider living beings our parents in the past, then we should be filial and not cause problems for living beings. If we consider living beings future Buddhas, then we should be filial and not cause problems for living beings. Hopeless, they have nowhere to turn for the power blessings needed to rescue them, such as through reciting the sutras and doing some meritorious deeds according to the Buddhist teachings, as said in the Earth Store Sutra. Sutra recitations are done for the deceased and those not yet deceased. The power of blessings comes from reciting the sutras, and so they try to communicate with their closest descendants in their former lives, hoping that those relatives will use some skillful means to help them get out of the evil paths. Universally expansive, Shakyamuni Buddha called out again, using your spiritual power, exhort those descendants to recite this Earth Store Sutra with sincere resolve before the images of Buddhas or Bodhisattvas, or to request or employ others to recite it, either 3 or 7 times. These odd numbers are yang numbers. The even numbers are yin numbers. Yang numbers are symbols of breaking through the offense karmas of the hells. When the Earth Store Sutra has been read aloud, the proper number of times, relatives in the evil paths will obtain liberation and never again appear to those who are dreaming or drowsy. Sutra. Moreover, universally expansive, people of low station and those who are slaves or bonded or deprived of their freedom in other ways may be aware of their past deeds and wish to repent of them and reform. If, while beholding and bowing to Earth Store Bodhisattva's image with sincere resolve for 7 days, they are able to recite his name a full 10,000 times, then when their current retribution ends, those people will always be born into wealth and honor for hundreds of thousands of lives. How much the more will they avoid of any of the sufferings of the 3 evil paths. Commentary. Moreover, universally expansive, Shakyamuni Buddha says to him again, people of low station, we are all people, so how come there are people who belong to high-class society and people who are lowly? There are 5 paths that lead people to the retribution of belonging to the lowest class. 1 are arrogance. Most people are arrogant to outsiders, but this kind of arrogance refers to being conceited with regard to and disrespectful toward one's parents. The second reason is obstinacy. They do not respect teachers and elders. These obstinate beings refuse to obey teachers and elders' teachings. The third reason is laxness, which is about to adhering to the rules. That does not matter so much. They are not even respectful toward the triple jewel. These 3 reasons make them become low-class individuals, including the poor. The affluent do not belong to the lowest class, whereas the poor do. The 4th kind is because they like to steal in lives past. Penniless, they steal things, money or jewelry that is sold in turn. sustaining themselves for a period of time with that what they stole. They do nothing but eat, drink, whore, gamble, or do drugs such as opium. Meanwhile, they do not need to work because of what they have stolen. When they finish up the money, they steal again, and they do nothing again for some time. They sustain themselves by stealing like this. This is the fourth reason why they are poor and of the lowest class. What do you think the fifth reason is? The fifth is evading their debts. People cannot be accountable for even 1 penny, not to mention more than that. Though money is fake, you cannot use it casually. Though money is fake, it is necessary for doing real work. We cannot be casual about this at all. For example, you may think it is a bargain to borrow money, then abscond with it. Actually, it is no bargain because by evading debts, you will be poor and lonely in future lives. That will be the retribution. Above are the 5 reasons for becoming someone of low station. And those who are slaves, servants, or bonded, or deprived of their freedom in other ways have to listen to their master's orders and cannot go anywhere as they please. May be aware of their past deeds and wish to repent of them and reform. If they know that they must have incurred grave offenses and accumulated heavy karma from lives past, they must repent now. They bow to great compassion repentance, the Pure Land repentance, or other repentances. Why do we bow to great compassion repentance? We do this because we repent of offenses, though we do not know about our offenses in lives past. If, while beholding and bowing to Earth Store Bodhisattva's image with sincerity soul for 7 days, they are able to recite his name a full 10,000 times, then when their current retribution ends, those people will always be born into wealth and honor for hundreds of thousands of lives. How much the more will they avoid any of the sufferings of the 3 evil paths? They will always be born in elite families and never endure the pain of the 3 evil paths. There are 5 reasons for poverty and several reasons for nobility too. First is vastly giving and benefiting, being greatly compassionate with everyone. Second is being respectful toward parents, teachers, and elders. We ought not to hate our father, not bring us into the world, yelling at him. We ought not to hate our father for bringing us into the world, yelling at him, "Why did you have to have me, you jerk?" Or think about our master in this way, "You do not let me have any freedom. I have to listen to you on everything. This is too unfair." We are dissatisfied with our master in various ways. We bow to our master, but criticize our master behind his back. This is about not being respectful to our parents, teachers, and elders. One of the reasons why we are not born in an elite family. Is that harsh? Do not bother with whether I am a good master or not. You cannot criticize me because there is offense in that, and you will not become born in an elite family. Second, respect parents, teachers, and elders. Earlier we talked about not being respectful. Now we have to be respectful toward our parents, teachers, and elders. Third, being respectful and bow to the Triple Jewel. Earlier we talked about not being respectful and not bowing to the Triple Jewel. This here is about being respectful and bowing to the Triple Jewel and all elders. Fourth, we must be patient, not angry, but gentle and humble. You must be happy and not at all afflicted, no matter who scolds you. Be patient when someone yells at you. Be even more patient when someone beats you. Cultivate patience so that you are free of hatred, anger, and temper. It is not easy to acquire good retribution. Furthermore, you have to be gentle and humble, be polite, and courteous to everyone. What is the fifth? It is erudition through listening to more sutras, encountering more dharmas, and studying more precepts. These 5 reasons cause people to become elites who are rich and powerful. But it is not enough just to be rich and powerful due to causes in lives past. It would be best to be replaced with these 5 conditions. So just one condition will prevent someone from becoming born in a poor and lowly family. How come someone is so fine, so noble? It is through their past deeds. We do not acquire this kind of blessing so simply in this one lifetime. People who fulfill Sutra, moreover, universally expansive in the future in Jambudvipa, when the wives of Kshatriyas, Brahmans, young elders, and Upasakas of the various families and clans are about to give birth to sons or daughters, the family members should recite this inconceivable sutra and the Bodhisattva's name in full 10,000 times during the 7 days before the birth of those children. If those infants, whether male or female, had been destined to undergo a terrible retribution for things done in past lives, they will be liberated from those retributions. They will be peaceful, happy, easily raised, and will have longer lives. If those children were due to receive blessings, then their peace and happiness will increase, as will their lifespans. Commentary. Moreover, universally expansive, Shakyamuni Buddha again explained to universally expansive that in the future, in Jambudvipa, beings in northern Uttarakuru of the 4 great continents are born under trees. Labor is very easy and not at all painful. Babies come right out as if chickens laying eggs. Females giving birth do not undergo so much pain like those do in southern Jambudvipa. Very few births occur in eastern Purva and western Apara Godaniya because beings there have very little sexual desire, so they do not have so many children. Only beings in southern Jambudvipa believe the more births there are, the better. Women endure tremendous pain in labor. So now we only talk about southern Jambudvipa. When the wives of India's nobility, the Kshatriyas, the noble clan of purity, who are the Brahmans, the wealthy elders, and Upasakas. The elders and Upasakas have money but not official posts, while the Brahmans and the Kshatriyas enjoy nobility and affluence too. When the wives of all the various families and clans of different nationalities or race are about to give birth to sons or daughters, some difficult labor situations include newborns in a horizontal or reverse position. Some newborns have difficulty coming out because it sticks out one of its legs first. Some difficult labor situations involve the baby dragging out the mother's intestines. No matter how difficult the labor, though, the family members should recite this inconceivable sutra of Earth Store and the Bodhisattva Earth Store's name a full 10,000 times during the 7 days before the birth of those children. If those infants, whether male or female, had been destined to undergo a terrible retribution for things done in past lives, they will be liberated from those retributions. They will be peaceful, happy, easily raised, and will have longer lives. If those children did not commit any offenses and were due to receive blessings, then their peace and happiness will increase, as will their lifespans. There is nothing certain about people's suffering and bliss. There is nothing certain about people's lifespans either. Fortune tellers may tell some people that they will live until 30, but they reach 40 and are still alive. What is the reason for that? The length of people's lives is flexible rather than rigid. Do good deeds and you will extend your life. Do bad deeds and your lifespan will decrease. Nothing is fixed. For instance, one baby is meant to endure a lot of suffering due to his offense karma, but recite the Earth Store Sutra of the name of Earth Store Bodhisattva for him, and his pain disappears. He will be happy, easy to raise, and live longer. You may deduce from this that nothing in life is fixed, it merely depends on how you act. Sutra. Moreover, universally expansive on the 1st, 8th, 14th, 15th, 18th, 23rd, 24th, 28th, 29th, and 30th days of the lunar month. The offenses of beings are tabulated and their gravity assessed. Every single moment or stirring of thought on the part of beings of Jambudvipa creates karma, and offenses. How much more is that the case when they blatantly indulge in killing, stealing, sexual misconduct, false speech, and hundreds of thousands of other kinds of offenses? If they are able to recite this sutra once on those 10 vegetarian days, before the images of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, or worthy ones and sages, then no disasters will occur within a radius of 100 yojanas around them. The relatives of those who recite, both old and young, now and in the future, will be apart from the evil paths throughout hundreds of thousands of years. If they can recite this sutra once on each of those 10 vegetarian days, then there will be no accidents or illnesses in the family, and they will have food and clothing in abundance. Commentary. Moreover, universally expansive on the 1st, 8th, 14th, 15th, 18th, 23rd, 24th, 28th, 29th, and 38th days of the lunar month, the offenses of all beings are tabulated and their gravity assessed. Living beings are observed and evaluated for their karma during these 10 days. All the ghosts and spirits gather to check to see how much offense someone has accrued. These 10 days are when beings are being investigated. Their offenses are then collected, counted, and judged to see how heavy or light each individual's offenses are. Sentences are given accordingly. Every single moment, every single movement or stirring of thought on the part of beings of southern Jambudvipa creates karma and offenses. Every thought that occurs during movement or stillness is offense karma. How much the more is that the case when they blatantly indulge in killing, stealing, sexual misconduct, false speech, and hundreds of thousands of other kinds of offenses. Even if you do not kill or hurt others, you create offense karma just by entertaining a thought, not to mention wantonly indulging in killing and hurting living beings. Or they do improper things such as stealing and engaging in sexual misconduct. Promiscuity is not a problem in the West, but Buddhist sutras already make it very clear that all beings habitually commit grave offenses in this area. Among all evils, sexual misconduct is the most egregious. Or they brag. We are only mentioning some offenses in brief. Were we to talk about offenses in more detail, we can list millions upon millions of them. If they are able to recite this sutra once on those 10 vegetarian days, they eat pure foods rather than meat or pungent foods. They recite the Earth Store Sutra before the images of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, or worthy ones and sages. Then no disasters will occur within a radius of 100 yojanas around them. A large yojana is 80 li, a medium yojana is 60 li, and the small Udana is 40 li. The relationships of those who reside, both the old and young, now and in the future, will be apart from the retribution of being in the evil paths of hell beings, hungry ghosts, animals, and asuras throughout hundreds of thousands of years. If they can recite this Earth Store Sutra once on each of these 10 vegetarian days, then there will be no accidents or illnesses in their family, and they will have food and clothing in abundance. Sutra. Universally expansive, you should know of the beneficial deeds done by Earth Store Bodhisattva as he makes use of his indescribably millions of billions of great awesome spiritual powers. The beings of Jambudvipa have strong affinities with this Bodhisattva. If they hear the Bodhisattva's name, see the Bodhisattva's image, or hear but a few words, a verse, or a sentence of the sutra, they will enjoy particularly wonderful peace and happiness in this present life. Through thousands of millions of future lives, they will always be handsome or beautiful, and they will be born into honorable and wealthy families. Having heard the Buddha, first come one, praise Earth Store Bodhisattva in that way, universally expansive Bodhisattva knelt, placed his palms together, and again addressed the Buddha, saying, "World honored one, I have long known that this Bodhisattva has both inconceivable spiritual powers and mighty vows. I have questioned the first come one so that beings in the future could know of these benefits. I now receive your answer most respectfully. World honored one, what should the title of this sutra be, and how should we propagate it?" The Buddha said to the universally expansive, "This sutra has 3 titles. The first is the past vows of Earth Store Bodhisattva. It is also called Earth Store's past conduct, and also Sutra of the power of Earth Store's past vows. Because this Bodhisattva repeatedly makes such great and mighty vows throughout long aeons to benefit beings, you should all propagate this sutra in accordance with them." After universally expansive had heard that, he placed his palms together, respectfully made obeisance, and withdrew. Commentary. Universally expansive, you should know of the beneficial deeds done by Earth Store Bodhisattva as he makes use of his indescribably millions of billions of great awesome spiritual powers. Therefore, universally expansive, you should know that Earth Store Bodhisattva Mahasattva has the various ineffable awesome spiritual powers, numbering millions and billions like those described above. The beings of Jambudvipa have strong affinities with this Bodhisattva. The Buddha says, "You see, as Chinese Buddhism comes to the United States, Earth Store Bodhisattva came too. He is with a lot of lay people right now and helping you to cultivate. This indicates tremendous affinities, not merely for the present, but strong affinities developed since many lives and many aeons ago. If they hear the Bodhisattva Earth Store's name, see the Bodhisattva Earth Store's image, or hear but a few words, listening even to these words, Earth Store Sutra eliminates 3 types of delusions. What are the 3 types of delusions? They are crude delusions, subtle delusions, and delusions like dust motes. They are also delusions in view, delusions in thought, and ignorance. Delusions in view are crude delusions. Delusion in thought are subtle delusions. And ignorance is delusion like dust motes. You can shatter these 3 types of delusions, eliminating your karmic obstructions, obstructions due to retribution, and obstructions in the form of afflictions. You say, "I have been listening to the sutra for so long, but I still have not eliminated any obstruction. I still have so many afflictions and a huge temple like I had before. I started listening to the sutras. With regard to obstructions in retribution, you say, I feel that I have not eliminated any obstructions. Your feeling indicates that you wish to eliminate them. If you did not want to, you would not even realize that you have karmic obstructions, obstructions due to retribution, and obstructions in the form of afflictions. Originally, you felt that your afflictions were like your treasure and didn't want to toss them. Now you feel that you have not lost them, which means you are starting to be free of afflictions. Consequently, you can eliminate your three obstructions, realize your three wisdoms, the wisdom of various dharmas, all wisdom and all modes of wisdom. You can certify to the three. Hearing just 5 words in this sutra, you can shatter your afflictions due to the 5 dwellings. What are the afflictions of the 5 dwellings? They are affliction from dwelling in views and love, affliction from dwelling in desire and love, affliction from dwelling in form and love, affliction from dwelling in no form and love, and affliction from dwelling in ignorance. Loving something from seeing it and being attached to it is affliction from dwelling in views and love. Affliction from dwelling in desire and love means where there is desire, there is affliction. Where there is love, there is affliction. Without love, there is no hatred, which means no afflictions. No love, no hatred, and no afflictions. Affliction from dwelling in form and love means attachment to objects of form. Affliction from dwelling in no form and love occurs in the formless realm. These, along with the affliction from dwelling in ignorance, make up the afflictions of the 5 dwellings. Encountering the Earth Store Sutra, you can eliminate the afflictions of the 5 dwellings and transcend transmigration in the 5 destinies. There are actually 6 types of beings, but asuras are scattered among the various destinies, so we say the 5 destinies. This sutra can also plant and develop your 5 roots, which grow the 5 powers. The 5 roots are the roots of faith, diligence, mindfulness, samadhi, and wisdom. The 5 powers are the powers of faith, diligence, mindfulness, samadhi, and wisdom. These develop the 5 aspects of the Dharma body, which are precept, samadhi, wisdom, plus liberation, and liberated knowledge and views. One can acquire the 5 aspects of the Dharma body since one is liberated even from one's knowledge and views. They may transcend through one gate and enter a wonderful and adorned path by hearing the principles contained in a verse or a sentence of this sutra. They will then acquire the perfectly bright nature, that is one of the perfectly bright sea of nature. There are many principles contained herein, but I am just saying some of these terms for you. We will talk about it when we have the opportunity in time. As a result, they will enjoy particularly wonderful peace and happiness in this present life. Through thousands of millions of future lives, they will always be handsome or beautiful. Some people do not look right. For instance, they are born with a monkey head, a face of a horse, or eyes like a rat's. The Chinese describe someone ugly with terms like a rabbit head, snake eyes, red ears, and eagle cheeks. Someone does not look good when they have the features of many animals on them. Now you, however, have upright features, and they will be born into honorable and wealthy families. Those who are rich and noble have virtue. People without virtue are poor and lowly because they had slandered the triple jewel. Those who are born in respectable and elite families are virtuous individuals. Having heard The Buddha, first come one, praised the Earth Store Bodhisattva in that way. Universally expansive Bodhisattva knelt, placed his palms together. Some sutras say they kneel to each other. Kneeling here means genuflecting the right knee only and not the left knee. The way we kneel with both knees on the ground while we recite the sutra is not as difficult as kneeling with one knee on the ground. The Buddha allowed women to kneel with both knees on the ground, but men may only genuflect with one knee. Newly ordained bhikshus in the Sri Lanka and Burmese traditions see the more senior bhikshus and kneel with their right knee. Novices cannot look at bhikshus. They lower their heads even if they are kneeling. Neither men nor women can look at elders casually. Universally expansive put his palms together and again addressed the Buddha, saying, "World honored one, I have long known that this Bodhisattva has both inconceivable spiritual powers and mighty vows. I have questioned the thirst come one so that beings in the future could all know of these benefits from Earth Store Bodhisattva. I now receive your answer most respectfully. World honored one, what should the title of this sutra be? And how should we propagate it? How do I, universally expansive, and other bodhisattvas circulate and distribute this Earth Store Sutra? We may print more of this sutra so that everyone knows about it." The Buddha Shakyamuni said to Universally Expansive, "This sutra has 3 titles. The first is the past vows of Earth Store Bodhisattva. It is also called Earth Store's past conduct, and also Sutra of the power of Earth Store's past vows. Because this Bodhisattva repeatedly makes such great and mighty vows throughout long ends to benefit beings, he wants to benefit all beings. I tell you, the way to practice the Bodhisattva path is to do whatever benefits living beings and avoid any that harms living beings. If it is helpful, I am willing to give away even my head to someone. If it is harmful, I refuse to give away even one hair of mine, according to this kind of vow. You should all propagate the sutra in accordance with them. Circulate the Earth Store Sutra according to the vows of Earth Store Bodhisattva. Circulate and distribute the Earth Store Sutra according to each of your Bodhisattva's vows." After Universally Expansive Bodhisattva had heard that, he placed his palms together respectfully, gazed up at Shakyamuni Buddha, respectfully made obeisance, and withdrew to verse of transference. May the merit and virtue accrued from this work adorn the Buddha's pure lands, repaying 4 kinds of kindness above, and aiding those suffering in the paths below. May those who see and hear of this all bring forth the resolve for Bodhi, and when this retribution body is over, be born together in ultimate bliss.